waiting.
What about now? Ha ha! I got it. We got it. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, definitely. I'm hyped. Oh, I'm feeling hyped. Oh, yeah, I'm feeling hyped. And by hyped, I mean I'm feeling stressed. Woo! This is horrible, yo. Hold on, I'll get it fixed up. Don't you worry. Don't you all worry. I got you. I got you. Give me just a second here. Let me figure this fucking shit out. Okay, hold on. So we need the audio levels up, 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 up. Want it right about there. We're gonna lower this. No, we're gonna raise that just a little bit. Here we go. Okay, all right. Test, test. You can hear me. It's a little bit loud. Here we go. We're gonna turn that down. Okay, 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 okay. Here we go. We're right about there. And just need to reapply the goddamn filter. We've had so many issues. It is so goddamn annoying, but I think that you can hear me now. Yes, thank goodness. Now, there's one other thing I need to fix real quick, which we're going to do right now. And that is, one moment here. We are going to put this out through there. Bam. We're going to open this up. So I'm going to explain everything in just a minute here as to why this is being so ridiculous and so frustrating. And the reason is simpler than you might think. Actually, no, it's not. It's actually insanely complicated and very obnoxious. So let's test this. Here we go. We're going to do a real quick audio test. One moment. Sorry for everything. I know we didn't even do the shout out today yet. It's what a wild ride it's been. Hold on. Okay, so that's not coming in, which is a little bit strange. Hey, can you hear it? You can. You can hear it. I know you can. You can hear the piano, right? We need this. You can hear it, right? That part is... You can hear the piano, but I can't. But I have the monitor on. So this doesn't make much sense. How very strange. God, okay, so let me explain what's going on. So basically everything died. Literally everything has died. It's very unfortunate. And it makes me very sad. But I don't know like how else to explain it. Everything blew up. All of my oh, sorry. Okay, everybody. So here's the deal. Here's the deal. Audio setup has completely died. Let me explain what happened. I bought a well-reviewed audio interface, and it shipped with a severe issue that I now know that many people have. There was not a single sign of it on Amazon. However, on Reddit, I later found that there were multiple threads about the device being very, very faulty. So I am going to be getting a new one soon. However, at the same time, while I was doing my audio, my general audio, like setup, whatever, that stuff, when I was doing that stuff, the other day when we had all the other issues, I discovered that the buses on my streaming computer's motherboard are completely owned. Now, I already talked about this. I am already going to be picking up a motherboard soon. Couldn't do it for today. It'll probably be done tomorrow that I'll be going and getting all these things. But for now, I've had to revert back to the original audio setup that I had here originally. Unfortunately, it still has some issues because, as it turns out, the motherboard is dying. Did I get a refund? I did get a refund. I'm going to get a refund on everything. I also got, interestingly, I was also able to test, and one of the cables that was shipped to me was also faulty. So, wow. Hey, Rolling Deadly, that makes me feel really special. Thank you so much. I hope I hope you like them and leave comments and stuff. It literally means the world to me. So how did the motherboard die? The motherboard is just very, very old. It is... Oh, thank you so much, Mobeam. I appreciate that. Yeah, by the way, if you're here and you haven't liked the video, please like the video. That is the #1 way that we actually gain new viewers. Where did I get this setup from? Wish? No, it was a mixture of Best Buy and Amazon. Unfortunately, Amazon's product quality control is not very good. Okay, so yeah, it's very frustrating, unfortunately, yeah, it's been very annoying. I've been having to I've literally spent hours upon hours working on this over the last couple of days, and it's actually really, oh god, like, I almost, like, I don't know. Look, it's been really stressful. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. This, hopefully, I will have it fixed soon, and we won't have any further issues. But it was very, very stressful. Thank you so much, Sun Pulsar. I'm a big fan of this. I got this hair done earlier this month. I haven't yet figured it out. These are cloves. These are like cloves with tobacco, and I'm switching over, but I haven't figured out the mix yet. It's taking some time. Everything takes time. That's something you will learn about life. Everything takes time. Yeah, did you see my outfit got stolen? Look at this. I was planning on wearing this outfit, and you want to know who fucking stole it? You want to know who goddamn stole it? Abigail Thorne. Abigail Thorne stealing from me yet again. Look at this shit. Look who stole my outfit. Look! I literally I had this outfit set up, and look! It's stolen! Oh, I'm so frustrated. Look at that. Oh my goodness. How dare she? How dare she steal my looks? She can't keep getting away with it! It's okay. She looks pretty good in it, I gotta say. Yeah, my lipstick and hair matches. True, I did do that. But, can you ask for some content-relevant advice? Not right now. I'm in the middle of a show, but thank you. Feel free to DM me if you want to. I can't always promise to give advice. Now, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do about this audio problem. This other audio problem. The one that I'm encountering, with not being able to hear my videos. I'm trying to remember why that would be the case. So the audio going out through there, that should be a USB. Now, it's definitely picking up, but why can't I hear it is the question. That is the question that everybody wants to know. Hey, Ikyuri, thank you so much. I go by It's just wanted to thank you for defending my pronouns. I wasn't able to be there live, but I listened to it later at work. You're very welcome. I will always defend its pronouns. Because I understand why we fight for pronouns in the first place. God, everybody's been talking about this lately. It's been the talk of the town on Twitter, hasn't it? It just really has been. It's very strange. Yeah. Come on in, Fawn. Come in. Did your sounds wind up on a different headphone or speaker device? Yeah, I think so. I just don't know why the monitoring isn't picking it up, which is a bit strange. So I haven't figured that out yet. Yeah, come on in, Fawn. Come in and get a smoke. Hey, nice little top. I love your crop top. Fawn says hello, everyone. Ham Monkey with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. Really, really appreciate that. We're going to talk about a whole bunch of stuff today. So we have a lot of politics planned today. Today is going to be a classic mama stream with lots of politics, and we're going to do some React. That's right, but not just conservative React. We're going to be reacting to a conversation between ContraPoints and Noam Chomsky. Raspberry B, I didn't see it, but let me double check. Streamlabs has been giving us some issues lately. Let me just check real quick. I will check right now, Raspberry B. Thank you for letting me know about that. We've been having issues. I think Streamlabs might just be done completely. I've tried like multiple different fixes, but they just are not, it's not been working well. B with the $25. Sorry you've been dealing with tech issues. I've worked in IT, even doing large-scale corporate streams for a long time. If you ever need any help or have any questions, feel free to reach out. Thank you. I really appreciate that, B. Thankfully, I've had a lot of people who've been willing to help me out with this, and I think I'm starting to figure it out. The problem is that I keep having, because we had an interface fail and a motherboard fail, I've been having to, like, juggle multiple issues. And that's really hard to do. That's very hard to do. Yeah, but I'm excited to see that. Hey, Merrick, great to see you. They say you're chiseled. I guess you are.
Not intentionally, not by training.
So, we have a lot of stuff to talk about. We have so goddamn much to talk about. But I need to get this fixed because we are not going to be able to react to anything unless I can figure out why I can't hear the audio. So let's find out real quick. I think I know what the problem is. Here we go. I think it's right here. And the input device is going to be that. And then we're going to have... sound capture is going to go through here. And... oh, wait a minute. I know what the problem is. I think. There's the piano, so you can hear the piano. I can't. I know what the problem is. Here we go. I got it. I think I got it. I think I figured it out. Give me just 1 second, and I think I fixed our audio issues here. So we have these. Okay, let us restart this real quick. Why? There we go. That's the problem. There we go. Test. Hold on a second. Let's restart this. Test. Okay. So, first things first, we are going to have... This is coming from this right here. No, wait, that's not correct. Here we go. Test. Hold on, let's restart it. Okay. Test. Okay, so that one's working. Now we're going to have this go here, and we're going to have this one come in from this, which will be the piano. Yes! Yes! Correct! All right, now we can do it. Now we can hear it. All right, we got it. It's fixed. I fixed it. Feels good, everybody. All right, everyone. We're ready for a show, okay? We're ready for a show. Can I hear the piano? I can hear the piano. I can. I figured it out. I figured out our issue. Solved. Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, I'm just chilling now. So here's what we're going to be talking about today. Let me bring up a couple of things that we're going to be talking about. First of all, we're going to be talking about the intersection of transphobia and misogyny, which we call transmisogyny. Yeah? So transmisogyny is a concept that describes when misogyny and transphobia overlap in ways that affect both trans people and both trans women and cis women, and of course non-binary people as well. Transmisogyny is super, super important to understand, and we're going to talk about it today because I think there's a really big story going on right now. In fact, there's two linked stories that we're going to be talking about. Oh, really, Jazz Dog? That's really interesting. I'm glad. Can we mention how the Dore Carlson coalition is just straight Strasserites? I don't care much for Jimmy Dore. I think he's just a grifter. And Carlson is a white nationalist. Come on. So we're also going to talk about the GOP. And you all be like, oh, no, oh, Republicans. We're going to talk about Republicans again today? Yeah, we got to talk about Republicans. Last night, I watched the New York Times new documentary, which is about the uprising on the 6th. I would highly, highly recommend it. We can't watch it on stream because it's copyrighted content, but it's about a 40-minute watch. Now, I will say that it is very, very lacking on ideological analysis, which is to be expected from the New York Times. However, technically, it is very, very good. What it does, and I'll explain it here exactly what this documentary does. This documentary overlays footage from multiple parts of the Capitol, and it keeps track of a timeline, so you can see what was happening everywhere. And it also includes concurrent recordings of radio, Telegram, Twitter, and other social media organizing, and it puts that on the timeline. So you're able to see what's happening, what right-wing groups were talking about, what Trump was talking about at the times that these things happen. I think that this documentary is very important. And the reason why I think it's important, even though it lacks ideological analysis, is because it does journalism. It does the job of correctly laying out a timeline in a way that is easily understandable to people who don't know what actually happened. And I think it's very valuable. I'm going to right now put a link to this documentary in chat for anybody who wants to watch it. It's right there. Okay, Silence got it for you. There you go. There's the link. For anybody who wants to watch it, I'll put it over in Twitch chat and YouTube chat as well. Hold on, let me get that link real quick. Bam. Boom. Got it. Got it. There's the linky. I would recommend putting this on your watch later lists. Obviously, if you've been watching my coverage, you will already have an idea of what is actually kept track of inside of this documentary. But nonetheless, I think that it's very important that people keep an eye on it. And again, it's very digestible. It's 40 minutes long. It's nice and smooth. Very good. And the reason why I think that we're going to be talking about this today is because by an almost ironic overlap of timing, this documentary came out, and the GOP has begun an even more aggressive attempt into investigating the insurrection. Now, I want to talk about the insurrection a little bit before we get like super into it. Simone says, the first stream I watched of you was January 5th, the night before the insurrection. Oh, the memories. That was a wild stream. Yes, it was. Oh, yes, it was. And there's been a lot of discourse about the insurrection, and I want to talk about my opinions on it, okay? Because we have a couple of different views on the insurrection. So you have people who say, oh, the insurrection is nothing to be worried about. It was a laughable, failed attempt. And nobody, like, only Trump supporters really died. A bunch of cops were injured. Who cares, right? It's you know, the hogs going at each other. There's that part. There's that group of people who say that, oh, the insurrection's nothing to be worried about. It's, you know, whatever. Then there's a group of people who say, hey, the right-wingers, oh, they kind of had a point here. We should support them rising up in doing this insurrectionary action. You have those groups of people. Then you have people who say, hey, this insurrection may not have done much damage, but it was a display of intent. And if that intent is not properly managed, then we will have a lot of problems in the future. And of course, there is the fourth position, which is, yeah, baby, I love my Trump, this is our house. White House is ours. It belongs to the people. There's that people as well. Speaking of which, now that I'm doing that voice, I should take a second real quick to just announce something, by the way. On Sunday, we are doing a special gaming stream. Just so you all know, I am doing a patriotic gaming stream. That's right, for the 4th of July, Demon Mama is going to be playing only patriotic games. So if you want to come here and you want to see the most gimmicky gaming stream you've ever seen in your entire life, you want to be here on Sunday, because we're going to be playing indie patriotic games. We're going to be playing MAGA games. We're going to be playing all kinds of games that are related to the flag of America. Okay? We're going to be showing off just how patriotic we are over here. Metal Wolf Chaos. Everybody's been saying Metal Wolf Chaos. We will probably play some Metal Wolf Chaos. Yes. We're going to play a whole bunch of games, and it's going to be really fun. And there might even be depending on if I can make it happen, there might even be a special costume. Oh, a special outfit. Yeehaw, baby! So yeah, you want to be there this Sunday for the patriotic gaming stream. We're going to be doing giveaways of actually good games and stuff like that. I mean, degenerate leftist games. We're going to be doing giveaways of laughable, degenerate lefty games. And, yeah, it's going to be super cool. So, hell yeah, brother, Kikona. Yep. So it should be really, really fun. Seattle is barely in the U.S. It's true. Yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing. But anyway, that was a little bit of a departure and distraction from what we were talking about. The reason why I did that was because when I did the funny voice, I reminded myself that we're doing a patriotic gaming stream on Sunday. The Palace, just DM me and I can change your name. Just DM me on Discord and I'll change your name. Don't worry. Yeah, maybe we'll play some Wolfenstein. We'll do a bunch of stuff. It'll be really, really fun. How hot did it get up there for you? My apartment was 119 in PDX. My studio was too hot to run both computers in. So, yeah. You have to troll and do some Euro trucking sims. Maybe later on in the night. Yeah, it was over 90 degrees in my office with a single computer running. It was ridiculous. The heat was unbelievable. Yeah, Metal Wolf Chaos is a FromSoft game. That is correct. I should play Apex against Chud. Well, it's really hard to play against Chud. I guess we could go into like an arena and do 1v1s or something. That might be kind of fun. But yes. so let's get back onto the topic. Can we focus for a second? Let's get back into the insurrection. So we have the 4 different types. And you know what? I'm gonna organize these out so we can review on this in a second. So we have number 1, we have the people who don't think it's a big deal. Insurrection was a failed joke and not a big deal. Then we have position 2, which is insurrection had some points. Maybe the left shouldn't get mad about it. 3, we have the insurrection was a failure, but we should be careful about it. Then we have position 4, which is the Trumpers. Hell yeah, Trump, baby. And then we have a 5th position. I forgot the 5th position, which is the insurrection was an assault on the rightful halls of power and order in America, and we must destroy everyone. No, we must punish all involved to the greatest extent. Okay, so those are the 5 positions approximately. Just so you all know. The Zeron Light says, thoughts on using weight and muscle classes in most sports to do away with gendered sports entirely? We will talk about that very soon. I will save your question and we'll bring it up because we're about to do a segment on that in just a little bit. So we'll talk about that very shortly. I'm gonna put your question down here. We'll get to that. Okay, so to focus on the insurrection, these 5 positions are generally what you see on the internet. So we have position 5, which is like the Dems. You know, the insurrection was assault on the halls of American democracy, and we need to punish these involved to the greatest extent of the law. We have position 4, which is hell yeah, Trump baby. We have 3, the insurrection was a failure, but we should be careful about it. 2, the insurrection had some points. Maybe the left shouldn't get mad about it. And 1, the insurrection was a failed joke and not a big deal. And these positions, I think, most of them miss a piece of analysis. And I want to go through and talk about each of these positions and what I think is sort of wrong about them. Hey, Relayer, welcome back. Welcome back. So, position 1, the insurrection was a failed joke and not a big deal. Is this true? Is it true that it was a failed joke? Well, it depends on what you want to say their goal was, right? If their goal was to overthrow democracy and reinstate Trump, yes, it was an absolute failure. But keep in mind that that was not the stated goal. The stated goal of the insurrection on the 6th was, at least according to the most salient groups, including arguably Trump himself, was to delay the counting of the votes. And they succeeded in that. Remember, we all watched it, well, not necessarily every single person who's here, but most of the people who watch my show watched that happen live. We stayed up super, super late waiting to see the election results certified, which had been delayed and taken off-site. So that's kind of strange, right? So was it kind of an embarrassing failure? Did a whole bunch of Trump hogs get pepper sprayed and hurt, and some of them died in one of the most, like, if you actually go watch it, it's like really funny to watch like a bunch of like slovenly, out of shape Trumpers with MAGA hats like drop their hat and fall off a wall, or slip on a banana peel, or accidentally hit each other in the head with an object. Yes, that part is absolutely hilarious. Don't get me wrong about that. Like, oh my God, watching the documentary last night, we were laughing our asses off because these people hit each other with stuff so frequently. Like, there was like multiple videos of them like picking up like a bike rack and just nailing another Trumper on the head with it by accident. Like, they're aiming for the cops and they just nail a Trumper in the back of the head, which is just so fucking funny to me. And like, there's just so many examples of this. There's like an example where like a Trumper has like a pressurized bear mace like spray can thing, like a pepper spray thing, and they spray it and it just blows back into all of the Trumpers' eyes. Like, it is so funny to me that it was such a failure. However, we must note that not only did they manage to do damage to the Capitol building, they breached just about every single area of the Capitol building And they also delayed the certification of the election. Yeah, the fire extinguisher. Peter Chance, thank you so much for the 10 bits. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. So, I don't think that the first position successfully analyzes what the goals of the hogs was there. Yes, while it was funny and clownish and they didn't take over the Capitol, obviously, they did manage to succeed in both breaching the Capitol, and they also succeeded in delaying the certification of the election. And I want to point out something else that was also revealed in this documentary, which I can't watch on stream because it's copyrighted content, but you all should go watch it. One of the things that was very clearly outlined in this documentary was that there was institutional resistance to sending the necessary police forces to defend the Capitol. The Capitol Police were very, very sparsely spread. So what I'm saying is, like, literally, it was incompetence of an unbelievable level. And I want to show you real quick. I just want to show you a real quick. I actually didn't think we were going to touch on this, but let me bring this up real quick for you. DC BLM protests summer 2020. Let's take a look if we can get some pictures from this. Do we remember what the BLM protest looked like? Do we remember? Like, this is the iconic image of the BLM protest that happened in summer of 2020, long before the insurrection. This was what it looked like when peaceful BLM protesters showed up to the White House. And a absolute war wall. Everywhere you could see was military police, hordes of military police. And then nothing on the day of the insurrection, even though numerous groups were actively saying that they were going to show up. And yeah, do we have a, oh, they have a side-by-side? Let's take a look. Yeah, here we go. This is super interesting. Oh, does it have videos? Yeah, look at this. So, okay, so we have, this is the picture from June 2, 2020, during the protests over the death of George Floyd. This is what it looked like on the Lincoln Memorial. This is what it looked like. Let's see if we can get the image of the cops. Here we go. Here you've got cops taking pictures with the protesters. Here's the one from, here's a picture from the BLM protests. And here's a picture from the BLM protests again. And here's a picture from the January 6th one. And you'll notice one thing, which is that here, everybody's running from armies of cops, from armies of heavily armed cops. And in every single photo of the 6th, you see essentially unarmed everyday police officers with no riot gear, just getting pushed out of the way by a bunch of red hats. It is very interesting to me. And it's funny, one of the things that this documentary that we were just talking about, this documentary that I'm talking about, one of the things that they really talk about is specifically how not only were the cops like underprepared, but their equipment was still locked up. They hadn't even given out riot equipment. So there was hours of delay in actually, even once the Capitol was breached, because they didn't even care to prepare for the possibility. They didn't even have their equipment ready. And this is talked about in the New York Times, a sort of liberal establishment. They openly discuss these facts. It is wild to the degree to which our country responds to a protest about police violence against black people versus a literal attempt to interrupt the function of democracy. So the idea that the insurrection was a failed joke and not a big deal, this number one position that we're talking about, is flawed. Because not only did they succeed to actually delay the election, not only did they succeed in doing physical damage to the symbols of, for whatever you feel about it, the symbols of American democracy, but they also blatantly displayed to the entire country that the cops will do basically nothing if you're a white person who's mad about democracy. And I mean that. That is what was displayed. There was no reason for there to be a mass insurgence of militarized police for a BLM protest when there was literal groups openly planning to take over the capital of the United States, and they don't even send fully armored police. And guess what? They also talk about this in the documentary, and we talked about this at the time, but right before the 6th, Donald Trump made changes to the DOD that allowed him to make incredible delays in the dispatching of the National Guard in DC. So the National Guard did, even though the Capitol was literally breached and there were people in there with weaponry with the intent of kidnapping Democratic senators and representatives, and also literally threatening to kill the Vice President of the United States, the National Guard was not dispatched for 4 hours. 4 hours because of a change that Trump deliberately made in advance of the 6th. So the idea that the insurrection was a failed joke and not a big deal, I think, is a very weak premise. And I'm going to just make a whole notes thing so we can go back over this at the very end because I really want my points to be clear here. So we have, number one, breached the Capitol and did damage. 2, delayed the election, or the certification, which was the stated goal of numerous right-wing groups, and including Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. And we now know that there was a huge Oath Keepers presence. That's another thing that's really good about this documentary. This documentary, they slow the camera footage down and they show identified members of the Oath Keepers. There were literally squadrons of the Oath Keepers that were specifically inciting the crowd. They were strategically in the crowd getting people to go and break in. Okay? And then the other thing here is that displayed publicly that the U.S. government does not respond with force, with meaningful force, to right-wing insurrection. Contrasted with George Floyd protests. All right. So now we have position number 2. Okay, so I'm just going to show you the document we're working with right now. See? So now we've got the first position about the insurrection. And here's the little counterpoints. Then we have position number 2. Oh, why is it doing that? That's a little bit strange. I don't know why it keeps doing this. This is so strange. It did this last stream too. Very weird. Here we go. Let's put this right here, and we'll stretch that out a little bit. There we go. Okay, cool. All right. So you can see what we got here. Now we have position 2. The insurrection had some points. Maybe the left shouldn't get mad about it. Oh, yeah. That's another really fun fact. Silax brings up in chat, Suspect Sushi and myself had been on many panels together. That is correct. There is a Twitch streamer by the name of Suspect Sushi, whose first name is Jeff, and I can't remember his last name. And he was photographed outside and inside the Capitol wearing the exact same neck gaiter, skull, Punisher mask neck gaiter that he wore on a stream up against me multiple times. And that guy, he's off Twitch now. He's totally off Twitch and all that. But yeah, it's a little weird, isn't it? That's a little strange, huh? But yeah, it is nonetheless something that that happened. Oh, I'm not soft snitching. He was literally already arrested. Oh, Jeffrey Finley. That's correct. Yeah, I owned him in a debate about masks specifically, and he wore that exact same mask that he regularly wore on stream. Yeah, he was identified a long time ago. I'm not snitching at all. Yeah, he was arrested. He's probably in prison. I don't even know. He's like gone. Nobody knows. Nobody cares because he was irrelevant. But it was funny. Vosh also debated this guy. He was the Proud Boy that that Vosh debated against. I softened him up for Vosh. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. So, yeah, that was the same one. Jeffrey Finley. Yep. He said there was no Proud Boys in the Capitol. Yeah, well, obviously, he's a complete liar. He's an obvious liar. He was literally there, and he's a Proud Boy. He's a proud boy. He talks about it all the time. So the insurrection had some points. Maybe the left shouldn't get mad about it. This is a position that I saw some like revolutionary, like particularly strong, like armed revolutionary types. Oh, interesting. Hey, there we go. Wow, that's helpful. Sedition tracker. Damn, look at that. That's him. That's him right there. There he is. There's our boy. Whoopsies. Damn, the 21st of March. Uh-oh. Identification was based on allegations made by law enforcement. Suspects are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Site is privately operated, has no affiliation. Interesting. Huh. Very interesting. There he is. That's him. Y'all recognize him. Yeah, he's a really stupid person, and he literally got, like, he was identified. By the way, just so you know, the way that he was identified. Can I tell you the funny way that he was identified? So, he was identified after going on a panel that Destiny reviewed. Destiny reviewed a panel that he was on the Hippy Dippy, and in the thumbnail of Destiny's video, Destiny put him on there with the mask, with the skull mask, and somebody online literally saw his face. They were watching footage, and they saw his face in the thumbnail, and they recognized the mask and the hat, and they called the FBI. So that's how that's how it ended up. That's how he got caught. Whoopsies. What a cringe way to get caught. Yeah, it's true. Absolutely brain dead. But that is actually true. The person who yeah, it wasn't Destiny who did it. It was just Destiny's editor put his face on the in the mask on the thing, and then somebody watching the footage had seen the thumbnail and they recognized it. It's the most online shit ever. I know, it's ridiculous. So yeah, that's a little funny. That's a little funny. Wait, who got caught? This guy right here. Suspect Sushi. He was an ex-streamer who's now probably in jail. I don't know for sure. But yeah. Oh, charged. Yeah, so he's in jail. That dude's in jail. Yeah, he debated Vosh too, but Vosh didn't have him on the thumbnail. The only person who's put him on the thumbnail was Destiny's review of like a Hippy Dippy panel. So anyway, we're getting a little distracted here, but I want to talk about the second point that we were on, okay? Insurrection had some points. Maybe the left shouldn't get mad about it. Now, obviously, I have a lot of differences with, like, insurrectionary types. I think that sort of thing doesn't always work very well. I think that it can backfire very easily. I think that these platforms are not where these things should be discussed at all. I think it can be irresponsible, and people can take discussions about like insurrectionary stuff and the philosophy of these sorts of things and turn it into real world action that's really harmful. And so I have a lot of critiques of these positions, but I don't think that they should be like disregarded outright. These are positions that people believe in. We should be able to acknowledge them and provide arguments against them. So let's try and talk about this. If you consider yourself like a revolutionary lefty or an insurrectionary lefty or whatever, should you celebrate or should you defend when right-wingers rise up and fight against the government? Now, my argument would be no. And the reason for that is that there are completely and utterly different reasons and structures behind those types of insurrectionary action. The insurrectionary action of right-wingers is not some sort of populist uprising. They went there after Trump told them to. Their goal was to make it easier for someone like Trump to take authoritarian control of the country. Right-wing, anti-LGBT, like hyper pro-police, anti-immigrant, and like hyper-racist positions. So I think that the lefties who are like defending or saying, oh, we shouldn't encourage denouncement of these people. I think that's a flawed position. You see what I mean? Because it fails to acknowledge, and this is what I'm going to type down here, fails to acknowledge the complete difference in structure and goals of right-wing insurrectionary action. And this position also fails to acknowledge the obvious difference in government response to right-wing versus left-wing resistance. So I think that there is a huge failure in not bringing attention to that on a public level. Because again, like I said in the first one, we now have like the most stunning video evidence you can possibly imagine that the government does next to nothing when right-wingers literally openly on the internet and all over TV and everywhere talk about how we're going to go take over the Capitol, and then they don't put any cops there, and then the people take over the Capitol. And then you have like a BLM protest that's like, we're super, super mad that this guy was murdered by the cops. And by the way, we can say that now because Derek Chauvin is fucking guilty. Guilty. And so all of those protests, we can now say, even by the system, have been granted an incredible amount of credence. George Floyd was murdered. People had a right to rise up and protest against unjust government action. So I think that's a huge flaw. Now we have position 3. The insurrection was a failure, but we should be careful about it. This is the position that's closest. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. Thank you for coming in. Bye-bye. So this is the position that I am closest to, but am not necessarily 100% cloven to. The insurrection was a failure in certain ways, but we should be careful about it. Now, this position, of course, still fails in my position to acknowledge the fact that the Capitol was breached. So, fails to acknowledge the Capitol breach and the delay of the certification, which was, again, the stated goal. Now, while you could say, yes, they failed to instate a right-wing government, that doesn't seem to be what they thought they were going to actually do. Now, there were some people in the crowd who were like, yeah, we're taking it back from the people. But the actual groups, the organized sections of this insurrection, the ones who actually got the mob whipped up, who actually broke the windows, the ones who went in, who sat in Pelosi's desk, who stole things from the Capitol, not just the herds of hogs who went along for the ride, but the core people who were driving this, they didn't think they were going to take over and reinstate Trump. They wanted to delay the certification, and they wanted to show that they could get away with it. They wanted to show that they could get in there and do damage and they wouldn't be stopped. And they succeeded in that. So the insurrection being a failure, but we should be careful about it. Now, I will agree that with this position, they are correct in saying that we should be careful about it. We should recognize that even though they didn't install a right-wing government, that there are huge issues, that these people that did this are still, many of them, in positions of power in our government, which means it could happen again. And I think that's very important. Now, of course, do we even need to really address the hell yeah Trump baby? Yeah, you know what, we'll do it. The hell yeah Trump thing fails to acknowledge a lot. One, that Trump was too cowardly to fully back the insurrection, and he just kind of went like, yeah, why don't you go walk over there? Uh-oh, oopsies. He didn't actually say like, yeah, you did a good thing. He kind of like, He kind of half-assed it, if we're completely honest. He half-assed it. And given that he was too cowardly to fully back the insurrection, that means that there's a lot of disarray among right-wing groups because a whole bunch of them feel like they were betrayed by Trump. So, but also, there's another problem. They failed to acknowledge that the election was not stolen by any possible interpretation of it. Now, there's all kinds of critiques that you can make of the American electoral system. You all know that I've spent a lot of time doing just that. Okay. Yeah, that like, I've critiqued the American electoral system. I think there are some hella sketchy things, the way that our electoral system works. I'm very much against the Electoral College because I think that the Electoral College is an unjust structure, but claiming that the election was stolen is obviously false. We have now, like, this has been litigated, what, like 60 times now? There has been every single attempt from every source you can imagine. There is no possible way that you can claim that the election was stolen. There is just no evidence of this whatsoever. And it's not that there's like a single judge shutting it all down. This is different judges all over the place just saying, no, there's no evidence for any of these claims. So there's another problem with the hell yeah Trump baby position. Another problem with the hell yeah we did a good thing is that they failed to acknowledge their own failures within the insurrection, which is that mostly a whole bunch of them just got hurt and they got arrested and nothing fundamentally changed whatsoever. Nothing actually changed. Their action didn't change anything, at least on a surface level. And they didn't even manage to truly delay the election because that night the election was certified anyway. And then we have position 5, okay? Here, let's review. Here we go. See how we've come so far? We've come so far. Now, this is position 5. The insurrection was assault on the rightful halls of power and order in America, and we must punish all involved to the greatest extent. This is the Democratic line, more or less. The idea that, oh, these were disgusting rebels who made an assault on democracy. And while there is some truth to that statement, like, there's a lot of hypocrisy as well. Keep in mind that the United States is a country that was founded on revolution. The American Revolution was a bunch of colonist yokels who basically said, well, we don't like the king. We're going to dump the tea. We're going to cause a whole bunch of shit. And we're going to kill a bunch of redcoats because we want to do what we want to do. So the idea that like, oh, the insurrection was an assault on the rightful halls of power has this problem in that it fails to acknowledge how you determine rightful power. Rightful power is determined. Hypocrisy with regard to the founding of America. And this is a problem. This is a very big issue that I have with establishment Dems, is that they don't actually understand anything seemingly whatsoever about the power of the state and how that's determined. I think that there is like that I mean, and of course it would be the purview of those who control the establishment to claim that they have the rightful power. But do you see where that's a problem, right? Because the Republicans do that too. Do we not remember how Donald Trump literally stood up and said, oh, we need to restore order. We need to bring order back to this country at any cost. Order is what underlines democracy. Do we not remember that? And yet here we have the Democrats essentially saying the exact same line just about their opponents. That, oh, this is all of this insurrectionary action is inherently an assault on the rightful order of America. But keep in mind, that rightful order, just a few months prior, was murdering black people for nothing. So that's a bit of a hypocritical position, right? Yeah, that's a pretty major hypocrisy. And I think that it also, as a result of this, it fails to acknowledge what, like, political problems, like, are most prevalent. And this is what I'm talking about, because, see, this position is the position that's going to push for them to identify and arrest every single person who is involved in those uprisings. And the reality is, that's not how these things work. Yeah, there was a lot of people there. Did you see that image of the old lady during the Capitol insurrection? Like, hold on, let's see if we can find this. Let's see if I can find the image. Yeah, here we go. Here's the image right here. Have we seen this image? This is like one of the most saddest things I've ever seen. Like, look at this. This was from the inside of the Capitol insurrection. There was this lady who's like 90 years old, and she's just like standing among a bunch of people who are like burning and breaking shit and throwing shit on the walls, and she's just kind of standing there like confused. But the position that, like, we need to go after all of these people fails to acknowledge, like, the systemic issues that are behind this. How did Meemaw, how did the fucking proud grandma end up a completely decrepit individual? No offense, but a completely decrepit individual. How did she end up in the Capitol during a insurrection? And I think that the answer to that is something that most libs don't like to acknowledge. I would love to. Big Homo TM. Big Homo TM asked, are we going to watch the NYT Capitol Insurrection documentary? I would love to, but I think I would get hit for that because it's copyrighted, which sucks. I would otherwise love to, but I have recommended people go give it a watch. People weren't, Z-Napper, people weren't burning or breaking stuff other than the windows to get inside because right-wingers don't have a hate boner against property. That's dead. That's false. Z-Napper, you're literally just lying. Have you seen, like, are you for real right now? Like, hold on. Is this a joke? Is that a joke? That's just a lie. You do realize, like, hold on. I got a great picture for you. Look at this. I got another one. I got a million images. My memory's sharp as fuck. Remember this guy? Remember this dude? Anybody remember this guy? Yeah, oh yeah, they don't have a hate boner against property, they say, as they literally rip a podium off the ground and carry it away. Okay, dude. The people who literally trashed Pelosi's office, they bashed down numerous doors just to go around and cause terror. They smashed windows, and the only thing they didn't damage is art, and that's because they fetishize it. Funny. Anyway. So yeah. I think that the Dem establishment position doesn't do a very good job of acknowledging the actual problems that we have, which is that we have in our country a problem of legitimacy. And this is something I've talked about for a while. We are in, and we are currently living through, a certain type of legitimacy crisis. And it's a very weird one, because usually when there's a legitimacy crisis, you know, when you think of a legitimacy crisis in the history of the world, you imagine, oh, like a king, and you can't decide who's going to take the heir to the throne, and so the brothers start fighting with each other, and they get their armies up, and then one of the brothers kills the other brother, and then that brother becomes king. That's what a lot of people think of when they think of a legitimacy crisis. But I want you to recognize that a decent chunk of our country, somewhere in the ballpark of, like, I don't know, 20% maybe, 20% of our country literally, maybe more, it could be more, I've heard as high as 30-35%, literally believe that the last election was outright fraud. They believe that it was a totally stolen election, that there is no legitimacy whatsoever to the presidency of Biden. And you see this in the people who are sitting here claiming, oh, Trump is coming back, Trump is coming back. Well, he's not, obviously. But there are a lot of people, who buy into this. So you have a chunk of this country that no longer believes that there is any sort of functioning rightful government. That, in my opinion, is a legitimacy crisis. And the establishment Dems have failed to acknowledge this. They've failed to recognize that Donald Trump is exploiting this. They've failed to recognize that the systems of power that are currently in place, the systems of power that they currently control, are causing this issue. That there are fundamental injustices in the way that our country is run that will lead to people concluding that the state is not a rightful power. And there's a lot of people who believe that. And there's a lot of people who aren't just right-wingers who believe that. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense to everyone. And I think that this is a dangerous position because it leads to an obsession with giving more power to surveillance, with giving more power to the cops, with giving more power to the FBI to hunt down the insurrectionary memas and whatever, and all of these people, but while literally ignoring the very problems that led to this in the first place. The rampant problems that we have in our country with political, with hate speech, with fear-mongering, with discrimination, with racial injustice, with prisons, with endless obstructionism via things like the filibuster, which we've talked about, with the regulatory capture. These are issues that people feel, and they are right. They are not entirely wrong in feeling this way. They feel like they have been disempowered. They feel like they have been stripped of their ability to contribute to their own governance. And the libs, the argument that like, oh, this is an assault on the rightful halls of power and order, that position fails to acknowledge that. Okay, so this is a pretty deep dive on the insurrection, but I think this is important. Okay, am I making sense to everyone? Real quick poll. Is this clear to everyone? Okay, there we go. Let's get a poll. I just want to make sure that I'm making sense to everybody here. And if it's not making sense, pitch me your question. Excellent. Okay, sick. Fantastic. That's really, really good. That's good to see. So now we need to figure out what the answer, what is the best position, or what is the most truthful and accurate position that we can synthesize from these 5 very popular opinions that we see. And keep in mind that this is not based on polling data. This is just based on my observations. So it is possible that some of these are not as prevalent as others. This is not a perfect scientific analysis. This is just my political talking head analysis. Keep that in mind. Okay? I'm slightly confused. Well, don't worry. You'll catch up. Okay? So we have these 5 positions. So what do I think is important for us to acknowledge from this day? Well, when we're looking back on the 6th, I think the number one thing, well, there's a lot of things. I don't want to rank these at all. But I think one of the things that we should pay attention to is, so let me make a little section here. What should we care about? Number 1, or we'll just put this one on the first on the list. There are huge networks of tightly organized, violent, right-wing insurrectionaries with connections in police and or governance. We know this now. This has been revealed. We now know that there was the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, the Proud Boys were largely responsible for whipping up this event. Donald Trump got the people there, but it was these tightly organized, identifiable right-wing groups that are militias, that are known to the United States government, that were posting about this in public, that were able to make this thing happen. And not only that, but they were able to make it happen with almost no resistance whatsoever. We already knew that. We already knew that. Do I think that bias and fear-mongering... Oh, we'll take both of these. Here, I'll take both of these questions, and I'll put them in the question segment for after. Because I want to address these questions. These are good questions. So, we lefties knew that. We lefties have been talking about that. But we're trying to teach just more people than just lefties, right? So, there we go. By the way, if you're here and you have not liked the YouTube video, please click through to the YouTube video. It's super, super easy. Click through and press the like button on the YouTube video. It is the #1 way that we get more viewers, and it's free for you. You can even do it if you're a Twitch viewer. Just go on over to the YouTube stream. Just type youtube.com/demonmama, and you'll find me, and you can like the stream. The likes genuinely help. And while you're there, hit the subscribe button and the bell, because I want to grow my channel. I put out a great show for y'all. I'm serious. I really do. I put a lot of work. So I'm a tiny bit lost. I'm also late, but I want to be sure I understand the lesson. It seems that the main idea is that the insurrection was bad, has bigger consequences than people see. It puts into question our system of government. Yes, that is correct, Striped Kidder. That is the argument that I'm kind of making. And what I was trying to do was analyze 5 popular positions that I have seen online and break down the weaknesses in those, and then try to synthesize a better analysis of this event. Because I think it's really important that we understand this event. And I do think it was a bad thing. I think the insurrection was a really, really bad thing. However, we don't get to choose necessarily when bad things happen in our country. We have to analyze them, and we have to hope that we can influence things or at least learn from them in the correct direction. They literally harassed Mike Pence. We're about to get to that, okay? We're about to talk about this in a minute. We're going to get to the news story that I did this wind up to. The reason why I did this is because I wanted to make sure the foundation was laid for when we talk about the next news story. All right? So, huge networks of tightly organized, violent right-wing insurrectionaries with connections in police and or in governance. What else should we care about? We should also care about the fact that a president was able to stochastically encourage numerous anti-democratic demonstrations in his favor because of his personality cult. So that's another thing I think is very important. Obviously, I think the libs have that one more or less covered. Yeah. What would you say to someone like my cousin who keeps saying liberals would do the same thing if the object was liberal leaning? What would you say to someone like my cousin who keeps saying liberals would do the same thing if the object was liberal leaning? Can you clarify that? When you say the object, do you mean like the insurrection was liberal leaning? I don't agree with that, by the way. And I think you can best debunk something like that by pointing out that Joe Biden only denounced, like Joe Biden roundly denounced like riots and protests that got too rowdy. Like, I mean, he literally was like, well, you know, don't shoot him in the head, just shoot him in the leg. Joe Biden, like the representative of the Democratic establishment, the liberal representative of the establishment right now, literally was denounced any BLM protest and none of them went as not a single BLM protest went as hardcore and as far as the Capitol insurrection, and yet Joe Biden still denounced them. So the liberals just have a totally different approach to this. They do not. It's a total lie that like the liberals are always for it. They really are not. Striped Kidder asks, my other question, radicalization seems to be thrown around a lot. What makes lefty radicalization versus righty radicalization different in your opinion? Well, it's the ideology. There are many ways to become radical, right? So that's actually a super, super good question. Do I think the insurrection would have been a good thing if it were done with lefty reasons? That is, I'll try to answer that, but I don't think that that's a, I don't think that that question entirely has the right foundations, but I'll address that in a second. So let me address this real quick. The question from Striped Kidder, once again, I'm just going to repeat it, was radicalization seems to be thrown around a lot. What makes lefty radicalization versus righty radicalization different in your opinion? Okay, this requires us to understand, this requires us to understand what is radicalization. And radicalization is kind of a loose term for when people start to believe in more drastic change. Now, there are all kinds of forms of radicalization. You can be radicalized into veganism. You can be radicalized into environmentalism. I would argue that like environmental, like there are a lot of Zoomers who are environmental radicals right now. Like there's a ton of Zoomers who basically believe that we need to just totally overhaul the way that we do energy, or else we're all gonna die. And they're kind of right. So that's a big question in of itself, is like what categorizes radicalization. But the reason why I would argue that there are differences between righty radicalization and lefty radicalization is because of the ideology. The ideology behind right-wing radicalization is one of authority and domination, one that argues in favor of eugenics, one that argues in favor of racial hierarchies, one that argues in favor of sexual hierarchies. And obviously, people, like, it's impossible to make, like, an objective claim about morality, at least in my belief. I think that's a very hard thing to do. But I think that we can conclude that a worldview that argues that we should instate a hyper-conservative, authoritarian figure to whip the queers and the POCs and whatever back in line, I think that is a bad world. And so when I look at radicalization, I see right-wing radicalization pushes the world in a worse direction. Left-wing radicalization does not necessarily do that. And I would love to see a form of right-wing radicalization that isn't just fundamentally opposed to my values and the values of many people. If you're queer, there is no room for you in a right-wing radicalized world. If you are black, there is no room for you in a right-wing radicalized world. And if you don't think so, just watch these movements. Watch the ways that they go once they take their masks off. They put their masks on and they say, oh no, we're okay with gay people. And then you realize that most of the Republican Party agrees that gay marriage should never have happened. Most of the Republican Party subscribes to a particular type of Christianity that literally believes that being gay is in and of itself a sin. So this is where I see the difference between right-wing and left-wing radicalization. The left does the same shit? I strongly disagree. Anyway. Okay, I see there's some contention in chat. That's okay. We'll make it through together, everybody. We're going to make it through this stream, I promise. It's going to be all right. All right, so there's that question answered. Let's continue. In what manner does the left prescribe to a hateful and bigoted ideology? Okay, it depends on how you define the left. I would argue there are sections of the left, for example, the class reductionist left, certain auth-left positions, actually quite a lot of auth-left positions. There are left-wing religious positions that are considered left-wing by certain analysis. But the problem that I see is that I think that the just left versus right analysis is not sufficient enough to give us the answers that we want. Yeah, there's the I mean, there's a reason why the ML groups, I mean, who's the most just think of all of the auth left figures that you can think of. People like, I don't know, Bay Area, people like Caleb Maupin, people like Infrared. These people, these internet figures who represent the auth left. They represent the so-called auth left. And to a T, all of them are, they spit venom towards trans people and gay people. They snark at feminism. They're unwilling to recognize the problems the historical issues that authoritarian regimes have had with queer people, with Jewish people, with people of color. personally, I don't think they do a very good job of representing the left. But nonetheless, I think it would be somewhat foolish to refuse to acknowledge them as having some level of association with the left. Yeah, Angie Speaks, I guess, but Angie Speaks is like super irrelevant. So that's the answer on the with regard to the radicalization question. So what else should we care about the insurrection? We should care that that there are such intense divisions among the political class of America that the fundamental part of democracy cannot function smoothly, which is an election. You would assume that in democracy, which is all about voting and having your rights to have a say in government, the political class is so broken right now. The divisions among the Republicans and the Democrats alike are so ridiculous and out of control that we do not have a whole lot of, like, it's not functioning smoothly. We're having delays in the election that are caused by violent action. That is not working. The electoral system has been undermined in some way, in a number of ways, which does not, it should be noted, which does not necessarily mean it doesn't function at all. But the level of belief in the system, in elections, is shot, and the divisions between members of the government are so great as to be nearly unresolvable. And there's always going to be political tension. But what we're talking about right now is, again, Donald Trump was willing to turn the crowd on Mike Pence. We have Republican representatives who are like actively harassing their Democratic associates, like peering in their mailboxes, threatening them, calling them like racial slurs. It's out of control. So even the people who do believe that the election was more or less functioning properly can recognize that because there is enough people that do not believe that our elections work to essentially fuck up the process of the election. It's really, 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 really bad. Yeah, it's not just partisanship. This is beyond partisanship. There are just totally different worlds within America right now. And I think that's important to take note of because, yes, I mentioned that before, Big Homo. Yes. Yeah, I mentioned that before. Wait, hold on. Did I miss something? What did I see? Well, here we go. I don't think he's a bigot at all. Wait, who? Good faith actor? Who are you saying is not a bigot? I don't know, whatever. Yeah, MTG called for AOC to be jailed. It's ridiculous. This is absurd. Oh, Hakeem? I don't know anything about Hakeem. I honestly don't know anything about Hakeem. I know very little about Hakeem. Hey, Kevin FM. Yeah. And the thing is that we have right now is that this is also reflected in, even outside of Washington, D.C. Look at the way that blue states are talking about trans issues versus the way that red states are talking about trans issues. It is so, they're different worlds. Red states currently are banning critical race theory in schools. They are banning trans people from being a part of school sports. They are banning necessary medical care for trans people. They are functionally banning trans people from public. While blue states, like, for example, Washington, the state that I live in, passing trans healthcare anti-discrimination law. There are two different worlds in America right now. And this is more so than I think any other time, perhaps even like until like the Civil War, where there was literally an open, active war. Right now, Americans just do not see eye to eye, and when we're talking about the political class, it's even worse. The politicians in various states are completely out of step with one another, and they cannot even agree on the legitimacy of the government at all, which is wild. Now, I have my problems with the legitimacy of the government, but I think that I can acknowledge that a government has a problem without making a statement about the legitimacy of the government myself and the reasons for why I have problems with the U.S. government, like critiques with the U.S. government, is that you can acknowledge that a thing is busted without necessarily having an immediate position on it. I don't want to go into all that right now, but we can acknowledge this is the case, right? There is endless obstructionism. Nothing can get passed. Joe Biden is paralyzed. The House and the Senate are paralyzed. Where do I stand on gun rights? I'm pro-gun rights. I've talked about this a few times, but I'll probably talk about it again today, maybe at some point. Yep. Thank you very much, Kubi Relish. Appreciate that. I'm sure there's going to be some people who get mad about my position on gun rights, but I've talked about it a few times. Ziggles says, it's so hard to even comprehend how vast the difference is between the left and right and how we perceive reality. Like, libs are annoying, but at least I can have a coherent conversation with them. Well, yes, that's the thing. Because, and I've talked about this in the past, I haven't really harped on this in a while. The Republican Party in America is not they don't believe in democracy. They really, really do not. What was their chant? 4 more years, 4 more years. And then they would say after that, and then 4 more, and then 4 more. Donald Trump, the chosen candidate of the Republican Party, ran propaganda that just showed him winning forever and ever. Like, literally, just images of Trump 2024, Trump 2028, onward and onward. That was their advertising. It is a you mean Walter L says, you mean the fascist party of America? I think arguments could be made that the fundamentals of the Republican Party are indeed fascist. I would say under Trump, absolutely. We've talked about this a couple times. I've done this in a debate. I think this is a immensely defensible position. Now, that doesn't mean that every single Republican is a fascist themselves. I swear the topic of gun rights seems disingenuous. We all need to be able to defend ourselves in a world that could threaten us. Humans aren't the only predators. Well, that's true. Jessica Metal says, remember after Trump lost, Liberty Hangout lost their shit on Twitter and started screaming that democracy sucks, that they want a theocratic monarchy, that they want Trump as their king. This is something I talked about in my my video about growing up in a cult. Do you want to know what was taught there? In the church that I grew up in, which was affirmedly right-wing. They would never, ever, they were always vote red, no matter what. Vote red, no matter who. And this church, this extremist church with thousands of members, regularly talked about how they don't believe that democracy is the right way of running the world. They believe that having a righteous and just, essentially a divine king would be the best way to do it. But they were like, well, but we have to operate within democracy because that's what we have. But a lot of right-wingers are in that position. They do not fundamentally believe in democracy. That is incredibly common. Yeah, pros renegade. That's incredibly common among conservatives, among conservative Christians. It is American Christian evangelicalism, which is still an enormous political faction. They genuinely believe that the answer is to get a righteous guy and give him as much power as possible so he can clean up America. I'm not kidding you. That is their belief. They're not ashamed of it. You can ask them and they'll tell you that. God King. Well, remember, we did this again. Another thing that we did live. That was the joke. That was the joke that all of the Trump forums, the Donald, all of these Trump forums, they all call him Geodis, God Emperor of the United States. They were okay with him being president forever. They would have accepted happily him being a dictator because they think he agrees with them. And they believe, right-wingers believe fundamentally in an authoritarian world. They believe in a world where strong men rule. And that is at odds with nearly everyone else. And I've said this, I've used this imagery before in the past, and I'm sure that you will hear me use it again. But the Republican Party is like a stone that's tied around the neck of the rest of America. The Republican Party is a party that is vying for dictatorship, and every other faction in the United States, the libs, the lefties, even I would even argue that like the ANCAP people, the libertarians, even though the libertarians and ANCAP people always end up falling in line with the Republicans, that's a different conversation. All of these people, their worldview is being held back by the American Republican Party, which more or less just wants to see us return to some form of theocratic monarchy. It is the albatross. Yes, it is. Kevin FM from chat says, I knew somebody back in 2016 who unironically referred to him as his God King. Yeah, God Emperor is usually what it is. They love that idea. Big Homo TM asks, do you believe there's a correlation between getting high-quality education and being more left-leaning, or is it something more to do with having a developed sense of empathy? I do believe education makes you more likely to be left-leaning, and that's because that's a very fundamental thing. It's not just education. It's knowledge. The more you know about the world, the more that you engage with critically with the world, you realize that the world isn't just this simple black and white, strong guy wins all the time. And I do think that education, not necessarily formal education, but genuine learning, tends to make you left-leaning. Zonia Live asks, is you get nothing from Invader Zim? No, it's from Willy Wonka. You get nothing! It's so weird that rightoids want Trump so bad, despite the fact he doesn't do anything for anyone beneath him. Here's the thing. They don't care about that. They don't care about any of that. What they care about is the perception that they are in the power, in the power. This is why he appeals to make America great again. He's selling them the idea that if you bring me in, I'll make sure the degenerates get knocked back into the locker, that we put those nerds back in the locker, and you'll be in charge again. That's what it is. That is what lies beneath right-wing populism. Striped Kidder, what's your take on the left right now? I can't help but feel like a little over 6 years ago it was older people, usually men, usually white, usually rich, who were all, my rights will not be impeded, but now it's long live the American empire. They've always switched, and they will. They will switch to whatever mask is most useful to them at the time, because, and this is why I urge people to start to understand an ideological analysis. They will say anything as long as they're able to get into power. And you have to recognize that this is an ideological issue. Right-wingers are, by their ideology, willing to do things like lie, kill, because they believe that they have a right to that. Why do you think it's the right wing that supports things like slavery? Why do you think it's the right wing that supports things like the disenfranchisement of minority groups? Why do you think the right wing supports pushing gay rights back? It's because they believe that they have the might and therefore the right to do whatever they want. And if they're not in charge, they believe that it is their goal to take it back. It is a problem of ideology to its core. Right-wingers support slavery? Yep, a lot of them do. A lot of them do. I feel like so many right-leaning people don't actually believe anything. I've talked to people who agree with me on almost everything, and yet something about the left just puts them off. I don't understand. Like a Faye, most people, a lot of right-wingers will say whatever. They'll say whatever comes to mind at the moment. To understand their real positions, you have to dig deeper. You have to ask revealing questions, and you have to analyze where their hypocrisies lie. Because if you belong to an ideology that's fundamentally about might, that's about might being right, you'll say anything. Of course. All that matters is that you win in the end. So, yeah. Why are people fighting about Vosh in YouTube? The Kevin FM says, I'm not going to lie, I had no idea why the LGBT community was targeted by the Nazis until I learned more about Magnus Hirschfeld and the Weimar Republic's LGBT community. Thank you for talking about that history. It's super pog and saddening to learn more about that. Kevin, we're still going to be doing that history mama about Magnus Hirschfeld, so you're going to get to learn even more. Political atheist. Hey, dear mama, this is off topic, but I'm going to be in Seattle in about a week and a half, and I was wondering if you know where the queer folks gather. I'm from a small hick town. I want to experience city life. What's your favorite gay bar? Okay, my favorite gay bar is not even a devoted gay bar. It's just where all the gay gamers go to. It's called the Ray Gun Lounge, and it's in the Capitol Hill of Seattle. I highly recommend going over there. In Capitol Hill, there's a million gay bars. Capitol Hill is where all the gay people go to hang out. Ray Gun is not even an explicitly gay bar, but everybody there is gay. And you can go there, you can get drinks, you can chill and play video games. It's super, not just video games, tabletop games. Super, super cool. Capitol Hill really is gay mecca. So go to Capitol Hill, and you'll find yourself surrounded by gay people. Yeah, the streets literally have rainbow crosswalks, and there's there's a lot of kink at Pride over on Capitol Hill, okay? Let's put it that way. Let's just put it that way, okay? In V for Vendetta, do you think the left would support him or conservatives? Well, I mean, the writer of V for Vendetta is an avowed leftist. Alan Moore? Alan Moore is like super leftist. He's like a mystic leftist. He's literally he's a warlock. Yeah, he's like a warlock. Yeah, exactly. Is he an ANCOM? Yeah, that probably makes sense. Yeah. He's pretty serious about that. So, yeah. In fact, he has a really... put aside your feelings about Chapo Trap House, but Alan Moore had a sit-down conversation podcast like a couple of years ago with Chapo Trap House that was super good. If you look up Alan Moore on Chapo, I highly recommend watching it. Super good. It's actually super interesting. Here's the pic. Let's take a look at it. Here, let me open it up. Yeah, there's Alan Moore. That's a bit younger Alan Moore though, huh? There you go. There's Alan Moore. By the way, this is the guy who wrote The Watchmen and he wrote Watchmen, and he wrote V for Vendetta. Yeah. It looks a little bit like a leftist, yeah. A little bit lefty, you think? Maybe just a little. That's what Alan Moore looks like. Well, Alan Moore looks much more like that. Looks much more older now, and he has a bigger beard, believe it or not. His beard is enormous. His beard is just fucking enormous. Okay, let's see here. Just checking in on some stuff. Huh. Okay, I'm getting some interesting DMs. Okay. All right. Okay. What was I gonna say? So I think we've done. Oh yes. Now we need to get to what I originally wanted us to talk about this particular subject. So let me open this up, and then I'm going to tell you why we did all of this insurrection talk nonsense. Okay? Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? We got more politics. I know, you weren't ready. Here we go. Look at this. Bam. McCarthy threatens to strip GOP members of committee assignments if they accept an offer from Pelosi to serve on the 1-6 commission. Now you might be like, what is this nonsense? What does all these words mean? What do these words mean? What this means is that the House minority leader, right? Yes, the House minority leader is saying that if you participate in an investigation into the insurrection on the 6th, we will strip you of your committee assignments. And just so you know, committee assignments are very, very important. Committee assignments are one of the ways you get power as a representative. Committee assignments are like if you don't have committee assignments, you are nothing, and it will kill your career. So McCarthy, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy on Wednesday issued a blanket threat during a meeting with freshman members of his caucus that he would strip any Republican member of their committee assignments if they accept an offer from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to serve on the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th insurrection, according to 2 GOP sources with knowledge of the matter. McCarthy's threat comes after the House voted to establish the committee. Representatives Liz Cheney of Wyoming and Adam Kinzinger of Illinois were the only 2 Republican members to vote in favor of its formation. This is how bad it is. It is so bad that the total gridlock in Congress is so bad that only 2 Republicans were even willing to vote in favor of looking into an insurrection that literally managed to pierce the Capitol. Do we realize how absurd that is? The Republicans are using their political power to even prevent the discovery of the truth. And you have to ask, why? What are they so afraid of finding? And I think we all know the answer. We all know the answer. The answer is that they will find that the right wing is actively sabotaging this country in every way imaginable. And I don't just mean from the liberal perspective either. Because, of course, obviously the Republicans are attacking the halls of democracy. Of course, they literally did an insurrection. But we're talking, they are undermining not only every voter in the country, but their own voters as well. And they've convinced their voters to go along with it. Their voters are willingly making their lives worse in the name of establishing a lawless government that can be run by an authoritarian like Donald Trump, or worse. Or worse, a braver person than Donald Trump. Can you imagine how differently the 6th would have turned out if Donald Trump, instead of just saying, let's walk down to the Capitol, folks, if instead he said, I want you to go in there and I want you to bash down the gates and I want you to show them what it means to be an American revolutionary. Can you imagine if that happened instead? Yeah. It would have been really bad. But he didn't. But they're setting up to get somebody who would. Thanks, Bubba. Oh, Ron DeSantis? Absolutely. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jazz Bay. Yeah, I try to do my best. I actually do practice my impressions a little bit. I've done Trump so much, like it's stupid. So, again, to just touch back on this article here, the House Minority Leader is not just told people, and oh yeah, I should note, not only did the Republicans vote against the formation of the committee almost universally, but they also are, now that it actually passed, the Democrats won, they have the majority, they get to call a commission. Now the Republicans are saying, if you even participate, if you even help to discover what the hell happened that led to multiple deaths in the Capitol and the delay of the certification of a democratic election, we're going to ruin you. Oh, I haven't put it on yet, actually, a fungus. Don't worry. I'll get there. I've been really busy. And I think that's something worthy of being worried about. I think it's concerning. And what we're witnessing is exactly what I talked about so many months ago. I haven't touched on this as much lately because, you know, things move slowly in politics sometimes. But we are seeing who's winning out in the Republican Party. Remember when I said that the Republican Party was having an internal schism? Well, we know who's winning now. It's not the old school Republicans. It's the Trumpites. The Trumpites are the ones who are taking control. The people who literally believe that democracy is already gone. The people who believe that they need to have a strong man clean out the government. These people supported the storm, a purge of the U.S. government, of not just lefties, but Democrats. Establishment Democrats, they believe, are communists. That is not good. That is not good at all. Imagine working, Striped Kidder says, imagine working or living in DC right now. My partner works in DC and I'm scared fucking shitless. I'm ready to fight for our democracy because I can't live in fear of these right-wing lunatics. Well, I don't know what's going to happen. We don't know how it's going to unfold. And it's sort of beyond my ability to even predict right now. I don't think any political advocate or talking head right now has an accurate prediction for what's going to happen. We are living in largely unprecedented times. We are blazing into a frontier. But the nice thing about that is that means that there is alternatives. People are opening their minds to new ideas, and we can suggest good ideas. For example, we can suggest fighting for a government that's truly just. We can suggest breaking down the dominant structures of a government that gets to imprison an unbelievable amount of people for the most ridiculous reasons. We can fight against things like the drug war. Any tips on connecting with other leftists for when the shit inevitably hits the fan again? Make friends online while you're here. Join Discords, meet people, connect with them, be social. Don't just lurk. Get to know people, connect with them, make real friends online. And IRL. If you can, but not everybody can. I know some people live out in the nowhere. And of course, subscribe to Demon Mama because you know that Demon Mama is going to be the one who fixes all of this all by myself, right? Yeah, that's right. I'm the #1 stop. Subscribe, like, and join the fucking Discord. You know, we haven't been pushing the Discord as much. Did you know our Discord is incredible? Did you know that? Our Discord is actually amazing. Like, it's always active. And we have huge creative channels. There are always people in voice. It's super cool. I believe that we have the best Discord on the left. I genuinely believe that. And it's only going to get better. And if you come here, you'll see. Pedro PPS with the Prime sub. Thank you so much. Viewers like you, primers like you who give their free Prime sub to me to help support this channel, seriously help make this happen. I'm the friend wing woman. I am, kind of. That's kind of true. I can't be everybody's friend in my chat. I am here to entertain you. I can't be your personal friend of every person in my chat. However, I can help facilitate a space where you can make friends and connections. And the imps are very good friends. Let's put it that way, okay? They really are. Paulus Elysium, thank you so much for the Prime sub. And Kettle Magic, thank you so much for the continued gifted sub. Thank you so much, everybody. That's so kind of you. No parasocial relationships? No, parasocial relationships aren't good, but you can make social relationships. I mean, parasocial relationships are inevitable to a certain degree, but what I'm talking about is that I'm trying not to black pill every day. Well, don't worry, we don't black pill here. We talk about tough issues, but we never black pill. We always talk about ways to survive and to thrive. Trans rights and trans thriving. Yeah, parasocial does not equal online. Every partner that I am currently with, I met through Twitter at first. We first bumped into each other because of Twitter. That's the truth. That is the actual truth. Yep. It's how you use these tools. It is how you use these tools. Of course furry rights and furry thriving, but I can't list everybody who deserves rights and thriving. I think all humans do. So, Ace thriving? Absolutely. Ace thriving. Yukoi says, DM, I am pretty lefty, but I feel like I might be following the opinions of personalities I like. I struggle with academic things. I don't want to eventually shift back to the right, but I feel like I'm struck between following people with no way to honestly form opinions on my own, despite trying to understand and absorb the concepts and effects properly. What are some ways to concrete where I'm positioned? Or is that even something that is attainable or want to attain? Look, that's a complicated question. But for me, I think that two things are very important for establishing your worldview and your beliefs. Okay? Listen closely, imps. Listen up. Okay? This is an important moment. Okay? Listen up. One, critical thinking. You need to learn to adopt a skeptical mode of exploring the world. And I mean that not in like YouTube skeptics. I mean in traditional skepticism. Ask questions, even of things that you're fond of. Don't be afraid of being critical. Critical thinking is a foundational skill to being intelligent. And there are a number of foundational skills. Hey, KF Logan. Hold on one second. KF Logan with the raid of 60 people. Welcome. We are in the heat of talking some mad politics. Very, very happy to have you here. I know you all are going to have a great time, so please get comfortable in the chat. Consider coming over to our website, demonmama.com/live, which is, you can literally sign in with Twitch, but you get all of my emotes for free. And we have amazing emotes. Everybody, put some emotes up on the screen real quick, huh? Show some of those awesome emotes. That's over at demonmama.com/live. Again, you can literally sign in with your Twitch and just hang out with all the imps. Thank you for being here. And KF Logan, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Look at all those awesome emotes popping up on the screen. Little Gray Pearl with the tier 1 sub. All right, let me reread this question, and I'm going to answer it now that we got the raid in. Welcome, everybody. Let me just, let me grab this question real quick. Here's the question again. DM, I am pretty lefty, but I feel like I might just be following the opinions of personalities I like. I struggle with academic things, and I don't want to eventually shift back to the right, but I feel like I'm stuck between following people with no way to honestly form opinions on my own, despite trying to understand and absorb the concepts and effects properly. What are some ways to concrete where I'm positioned, or is that even something that's attainable or to want to attain? I don't think that it's necessarily ideal to seek out a concrete position that you're going to stick with forever. We should always keep our minds open to change. There is so much information in the world that you can never account for all of it. You can never possibly account for every single idea that might come your way. And that's okay. But it's understandable to want to have sort of principles that you guide yourself by. And the way that you do that is you have to establish the fundamental skills of truth-seeking. One of those is critical thinking. And when I say critical thinking and skepticism, I mean you need to learn to ask questions. You need to learn to apply skepticism even to beliefs that you're biased towards. And you need to learn to admit when you're wrong. So one of the most important things to becoming a smarter person is divorcing yourself from your ego when it comes to being wrong. If you are wrong, this is a code that I literally live by. I'm not kidding you. This is something I swear by. When you are wrong, admit that you are wrong swiftly and effectively and correct yourself. You will save yourself embarrassment, literally. If you realize that you're wrong, and that doesn't mean that you always say that you're wrong, but if you realize that you're wrong, admit it and correct it immediately. Maybe 420, thank you so much for the bits. Deeply appreciate that. And then, of course, the critical thinking is foundational. With regard to, like, being influenced by people, it is impossible. We are social creatures. We are always influenced by the people around us. And if you feel yourself, like, stagnating in your views, challenge them. Seek out critiques of your position and test them. As they, what's the word, what was it, Aristotle? Was it Aristotle who said, or was it Plato who said, the mark of an intelligent mind is the ability to entertain an idea without accepting it in whole? Basically, if you can sit down and you can toy with ideas that are opposite to yours, you will be able to improve your own views. Am I going to check out Dr. Heem's debate? Who's Dr. Heem debating? Well, that happens, good faith, sometimes. Hey, thank you, Thunder Road. Appreciate that. No problem. If you have further questions like that, feel free to DM or email me, and I'll try and respond when I can. It's got Destiny and Infrared and Air. Oh, God. How, do I private message a mod? Yes, you can. If you just PM Silent, Silent will get you set up with a neopronoun. Stanabo? Okay, well, I'm not going to live restream that. Maybe I'll react to it. Thank you so much, Queen of Conspiracy. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you. I got it done earlier this month. How can we tell apart us trying to rationalize our beliefs when we realize we're wrong and genuinely questioning the other side's position? There's no single answer to that. That's a hard thing. But I would try my best to I think that is a hard question because I think that's a fundamental struggle, right? Humans struggle with being able to separate our biases. But as long as you're making a good effort, I believe that you will be able to get there. Don't just give up. That's what I'm saying. Anyway. So, real quick, I am going to go get a drink, okay? I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. And then I'm going to come back and we are going to talk about the Olympics and transmisogyny. It is a super, super interesting issue that I'm very, very interested in jumping into with you all. Yes, I will play the bathroom song. Don't worry. I'll play the bathroom song. I know you love the bathroom song. I will play the bathroom song while I go get a drink so that I can be hydrated and whatever for stream, okay? And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about some really important issues, and I think it's really, really important that we get to this. But first, let's play the damn bathroom song, shall we? Let me just get it open here. Here we go.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom.
Be right back,
listen
everybody.
To the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Bam! I'm back. I don't need help, thank you. I don't need the help, but thank you anyway. Yeah, I'm bopping. I'm bopping to the song. What should I say? What a tune. That was made by Gayfesh. Gayfesh.bandcamp.com with an E. Gayfesh. Fesh with an E. Check it out. Gayfesh is awesome. Do I have a fave dinosaur? I used to like ankylosauruses. When I was really little, I used to love the ankylosaurus and the brontosaurus. I thought those were cool, cool dinosaurs. The ankylosaurus is cool because he has a club tail and he's cute. And the brontosaurus is cool because they're peaceful and nice. Unironically, when I was a kid, I liked brontosauruses because they were tall, and I was tall. I've always been tall. And also, they were peaceful, and I liked the peaceful animals. I thought they were cool. My brother really liked the T-Rex, but I got scared of the T-Rex, so I didn't like T-Rex. I have a lot more appreciation for the scary ones. Have I seen the new Serfs video? No, I haven't. The Hasanabi slaughter? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Maybe we'll watch that later. Maybe we'll react to that later. Jesus. Oh, yeah, of course. What the hell? Okay, all right, listen, we gotta focus on the topics at hand, everybody, okay? Listen. Listen up. Let's talk. We gotta talk about sports. Sports? What the? Demon Mama, you're a gamer. Why on earth would you talk about sports? What do you mean? Well, we gotta talk about sports. We gotta talk about two different issues with the same sports. Well, not the same sports, but the same sports organization. You see, because the Olympics are unadvisedly coming soon, and there's been a whole lot of drama and a whole lot of negative repercussions for certain people in the Olympics. Now, this first one that we're going to talk about is about marijuana, okay? And some of you have inevitably heard about this. It was trending on Twitter for multiple days. And, of course, The Onion put out an absolute banger today. Dream crushed over trivial bullshit represents nation better than a gold medal ever could. Absolutely, like, on spot. There's not even an article attached to it. They didn't even write a funny article. This was just a headline. And you might go, well, that's funny, but I don't really understand the context. Well, I'm about to give you the context because what we're going to talk about here is Sha'Carri Richardson, okay? And there's a very nice article I'd like for us to go over together. Because, as you know, in America, weed is illegal on a federal level, but many states have now legalized weed, as they should, because weed is a harmless drug that impacts you less than alcohol and is less bad for you than cigarettes, yet we allow the sale and consumption of alcohol and cigarettes all over the place. But it's still illegal and people are still getting in trouble for it, including Sha'Carri Richardson. Now, you were going to hear Sha'Carri Richardson's first name a lot at the Tokyo Olympics. Richardson announced her arrival at the U.S. Olympic track and field trials last month, winning the women's 100-meter in dominant fashion, her long orange hair blazing down the track. She was America's best hope to win a 100-meter gold since Gail Devers did it in 1996. It's a long time ago. Her style and swagger have earned comparisons to another American great, the 100-meter world record holder Florence Griffith Joyner. I'm not trying to be the next Flojo, Richardson said. I'm trying to be the one and only Sha'Carri Richardson. But Richardson's Olympic dream just disappeared faster than she churned down the straightaway. In a development that shocked and saddened fans of track and field and the Olympics, the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency announced Friday morning that Richardson had accepted a 1-month suspension after testing positive for cannabis, a substance that remains, even in the face of widespread legalization and mainstream acceptance, banned by the World Anti-Doping Code as a substance of abuse. The positive test disqualified her in Olympic trials, so she will not be able to run in the individual Olympic 100-meter race in Tokyo. Richardson could still be named to the 4x 100-meter relay team, which is a relatively small consolation for an athlete who could have threatened a world record in her fastest, most anticipated race. Richardson's suspension is the rare Olympic drug scandal where everyone loses. The Games lose a charismatic star. Her potential showdown with Jamaica's Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, who won the 100-meter at both the Beijing and Rio Games, and in early June clocked the second fastest women's 100-meter in history, 10.63 seconds, created a compelling storyline. The Olympics lose out, track and field loses out, fans lose out, even her opponents lose out. Sure, the path to the medal becomes easier, but any win will forever be accompanied by a hidden asterisk. What will history wonder would have happened if Richardson had raced? Now, I want to talk about how ridiculous this is. Yeah, first of all, the obvious question is, what advantage does weed give a track runner? But it gets even more ridiculous when you discover what she was actually suspended for. She was caught by a drug test that included marijuana. And for those of you who don't know anything about drug tests, marijuana, THC, stays in your system for a very long time. It's only active in your brain for a while, but it stays in your body for a long time. It gets in your hair. It gets in your hair. Like, your body will digest it and use it to make new hair. It will stay in your fat. It can stay in your spinal fluid. There's all kinds of stuff. It's not even like your body naturally produces cannabinoids, but THC specifically will stay in your body for a long time. And guess what? The last time that Sha'Carri Richardson consumed weed was a month ago. Over a month. She wasn't even at the Olympic event when it happened. She smoked weed with her friends in Portland, where it is legal. It is fully legalized in Portland, after she received news that her parent died. So she got sudden news that her parent passed away right before she was about to go perform at the Olympics. She smoked a joint with some friends, and now she cannot compete at the Olympics. For a drug that doesn't even affect your athletic performance. If anything, it would make your athletic performance worse. Isn't that ridiculous? And it's interesting to me. It is interesting to me that we have a system where we know that white people and black people consume weed at about the same amount, but it's always the black people that get caught. It's always the black people that get prosecuted for it. Isn't that strange? Isn't it weird that that is how deep, that it goes so far up the chain that they would be willing to maintain a rule that is shooting our entire Olympic teams in the foot, all in the name of upholding, frankly, racist standards. And I want you to know that, just so you know, if there's, just in case anyone's like, wow, this seems like an SJW reach or whatever, I want you to recognize that the laws against cannabis in the United States were strongly inspired because, specifically, because it was a drug that was largely consumed by black people. That is where those laws came from. It was targeting and imprisoning black people and Hispanic people who predominantly consumed the drug until the last couple of decades, you know, where it became popular, you know, among other people. Interesting how that works, right? And also interesting, and if you don't believe me on that one, if you still think that, oh, Demon Mama's being an SJW again, also notice that there are different rules for the consumption of powdered cocaine and crack cocaine. Crack cocaine is cheaper and more likely to be consumed by poor black people, whereas powdered cocaine is more likely to be consumed by upper-class white people. So there's a couple of points about the way the drug laws and drug rules in our country are targeted. And it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that we live in a country where one of the most accomplished athletes can be taken down because they smoked a joint after the death of their family member in a state where it's legal a month prior. That is absurd. Yeah, Jessica Metal brings up a great irony. A judge just ruled that the Sackler family, the rich family behind the opioid crisis, who were directly involved in creating the opioid crisis, they personally pushed opioids, can't be sued for it. Meanwhile, a black athlete is banned from the Olympics over a bit of weed. Yep, this is just racism. It's just systemic racism. It is a racist machine that is following its orders. So I've heard, Chris. So I've heard. But unfortunately, this isn't the only sports issue that's going on right now, because there's been another series of bans, and this one is where the transmisogyny comes in. Interestingly, I'll note again that the people being targeted for this particular ban are also people of color, women of color specifically. Just a bit odd, right? Really weird how these things always, you know, there's a million different reasons for it, but at the end of the day, it's always people of color who are getting targeted. Real strange, isn't it? Let's talk about this one, because we all know that the marijuana thing is bullshit, but let's talk about this one, because I think these are loosely related issues that both deserve being talked about. Let me bring this up for you real quick. Namibia's Christine Mboma and Beatrice Masilingi have been withdrawn from the 400-meter race at the Olympics by World Athletics. They are said to not be eligible for female classification. Christine Mboma set the African senior and world U2 record in 4 meters in the 4-meter dash at age 18. This makes her the 7th fastest woman to ever attend the event. She achieved this feat at the Continental Gold Tour meeting on June 30th, 2021. She set the previous unofficial world U20 records twice in April. Beatrice Masalingi ran 49.53 seconds in the 400-meter race, thus setting an unofficial 3rd fastest under 20 time in history. And guess what? Both of them are now banned. And you want to know why? Because they're, and I have a citation for this. You might say, oh, well, were they doping with tea? Were they taking testosterone to strengthen themselves? No, they were not. Namibian runners Christine Mboma and Beatrice Masalingi have been banned from all races from the 400-meter to the 1,600-meter range at the Tokyo Olympics due to a naturally high testosterone level, per the country's National Olympic Committee. Mboma and Masalingi are 2 of the fastest 400-meter runners in the world. Mboma set the world's U20 record for the 400-meter, while Masalingi ranked 3rd in the world in 2021 behind Mboma and the Olympic champion Shanae Miller-Uibo of the Bahamas. But neither will be able to compete in Tokyo. It is important to understand that both of our athletes were not aware of this condition, nor did any family member, their coach, or the NNOCCGA. None of them were aware of it. And this is why, when we talk about, trans people in sports, I frequently say that sports aren't all that fair to begin with. Can you imagine being disqualified because your body isn't correct enough? And notice that this does literally, first of all, this does target women specifically because, men have really high T. These are cis. These are cis athletes. Yes, these are not trans women. These are cis athletes. But you can see how the rules designed to try and prevent trans people, rules that also impact, this is where I talk about transmisogyny, because there is an overlap. Isn't it interesting that dudes, there's no naturally high level of testosterone that can make a dude not compete, because dudes naturally have testosterone. But women, and trans women or cis, doesn't matter, if your natural testosterone is too high, you're gonna get kicked out. You won't get to compete anymore. And look at that. And there's no, they don't get to go compete against other people. They're just out. Yeah, and guess what? And in sports, you want to know what happens? You want to know what happens in sports all the time? Fucking freaks of nature who are made out of like a pile of muscles get celebrated as heroes. If they're dudes. If they're trans, they're treated as a monster who's trying to like kill women. And then if they're cis, they just get kicked out completely. Categorize people based on T, not genitals? No, because as it turns out, it is not that simple. It isn't so simple that this is an absurd standard. The problem that we have right now is that we don't have a coherent way of dealing with gender in sports. And so the result is that, it just turns out that the system that we have set up completely benefits men and totally discriminates against trans women, and also totally discriminates against cis women who happen to have high T. And it's interesting that all of the cis women who end up getting tested for this tend to be high-performing, skilled black women. Isn't that weird? Isn't that strange? And yes, Ghost Boy brings up a great point. It is strange that conflating your sports ability with your level of testosterone is super misogynist. Yes, it is. As it turns out, just having high T doesn't necessarily make you better at sports. Training makes you better at sports. Skill makes you better at sports. T can help. in certain sports. But it doesn't necessarily help you. Tea is not some magical drug that instantly transforms you into a spectacular athlete. For example, I know there's a whole bunch of you who have way higher T than me who I could beat in a fight. Because I'm strong. I have no T. I have barely any T in my system. I'm still a shit athlete. Get banned from the Smash Bros. Tournament because your T is too high and it makes your sweat smelly. There you go. So this is such an absurd, gender-slanted, and anti-trans way of looking at things. And keep in mind, again, these people weren't busted for doping. They were busted because of their natural T levels, which is absurd. That is insane. And that doesn't even go into things like what Azazel Bedazzle is talking about. Azazel Bedazzle says the IOC only just implemented a steroid rule in the late 80s. And they've been around for hundreds of years. And this isn't the first time it's happened. Nope. Literally hasn't been. Remember when the conservatives were freaking out about that one cis-woman runner that they thought didn't look good? And so they kept saying she was trans even though she was cis? We do not have a coherent approach to gender in the way in sports or in our society. And this is why I think it's important that we acknowledge these things and analyze them, because the cost is incredible. The cost is that this suppresses, not only does it suppress the individuals, but it suppresses the actual sport. This damages the sport. Can you imagine having the fear hanging over you for your entire life that if you're like a high-performing female athlete, that you're gonna get tested one day and you're gonna find out that your natural T that you can do nothing about is too high? And if you and you know what's really ridiculous? They've been asked to take testosterone lowering medications. They're trying to say that if you want to compete, you need to take HRT to lower your natural testosterone level. What the hell? That is absurd. Oh god. And this is in the same this is the same oh god. This is the same world that we live in that's constantly trying to deny trans people HRT. Yeah, and if trans women take HRT to lower their T levels, that's not enough. Even though it is. Actually, it is for the Olympic committees. For most Olympic committees, they've now moved to a like 2 years, I think you need to be on HRT or something like that. I can't remember exactly. But it's still very, very extreme. We watched on this stream a video by Jangle's Science Lad, a qualified, a literal athletic science major who has a degree and has studied this extensively, and he did a video analyzing a recent study about the effects of testosterone and bone density on sports. And the problem that they found was that the study was not done well at all. This study failed to actually control and separate cis men, trans women, and cis women. There were conflations between cis men and trans women that completely fucked the entire study. And you can watch this, and you can go see the full breakdown from Jangle's Science Lad on Jangle's Science Lad's channel. The Olympics are a sham? Yeah, I think the Olympics are a sham. But nonetheless, we have to acknowledge these things, right? And I think that these types of issues show that we have a long way to go in how we think about gender. That we literally do things that make no sense just to uphold a gender ideology that isn't even serving us well anymore. Keep in mind, there's no reason that they can't say, well, this is silly. We can't have a maximum cap of natural testosterone. Like, what if a woman is born like? And of course, this brings all kinds of questions into: can intersex people even compete in the Olympics? Don't intersex people who are as statistically significant as people with red hair? There are just as many intersex people as there are people with red hair. Don't they have a right to compete? I would say yes. Yeah, Caster Semenya. That's another example. That's the one I was talking about. That's the person I was talking about. Caster Semenya is oh, look at this. Oh, hey, look at this. Is this just happening too? Yep, Caster Semenya has also been blocked. Naturally high testosterone levels. Another cis woman, another black cis woman, specifically blocked from her race. This was yesterday. This happened yesterday. And this is the one the Republicans have been really shitty about, fixating on it and trying to make her seem like she's like some sort of bad person or sneaky trans person, but she's not. She's cis. Caster is intersex? Okay, Caster might be intersex. Regardless. I could be wrong about that particular detail. That was not what I originally was talking about here, but that's okay. Yeah, I think that gets into a complicated discussion. It's neither here nor there. Fact of the matter is, do not intersex people have just as much of a right to pursue their athletic dreams? Yeah, it's a struggle, Sudafon, I know. I think they do, but our current system does not seem to think so. And I think that the current systems that we have in place in these Olympic committees, in the way that we look at sports, are influenced by a flawed understanding of gender that sees gender as an essential trait that is 100% tied to sex. And then they see sex as an essential trait that determines your future in the world in some way or another. And we have to divorce ourselves from that. This is why I said I wanted to answer someone's question here, which is earlier we had a question from chat which said, thoughts on using weight and muscle class in most sports to do away with gendered sports entirely? Yes, that would solve this problem. If instead of talking about sex and gender, if instead we used weight and muscle classes or some other metric, some non-gendered metric, we would actually have a more fair system. We would have significantly more fair system. It would be fairer for the people who are currently competing as well. It would be fairer for women and for men and for everyone in between. Why don't we do it? Well, because we're cloven to gender ideology. Because we are cloven to the idea that there are essential differences between men and women, between male and female. And while I will agree there are some obviously there are some biological differences between people who are born with XY chromosomes and people who are born with XX chromosomes and people who are born with XXY chromosomes. These are not, they don't follow 100% strict rules, and they don't catch everything. So we shouldn't build our society around a failing system, a failing ideology that we only hold on to because it affirms other parts of our society. Why do we have gendered sports? Why do we have these things? Because it supports other parts of our society's ideology. How much do you think this has to do with other countries using outdated gender rules solely as a means of taking out athletes they see as a threat to said country's prospects of gold medals? I can't even touch on that. I wouldn't be able to do that at all. But guess what? This problem would solve it. Changing the system so that we no longer fixate on gender. And guess what? It might end up, if you switch to a non-gendered system of categorization, inevitably there will be some women, there will be some cis females, there will be some trans people who are competing in a different area than they were before. But it will also mean, and it might be that there's like a big cluster in the high heavyweight classes, the high muscle class of a bunch of cis men, and then there might be some trans men in there and whatever and so on and so forth. You might see that, but that doesn't matter because it's more just than what we have now by a long shot. Amphi76 says, I was always very muscular when I was a young girl. I played water polo, and some of these girls were absolutely tiny. I would lean on them, and they would sink. I should not have been competing with them, but I was perfectly okay playing with men. Well, that's the thing. You would have a fairer system if we moved away from gender, which is so random. And it would solve all of these points of tension. It would allow people to identify freely. This is the type of gender ascensionism that I stand for. Moving beyond using gender as an arbitrary categorization that is being used currently to crush the dreams and the hopes of all kinds of mostly marginalized people. Let's be real. This doesn't really happen. We haven't seen this happen to white men. This happens to women of color. That's who gets targeted by this. And this is where we talk about the overlaps, misogyny, racism, and transphobia. Yeah, exactly. Ashmar says, TERFs like to use the term gender ideology as a spooky word to scare people, but the real gender ideology is cisnormativity. We already have gender ideology dripping from the walls of every corner of our lives. It's not transgender ideology, it's cisnormativity. And you're 100% right about that, Ashmar. That our society has all of these stupid rules that don't make sense, that we still cling to because of cisnormativity, because it's seen as normal. It's seen as and everything else is seen as degenerate, and we need to challenge that. Have I heard of the term oppositional sexism? I have, yes. It's easier to just keep things the same way. Yeah, that is the approach that a lot of people have, but that's a reactionary approach, right? It's upholding the status quo at any cost. And I think this does great damage to our society. Remember, one of humans' greatest strengths is our ability to adapt, our ability to learn, and our ability to change between generations. Most animals, they have to rely on random mutations, but humans are more or less a blank slate when they're born. We can build a better world, and the next humans who come will do even better because they don't have to deal with the burdens of all of the past failures. And it is unfortunate. So, we've heard people talking about sports all left and right, here, there, all over the place. They love to talk about it, specifically with regard to trans people. But the reality is they're full of shit. They don't have, the science isn't on their side. The systems that we use are verifiably unfair in their current state. And the current state, the current rules are being weaponized to hurt people who truly do not deserve it. These girls, these women these women athletes who are performing and performing at the top of their class are going to be denied the ability to compete just because of fucking unbelievably outdated gender locked rules. This is stupid. This it makes the sport worse. It makes the world worse. And this is why I fight so hard for us to consider different approaches to gender. Consider a more wholesome and challenging approach to gender that actually says, hey, wait a minute. What do we actually mean when we're talking about sex? What do we actually mean when we're talking about gender? Yeah, boxing already has weight classes. There are other sports that have done this. This stuff works. We know this stuff can work. We have other systems. We just don't. We don't because, well, hey, guess what? If you make a system that's slanted towards men, well, men are going to keep staying on top of that. Men are going to be the top athletes. Men are going to have the gold medals. Men are going to get all of the sponsorship deals. Men are going to be rich. And you would be surprised, perhaps, by how much people will fight to maintain their positions of power, even if that position is unfair. And that's what I wanted to say about this particular topic. That's what I wanted to say about this particular topic, because this is an issue we're going to see more and more. This is an issue that we're going to see weaponized. We're going to see, and you're going to see rules pushed by the right that are going to be targeting trans people and that are inevitably going to affect cis people. That's how it always goes, by the way. Rules that are made against trans women end up inevitably being applied to cis women as well. This is why people talk about transmisogyny, because most of the rules, most of the laws that you could write to target a trans woman can also very easily be used against a cis woman. Oh, I agree, Eddie, but we'll talk about that another time. Jessica Metal says, here's another harsh truth. Most people genuinely do not care about women's sports. They only ever bring up women's sports as a means of weaponizing it against trans women. That is also true. And the reason for that, by the way, is because women's sports have been traditionally framed as less important. There is a culture around considering women's sports boring or not as interesting or not as competitive. By the way, that is so false. When I worked in, here's a little anecdote for you. In college, I worked in a sports video. I worked for a production company that did a fuckload of sports video. I filmed women's ice hockey for months. And those games were so much more fun than the men's hockey games. Women's ice hockey is so competitive, you can't even believe it. It was way more exciting than men's. And yet people always talk about women's sports is boring. No, it's not. People are sexist. And also, women's sports doesn't get as much investment. Women's sports doesn't get as much love. Women athletes get treated like shit. So yeah, of course women's sports is not going to be as interesting. They don't put any love into it. They treat it like shit. And yet, they're more than happy to weaponize it when it comes time to target trans women. So, why don't we move beyond this, shall we? Gender ascensionism. Move beyond gender to better systems that make people happier and build safer and more fair systems. They fed the girl athletes shit that literally looked like what I would feed my cats out of a can. Yo, that sucked. Sucked. Maybe women's sports were more entertaining before they had less investment and commodification. I don't know. Maybe. But the problem is that in the past, the women literally wouldn't be allowed to perform in sports. Like, it was literally... It was seen as, like, not correct. That's how deep the gender ideology goes. You know, it's not that long. Like, in the last 100 years, there was, like, active prevention of women being in sports because it was unladylike. Yeah, no redux. Yep, no redux says, yep, people who claim that the WNBA had lower ratings than the NBA and loses money every year fail to realize that women's sports get 4% of the media coverage in comparison to men's sports. Isn't that ridiculous? Isn't that absurd? Obviously, there's going to be less hype around it. Obviously, there's going to be less money going into it when people just actively choose to not give a shit. This is like the Oprah thing. Remember how for a long time there was not programming on TV for women. They didn't producers didn't make women like TV that was targeted at women because they said, "Oh, well, women don't watch TV." But that's because there was nothing being made for them. The TV was empty of shows that were made for women, and it was the idea that women... Same thing happened in gaming. Yep, less resources to maintain athletes. Ghost Boy says, I'm not a sports person, but I can easily find out how to watch an NHL game, but I have no idea how to find women's hockey broadcasts off the top of my head. Downside of them not getting the attention. Again, remember, when an industry that's mostly run by cis het white men decides, oh, well, women don't like video games, women don't like sports, women don't like TV, well, yeah, they're not going to like those things because you're not making things for them to enjoy. It's so stupid. Like, have you ever read, oh my God, look at this thing. Hold on. Let's see if I can find this real quick. I want to see if I can find this. Let's see. Is this the one? Oh, I think this is the one right here. Let me see if I can find the quote real quick. Yeah, here it is. Okay, ready? I'm going to read you something wild, okay? And this is the exact same mentality that suppresses women's sports. This is the exact same mentality that suppresses women's TV and women in games. Watch this. This is Gary Gygax, the creator of D&D, okay? You're about to cringe. Get ready to cringe. This is Gary Gygax, the creator of D&D. Gary, I've just asked Frank a question about women in role-playing games back in the earliest days. It always looks like early on it was a very male-dominated hobby. Did you chaps regularly have many women in your games? While at TSR, did you have any planned or published products that were designed specifically to tempt more women into the game? Potentially a really big market, I'd have thought. For the life of me, I can't see how you'd go about writing such a thing. Gary Gygax replies, there were never many female gamers in our group. My daughter Elise was one of the 2 original playtesters for the first draft of what became the D&D game. Both of her younger sisters played, and lost interest in a few months, as she did. In our campaign group, we cycled through a couple of years. Something in the neighborhood of 100 or so different players. There were perhaps 3 females. As a biological determinist, I am positive that most females do not play RPGs because of a difference in brain function. They can play as well as males, but they do not achieve the same sense of satisfaction from playing. In short, there is no special game that will attract females other than LARPing, which is more socialization and theatrics than gaming, and it's a waste of time and effort to attempt such a thing. This calls to mind when Lionel made pastel-colored trains and train cars to appeal to females. The effort bombed. The sets were recalled and re-dyed as standard models, and those pastel ones that survived are rare collector's items. So much for this topic. Signed, Gary Gygax. I just want to read this again. I am positive that most females do not play RPGs because of a difference in brain function. They can play as well as males, but they do not achieve the same level of satisfaction. It is a waste of time and effort to attempt such a thing. So he based his entire understanding of this off of essentially phrenology, gender phrenology, and also the fact that his daughters were bored of his shitty DMing. Now, real quick question. These days, we know who's right, right? We know who's right. Like everybody plays games. Girls play games all over the place. We know who came out correct in this. We know who was wrong. But it's interesting that people will defend functionally the exact same argument today on different subjects. Oh, women don't like sports because men are programmed to like sports more. Well, we know that's not true, but yet people basically do that. Oh, women don't like X thing because they're programmed differently. Fallout New Vegas literally turns you into a girl. I didn't know that, but that's cool. Yeah, and oh, because your shitty pastel train set didn't sell, that means women don't like trains, apparently? Because that's how stupid these people are. These dudes think that, like, women are so stupid. They have such a low opinion of women that they think that, like, oh, well, trains is the train collection is a completely male-dominated hobby, that is a product of a field that's completely male-dominated. And then they go, maybe if we dangle a pastel pink train in front of these dumb women, they'll chase along after. And then it doesn't work. And they're like, well, I guess women just don't like trains then. What a stupid, what a self-referential, circular way of logicking your way through this shit. Isn't that absurd? Soma says, I collect Matchbox cars and I play World of Warcraft, so my dick is throbbing right now, I guess. Yo, the most passionate World of Warcraft players I've ever met were women. I'm not kidding you. Same thing goes for D&D, by the way. The most passionate gamers I have ever met have been women. It's just, look, that's just my personal experience. I think men are just, you know, I think men just have like they're smart enough. You know, men can play games, but they just don't do it to the same degree. Women, when women play a game, they want to figure out everything about it. But men, oh God, like men, they just kind of want to win. All they can think about is winning. And if the game doesn't have an immediate win condition, they just lose interest. When I was a young teen, I played World of Warcraft with my grandma and my cousins and my uncle. Cinders, do you have any advice on how to roleplay as a girl in a male-dominated group? There's no hard and fast advice. I don't have any advice off the cuff. I've been doing it for a long time. People are weird sometimes. Yeah, definitely. Wow, my girlfriend has written literal essays about the undead lady villain. Yeah, you mean Sylvanas? Yeah. Yeah, sorry, that's a big topic. It's tough. It can be tough. Just try to have fun as much as you can, and don't tolerate people's shit. You don't have to tolerate people's shit. Sylvanas is trash, send tweet. Nah, Blizzard is trash. That's the real hack. Striped Kidder says, on the boy thing but pink, I can tell you that those pink versions of male-dominated things, they tend not to sell well because we're already buying the main line. That's why Nerf Rebel failed. Yes, because women who are interested in it will just buy the other ones. As it turns out, women aren't like magically attracted to pink. Women don't just see a pink thing and go, ooh, I need it. It's because literally the sexism is in their conclusions. They're like, oh yeah, women, they like pink and shit, right? They don't even know. Like these fucking incel-brained idiots, they don't even understand. They're not even capable of basic empathy because they objectify women so hard. Yo, Doe! Welcome the Doe herd. Come on in, Doe herd. Welcome, come get comfortable. Much love to all of you. So happy to have you all. Please, if you're watching on the Doe site or you're watching on Twitch, come on over to demonmama.com/live. And it is, if you're familiar with xiliex.cc, well then you'll know my site. My site is made by the same people, and it works just the same. You can sign in with your Twitch, and you get all of the massive trove of amazing custom emotes that we have for free. So come on over. Doe! Yeah, come on over. I'm a woman, and I'm attracted to pink. Is that a problem? No. Okay, for those of you who just arrived, welcome, by the way, to all the raiders. My name is Demon Mama. I think you're going to have a really good time. Stick around, because we're going to have a lot of fun together. Hey, Archery Craft, welcome, new imp. You did, Constance? Oh, Constance, wait a minute, Constance, I need to give you a fancy name. Constance needs a fancy name. Hold on a second. There we go. Constance, there you go. Now you have a fancy name. There we go. Actually, there you go. You have two fancy names. There you go. Yeah. So, there we go. Yeah, let's get some dope-pets out there. Let's get some dope-pets. Can we get some dope-pets in chat? Get some dope-pets. Come on. Dope-pets. Give it dope-pets. I don't know, Gayfish. That's on White Nervosa. I gotta pester White Nervosa about it. Hey, you can't give yourself the trash status. Anyway. We were talking about, how stupid assumptions about gender, God, should I read it again? All right, I should read it again. Hold on. I just closed this. I'll just read it again real quick. This is so funny. Everybody who just arrived, I want to read this to you. Because it's so fucking funny. Here we go. Look at this. Okay, everybody, ready? Listen, I'm going to read it again, everybody. Get comfy. Everybody who already heard it, just get over it. This is Gary Gygax, the creator of D&D, and he was asked a question about women in role-playing games back in 2005. And he's dead now, but this is what he said. The father of D&D, as they say. There were never many female gamers in our group. My daughter Elise was one of 2 original playtesters for the first draft of what became the D&D game, and both of her younger sisters played and lost interest in a few months, as she did. In our campaign group that cycled through a couple of years, something in the neighborhood of 100 or so different players, there were perhaps 3 females. As a biological determinist, I am positive that most females do not play RPGs because of a difference in brain function. They can play as well as males, but they do not achieve the same sense of satisfaction from playing. In short, there is no special game that will attract females, other than perhaps LARPing, which is more socialization and theatrics than gaming. And it's a waste of time and effort to attempt such a thing. This calls to mind when Lionel made pastel-colored trains and train cars to appeal to females. The effort bombed. The sets were recalled and re-dyed as standard models, and those pastel ones that survived are rare collector's items. So much for this topic. And again, as before, I am positive that most females do not play RPGs because of a difference in brain function. It is a waste of time and effort to attempt such a thing. This is the same mentality that pervades sports, that pervades politics, that pervades pervades science. It is the mentality that women are biologically inferior, they're different than men, and it's so stupid. And they reaffirm themselves. And I said this before, and I'll say it again for the newcomers, but quite literally, this sexism leads people to make stupid decisions like, oh, we want women to be involved in trains. Let's make instead of like doing outreach and finding women who will be interested in it and like getting people involved and offering, you know, introductions and stuff. We'll just dye a train pink and dangle it in front of the women. It's completely ridiculous. Young women don't want to sit in a stank-ass room with old nerds. It must be their XX brains. No, what it really is, let me tell you the truth. As somebody who's been there, as somebody I've played so much role-playing games, you have no idea, okay? And I've played them before I was out and after I was out. What women don't want to deal with is the constant weird, creepy sexism. They don't want to deal with the stupid shit that's like half the games you play are like, if you're playing a female, you get -2 strength. And then you have 5 people in the group who are all like, I'm going to use my extra action to honk your titty. Just kidding. Ha, wouldn't it be weird if I did that? Ha, will you date me? That is what women don't want. That's why women don't go to the hobby. It's because it's so painful. You don't get to enjoy it. You don't have fun because people are fucking weird. Yeah, I know. I've told this story before, Amphi. Amphi says, if you're a girl, you can't even play online. People will sexually harass you. Yes, they actually do. They actually do. Glooby, the artist for our channel and the animator for my channel. You all know Glooby. You know Glooby. Glooby does the cute animations and he does my thumbnails. When I met Glooby, the way that I became friends with Glooby was I was playing ranked Overwatch. And I got harassed so badly in a game because my voice was different than everybody else's that afterwards Glooby DM'd me on Overwatch and was like, hey, the way those people were treating you was really, really bad. If you ever want to play with somebody who doesn't act like that, just invite me. And I was like, okay. And so I started playing with Glooby. And it was because I was getting harassed on the internet. Voice, a couple of years ago, I stopped doing online voice. And the reason why I stopped doing online voice is because the harassment was that bad. I have a shell of iron, but it's so annoying to try and play a game and every time either get transphobia or sexism. That it gets tiring. And even people like myself who are addicted, I fucking love video games. Video games are like one of the most important things in my life. And I even get turned off of video games because of that shit. Oh yeah, in LOL, people get so weird with when femme voices show up. Oh, it's so goddamn weird. Anyway, all of this is a departure from what I was trying to say originally, which is that it isn't that women are biologically disinterested in sports or women are any less entertaining in sports. It's that we have a sexist society, a deeply sexist society, that its current function relies on sexism existing. The people who are in power in part because of the sexism that's in our system, because they're able to eliminate competition. Does the transphobia sexism become background noise or does it bother you still? Usually it's background noise. Yes, there is a Demon Mama Steam community, in fact. Somebody can get the link. I think we have one. I think it's Steam. There we go. Follow Demon Mama on Steam. I do reviews every once in a while. So if you all want to join that, if you all are Steamers, go ahead and click on there. I have a Steam community. I'm a curator and I do game reviews and stuff. And I post my videos. My video game reviews that I do, I post those onto my Steam community. Yeah. But yeah, it's with regard to the transphobia, yes, it does become background noise, but there are times that it stands out. There are absolutely times that it stands out. By the way, I gotta send this over here for the here we go. For the stream people. For these people. There you go. I haven't done Doki Doki yet. I want to at some point. I have a lot of games to play. And this Sunday, we're doing a gimmick stream. Remember, everybody, this Sunday, we're doing a gaming stream, and our gaming stream is going to be all patriotic video games. That's right, everybody. Tune in on July 4th for the Demon Mama American Games Festival. We are playing games with patriotic themes only. None of that liberal bull crap. So tune in this Sunday for the American special. And guess what? The set might look a little different, and so might my outfits. So if you want to have fun, make sure you come on by this Sunday. America. America. It's going to be great. It's going to be really fun. Yeah, we're going to go thrifting tomorrow. I know, we got a bunch of stuff to do tomorrow. Don't worry. Am I going to react to Serfs Hassan video? Maybe we will in a little bit. Maybe we will in a little bit. I've heard it's good. We have another thing to react to. As a Texan, you nailed it. Yeah, I got it pretty well. I got these things pretty well. You were looking for a chud emote? We don't have a chud emote here. All right, let's react to this Hassan video. You know what? Fuck it. Let's react to the Hassan video. Everybody wants me to watch it. Let's do it. Let's watch the Serfs Hassan video. Let's do it.
What's up?
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
Kissing pranks.
Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
What began as a fairy tale quickly devolved into a world of lies.
Okay, everybody. Is this the second time that Hassan has been sexually harassed by another person? Is there context I don't know? It's a sketch? Is it a sketch? Yeah, first time was Destiny, yeah. Is this a sketch? Can anybody confirm what this came from? 'Cause, like... This is his best friend, Will? Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Burrito, shut the fuck up, you idiot. You're literally a clown. I'm not gonna read every single message some dumb shit puts in my chat. We're gonna do Contra afterwards. Okay, let's just watch the rest of the video. Okay.
Deceit, revenge, and cum.
Because these liberals are just criminally negligent in the way that they cover the news. It's insane. I'm done, dude. I can't do this. This is insane. Sorry, Raj, go on. What's your take?
Once described by Forbes as the Mustafa Kemal Ataturk of the internet, Hassan Piker's ascension was, to put it mildly, only comparable to Jesus Christ himself.
He's not big. Oh, very small. Very small. Why?
Okay, dude.
Why?
Only to lose it all in a bizarre hypersexual murder spree of his best friend that would shock the nation to its core.
I've worked nearly 70 cases over the course of my career, and I can say this without hyperbole. This was unquestionably the most disgusting and depraved thing I had ever seen. And I've seen the Raj Royale.
A bizarre twist taken straight out of a Kubrick film or a no-pixel 3.0 playthrough.
Not you, yeah, you gonna fucking run for mayor? I'm running for mayor, motherfucker.
Things would turn deadly when on Friday, July 2nd, the remains of his best friend and life partner, Will Neff, were found scattered throughout his apartment. What would follow was a nationwide manhunt ending in an air pistol shootout. Now awaiting trial for his crimes against humanity, Hassan seems utterly unrepentant.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
This is the Hasanabi slaughter.
This is so high effort. Okay, I don't know all of these references, but this is super high effort.
Hassan Piker was raised in the streets of Istanbul, Turkey. After fleeing the country due to a series of arson incidents, he sought refugee status in the United States of America. It was there that he attended Rutgers University, where he graduated cum laude with an emphasis on cum.
Well, he did perform decently in academics, there's no doubt about that, but it couldn't pull him away from his true passion, which was, of course, musical theater.
Author of Hassan the Himbopedia.
Just watch me!
It wasn't long before he met the man who would change his life forever.
Okay, here we go.
Do it!
This one's for Allah. Oh God, it's not tearing the hair. It's just very waxy.
William R. Nerfurter, known by the street name Ketamine Archie.
From the very beginning, their relationship was destined to have a dark eroticism about it. Their connection was so powerful that it acted in many ways like a drug. But what was more like a drug was the literal drugs that Will was providing Hassan with on a regular basis.
What seems to be the problem, officer?
Soon the pair were making amateur videos together. Though crude and awfully deeply fretophobic, their work would form a template for what would eventually become Hassan's future career.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, in a pragmatic way, it's moderately commendable that he just, you know.
He left university to immediately begin an internship at the Young Turks. Their name was, contrary to popular opinion, not a reference to the Armenian genocide, but instead a reference to the obscure Czech pop group, the Young Turkeys. It wouldn't be long before Hassan would be accused of nepotism, as he acquired the job through a family connection. He was, in fact, the son of Jimmy Dore.
What?
While working
oh yeah, that's the one funny thing that Jimmy Dore ever did. Did you know Jimmy Dore spat on Alex Jones? Like, look,
of
watch.
Jimmy Dore. While working as a young turkey, Hassan began amassing a significant following as a thirst trap influencer, selling numerous products through his Instagram. He was also becoming one of the fastest growing streamers on the Jeff Bezos streaming service, Twitch.
But Jeff, let me say,
we need a high-speed camera.
Yeah. Jeff,
No, I want the
And it wasn't long before he brought Ketamine Archie along for the ride.
Well, no one else really stood a chance. I mean, there was two men at the height of their careers, both working in completely different fields on the platform. Hassan, of course, doing politics and React Anti content, and then there was Will Neff, one of the pioneers of the ASMR fart streams.
Step it the out, move out of your mom's basement, start making some money, then these girls won't have to date older men for sake.
And soon, the pair were dominating the platform. They were as unstoppable as they were inseparable, appearing everywhere together, and as rumors would have it, even sharing the same women.
So, as a criminal psychologist, there are certain things that we look for when studying someone's descent into depravity. Key warning signs, if you will. And in the case of Hassan, there was less warning signs and more full-blown atomic bombs of batshittery.
Hassan's rage didn't just affect his friendships. His molding reached Mr. Clean levels when he eventually cut all ties with the Young Turks and burnt every bridge in his career, eventually leading him to find new allies amongst the people he vilified the most.
All that masculinity, all that gender-neutral masculinity, things could get out of hand. So in the spirit of easing tensions and lowering the temperature at C9 in a bit, we have no problem admitting for the record that Mr. Piker is one heaping, helping hunk of a man. We're not ashamed to say that at all. We have no problem admitting that.
And they shouldn't be.
Problem.
No shame.
The whole thing just culminated into a truly bizarre event. Will volunteered to give Hassan a bowl cut, which, seems rather harmless, just an innocuous bit. But it quickly devolved into what academics now refer to as the Reichstag fire of hair.
Oh my God, literally, what the was this your goal all along?
I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize.
Then, on July 2nd, Hassan, inebriated on a mix of barbiturates and the hypnotic ASMR of an online song called Built Differently, drove to Will Neff's apartment in California under the pretense of repairing the friendship.
He had called him over to, quote, build the bridge to Terabithia. Unfortunately, now we know the only thing he wanted to build was a human xylophone out of Will's genitals.
As someone who studied the case extensively was still
I'm sorry, what?
Was a human xylophone out of Will's genitals.
As someone who studied the case extensively, what still shocks me to this day was the amount of semen that was present on the crime scene. I mean, it was everywhere.
I'm confused.
It was on the walls. It was on the drapes. It was on the floor. It was in places in which there was no way a human possibly could have put it there, and yet there it was.
In a story that began like a Shakespearean romance, it eventually turned grim like a Shakespearean romance.
Doorknobs had to be broken off with the jaws of life because they were encased in so much cum.
When the dust had settled and the doorknobs chiseled, it was discovered that Hassan had effectively transformed Will into a series of twisted toys for his amusement, including a literal new skin for his PlayStation 5.
Oh, I could write an entire thesis as to why the words Hasmods was carved so many times into the remaining body parts of Will.
I've walked into a crime scene where a dog had eaten a human face before. I've seen entire families slaughtered. But I've never seen anything like that.
Next week, when we continue part 2 of our 20-part series on the Hasanabi slaughter, we'll talk to the people who knew Hassan the most and why they feel this was always a foregone conclusion.
Was I surprised of the news whenever it happened? Well, as somebody who's been to prison and met a lot of different people who have done some incredibly horrendous things, I would say no, not in the least bit.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. Can someone at least fucking enlighten Destiny that he's literally lying to his audience? What a fucking piece of shit, dude.
All right, one more time. This is, I think, take 5 on this one. We're gonna try, Lance. Emotional? Cry? I don't know who you think I am, but not an actor. But we will see. We'll see what I can do. All right. I gotta get to the mindset of this cop. All right.
Hey, do you like movies?
Burritos. Burritos. Wait, burritos. I want to offer you an option. Hold on, unban burritos. Unban burritos real quick. Unban burritos. Burritos. Get in my Discord right now. You have been heckling from chat. This is your opportunity to be heard. Get in the Discord and come bring your complaints to me in person. Or you're banned. Simple as that. Get on Discord, bring your complaints to me over voice, or you're banned. Okay? I need to go to the restroom, so I'm gonna put on the Demon Mama bathroom song. And you have that amount of time, burritos. When I get back, if you're not in the Discord, you're permabanned. But this is your opportunity. You've been sitting there being fucking annoying. You've been being contentious, and you're trying to say that I don't like to argue with people. Well, look, I don't like people lying about me. So here's your opportunity. All right, I'm going to play the song, and I'll be back. The rest of you, if you are loving today's stream, if you are having a great time, or if you hate me, please click through to the YouTube video. It'll be linked in chat, the YouTube video. Click the like button on the YouTube video and subscribe, because I have tons and tons of awesome videos up on my YouTube. I am primarily a YouTube streamer. We got a lot of Twitch viewers right now, but subscribe to the YouTube channel and like the stream. It means the world to me. It's how this channel will grow and how you will get the awesome content that I put out. And I do put out awesome content. We put edited videos out every single day. I stream 4 times a week. It's awesome. Anyway, let's play the song for you all to enjoy while I go use the restroom. Okay, here we go.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Okay, everybody. All right, everybody. Wait, did we do a complete song? Yeah, we did a complete song. Damn. Oh, we got burritos? We got burritos? They coming? Let's see. We're gonna see if we got a debate. It's been a while since we've had a fresh debate like this. Let's find out, shall we? Shall we? Shall we? All right, I'm waiting in here. I'm gonna wait. There we go. All right, we're gonna see. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. This will be interesting. Test, 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 test. Okay. Let's see if we can got him. If we've got him. This looks like this person. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. It looks like they're getting looks like they're getting scared. They're always like this. They're always too scared. They got all the way in the Discord too. Good for Gabby. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's see. Let's see. What, Demon Mama, what a fucking nightmare. It's true. It's true. Cold feet burritos. All right, it's your last chance, burritos. I promise I'll be nice to you. Don't worry, I'll be real nice. Now, we're going to do a call-in stream at 15K. When we hit 15K subscribers, we're going to do a call-in stream. We haven't done one of those since 10K. Let's see. Let's see. We're going to give him one more minute here. Let's see. I'm getting impatient with this person. Yeah, I'm being generous. I know it can be a lot for these people to work up the courage to not just shit in chat. Usually what they do is they talk a big game from chat, and then the moment you ask them to just come talk in voice, they lose their shit. All right, looks like they're chicking it out. All right. They're not in there. They're not getting in. I don't see them. All right, they're done. Coward. Another coward. Yet another shit-talking coward. There we go. All right. All right. Well, that was we tried. We tried, but yet another coward. Ah, well, we did our best. No, it doesn't matter. They can get in the voice chat. Yeah, they can get in the voice chat. All right, ban them. Ban them. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. Don't need them. Listen, here's the deal. If you come into my chat and you're going to shit talk my show, you're going to shit talk all this shit, at least be willing to come and talk on it on voice. And if not, don't be surprised when you get banned. Thank you. Alrighty. So now we have some more content to do, everybody. We're not done with the content for the day. Yeah, that's right. That's fucking right. You thought that we had talked about so much stuff today that there's no possible way that we could continue. But we have even more to talk about. Because I want to react to the ContraPoints thing. But I have one other thing that has just come up that I want to talk about. Does anybody remember when I talked to AnneAtomics? Give me a hypers in chat if you remember the poggers conversation I had with AnneAtomics. Give me a hypers in chat. Come on, give me them hypers. Look at that. Look at that. We're already getting so many hyperses. Yeah, look at it. See, everybody remembers. Everybody remembers when I talked to AnneAtomics. I have bad news. AnneAtomics was, the day after our interview, permabanned from Twitch. Hey, AnneAtomics. Wait, AnneAtomics doesn't have a... Hold on, I gotta give AnneAtomics the nice name. AnneAtomics is the #1 trans hot tub streamer on Twitch, formerly now been banned from Twitch. For what reason? Well, it's interesting. They didn't give a very good reason. But look, the good news is, thankfully, that an article has been written about this by none other than the one and only Nathan Grayson from Kotaku. Take a look at that. Pretty cool, huh? So we're going to read this article together, and we're going to see what Nathan Grayson has to say about AnneAtomics, who was just on our show. I'm very happy to hear that AnneAtomics is getting coverage here, because I think that this ban was total bullshit. So let's listen up, shall we? Twitch gives trans, black, and disabled streamers tags, but no protection. Long-awaited tags on the Amazon-owned platform have allowed streamers to find community, but also harassers. It's been a whirlwind month for AnneAtomic. The streamer saw her star suddenly begin to rocket into the stratosphere in late May when Twitch introduced both a hot tub section and hundreds of new tags, including a particularly long-requested option, transgender. For AnneAtomic, these proved a potent combo. In June, her regular audience went from single digits to hundreds of concurrent viewers. But increased attention meant that she also got brigaded by transphobes from 4chan who bombarded her chat with ugly, invasive comments. And now, a few weeks later, Twitch has indefinitely suspended her channel. 1 month ago, Twitch finally gave streamers what they had spent years asking for. Hundreds of new tags, many tied to specific identities and backgrounds like transgender, black, and disabled. Structurally speaking, this was a big deal. Twitch is a platform with precious few avenues for discoverability beyond a rudimentary recommendation algorithm, a limited search function, and the fickle ebb and flow of specific categories, which are usually dedicated to individual games or broader focuses like just chatting. The platform is overflowing with millions of streamers, and most who start small without an outside means of growing stay small forever. New tags, at least, go part of the way towards remedying that problem, especially for marginalized streamers who previously had trouble finding new viewers and each other. But Twitch was always hesitant to add identity-based tags, in part because of fears around harassment. If the bad faith masses can click a single tag and have access to hundreds or thousands of potential marginalized victims, it makes their mean-spirited hobby that much easier. Or so the thinking went. In the past month, though, streamers like AnneAtomics have experienced the full range of ups and downs these new tags have brought with them. I'm a bit of an exceptional case in this regard, as I am without a doubt the biggest magnet for hate and transphobes on Twitch as the first, and still the only transgender hot tub streamer, AnneAtomics, who has seen over 50% of her tag-based viewer traffic come from the trans tag, told Kotaku in a DM, "I just think it's inevitable with the tag. We aren't forced to use it, though. I could easily stream without putting that I am trans anywhere and no one would question it, but I prefer not to hide who I am, and I use the platform as a means to educate people." Other streamers, who've experienced harassment as the result of tags and others who haven't, feel broadly similar. The good of these new tags, they say, outweigh the bad. A few days ago, I did receive some race-based harassment in my stream, and I'm sure it's likely attributed to me using the black tag. Charity and diversity-focused streamer Pikachulita, who said the new tags have absolutely helped her find new streamers in her own community, told Kotaku in a DM. Unfortunately, I think this is just one of the trade-offs for having identity-based tagging. I think most, if not all, marginalized content creators expected it. However, for myself and others, it's a risk we're willing to take in order to share our identities more easily with viewers and find other people like us. Some streamers say that their experience with the new tags have largely been harassment-free. I had a single half-hearted attempt at transphobia, a single comment where I banned the user and they didn't care enough to ban dodge. Reporter, podcaster, and Twitch partner Laura Kate Dale, who has used trans and autism tags, told Kotaku in a DM, "I honestly expected a lot worse, and I suspect Twitch did too. I will say the number of people my wonderful moderation team ban every day has remained consistent." Veronica Nicotine Ripley, who founded a group called Transmission Gaming that helped lead the charge for a trans tag, who said 50% of her tag-based traffic now comes from the trans tag, told Kotaku in an email, "I do not believe under any circumstances that tags resulted in increased harassment. People will find ways to harass minorities online unless the platform steps in with some new moderation tools." Other streamers, however, don't believe that even new moderation tools will suffice. Twitch, after all, has provided many tools meant to target problems over the years. But that approach means streamers, not Twitch itself, are expected to clean up messes. And no matter how well equipped they are, sometimes there's only so much they can do. This is a long-standing issue. We talked about this. We talked about this in our interview. There were multiple troll streamers who actually put my stream on their stream and used my stream as a way to farm hate-based content. Game Rant writer Pixie Kate Irwin, who is bisexual and used Twitch's lone pre-update LGBTQ tag back in 2020, told Kotaku in a DM. A number of these troll streamers assumed I was trans and made many hateful transphobic remarks toward me, even though I'm not even trans. There's that transmisogyny. We just talked about that. We just talked about that. It got bad enough, she said, that she ended up clipping instances of hate speech and getting an openly misogynistic streamer banned. However, they just came back under another name a few months later. Now that there are new tags, I'm honestly afraid to use them, Irwin said. I'm afraid because Twitch does not do a good enough job of preventing misogyny, homophobia, and transphobia on its platform in general. Other streamers agreed that as long as Twitch fails to protect marginalized streamers, an area in which its track record is exceedingly spotty, it's only gone part of the way towards helping them stand out and find communities. Twitch could definitely do better as far as protecting creators, queer singer and talk show host Project Ruby, who noted that new tags have resulted in new opportunities for him as well as an influx of fellow streamers rating their viewers, told Kotaku in a DM, from having stricter username creation tools to moderating tools and even platform-hired moderators to generally make sure the website is safe for marginalized creators. Dominic Evans, a queer disabled streamer who consults Hollywood on those issues and who spent years advocating for a trans flag, was less forgiving about Twitch's halting steps. This was not a victory, Evans, who noted that he's gained new viewers through the tags but also dealt with disability-based harassment, told Kotaku in a DM. This was a consolation prize. And while it will help some people find community, which is always a great thing, they won't do anything to combat any prospective hate we get as a result. The problems with the basic structure of Twitch's tag system run even deeper than that, according to Lucia Everblack, who helped develop a third-party stream tagging platform called Peer-to-Peer Live that many marginalized Twitch streamers used before Twitch upgraded its tag library. There's no way to fully verify if someone is using a tag as someone who should be using a tag. Twitch has limits on how many tags you can have, so you have to sacrifice a part of who you are if you have multiple parts of how you identify. They also don't persist between streams, and people can't see them when you aren't broadcasting. They should be a part of someone's permanent identity instead of just a piece of their stream. It's a huge miss because it would be a great way for viewers to also showcase the most important parts of who they are as well. Interesting. For Critical Bard, a queer black streamer who is no stranger to Twitch's issues with supporting marginalized creators, some of the problems are just not theoretical. Oh, yeah. Thanks. I rated a streamer using the LGBTQIA tag once last week, and I mentioned how the tags have been able to help queer folk like us, who has gained many viewers through the tags. They responded by saying they are not queer but are an ally, and it just made me feel some type of way. My fear is that someone will go into another's chat thinking it's a safe space, and it turns out not to be. Everblack believes that tags and other identity markers absolutely can help streamers. She said, for example, that prior to using peer-to-peer, a disabled trans man didn't even know other trans men who streamed, let alone any who were disabled. Then they found community. Others, she said, have learned about new identities by having access to an even broader array of tags than Twitch already added. Twitch, she concluded, can't just stop here and call it a day. Twitch in general really needs to step up their game, Everblack said. It's far too easy to create anonymous accounts, especially ones with abusive names. We know that's true. We know that's true. There's also a big lack of tools to prevent follow botting, another huge problem I've talked about multiple times. People can still watch you when they're banned, and the punishment for harassment, even as someone who's partnered, leaves much to be desired. AnneAtomics agrees. She contends that her indefinite suspension, effectively a ban in Twitch's terms, demonstrates the limits of Twitch's purported dedication to representation. She said that when Twitch's hot tub section first opened, she got suspended for adult nudity after trolls flooded her chat, despite wearing a bikini I've worn many times before and no different than what many cis females wear in the same category. She appealed the suspension but never got anything more than an automated response from Twitch. In reaction to this, she started wearing pasties under her top just to be safe, but she later got suspended again, albeit just for one day, and now she's been indefinitely suspended. I have little doubt I get constantly reported by transphobes, misogynists on the platform. I really can come to no conclusion except that they triggered an auto ban due to report volume that no one bothered to review since I'm not a partner, or that I scorned the ire of a Twitch admin who did not like what I was doing. As evidence of this, AnneAtomics points to an email she recently received from Twitch's partnerships team, which cheerily informed her that she was on the right track to become a Twitch partner, and that they just wanted to observe her channel's newfound growth for a little longer before upgrading her to partner. Twitch did not suggest that she needed to alter her content in any way. This is so egregious, by the way. Literally, this is like this right here. Look at this. Look at this email. Hey, thanks for applying to the partner program. We've reviewed your content and statistics, but are unfortunately unable to offer your channel a partnership at this time. We do see that your community is growing, and we definitely think you're on the right track. We encourage you to continue broadcasting great content. They literally told her to keep doing what she was doing, and then they banned her for it. Horrible. That's just so bad. In response to Kotaku's inquiries about what actually happened, a Twitch representative said the company does not comment on individual suspensions and instead pointed to a portion of its recent post about hot tub streams in which it wrote, "We will always aim to avoid being overly punitive based on assumptions. When we have taken enforcement action on this content, we've only done so in the case of a clear violation." AnneAtomics said that she just wants to understand what she did wrong, rather than receiving an automated list of things she might have done wrong, per the current format of Twitch's suspension emails, but she fears that won't happen. They simply don't seem to care enough to even bother reviewing things, or as much to even give a canned reply, because being one of the biggest trans streamers on the platform is still very small by their standards and doesn't seem to mean much. As for what happens next, AnneAtomics is at a loss. I've been devastated by this and has seriously wrecked my future plans. More than anything, I've wanted to just give up and go on to other things. I love doing what I did, though, and every night I felt like I was making an impact on people's lives and changing things for the better. I feel like I'm letting down the trans community now, and if this stands, it discourages any other trans people from even trying it and sets us back even further. Damn. My first thought as a trans: it's impossible to exist online without your identity being weaponized. You'll have a bad time. It's not fair. My second thought: damn, fuck, she looks good in that bikini. Damn, I'm jealous. Hey, that is sad though. It is true. Unfortunately, it's true of the current paradigm. So here's what we have to hope for. We need to hope. We need to hope that Twitch actually gets back to AnneAtomics. How do you feel about abolishing internet anonymity as a means to prosecute and prevent harassment? Obviously, this would harm privacy, but is there a good middle ground? I don't think it's so much an issue of anonymity. I don't think anonymity is the problem. I think the problem is hands-off companies. Companies make millions upon millions of dollars, and they're not even required to keep moderation teams. They offload it onto individual communities. Yeah, there needs to be channel-specific IP bans. There needs to be enough bans from enough communities. It results in an IP ban from Twitch. I agree. They need to do something on the internal side about follow botting. Follow botting is horrible. Yeah, they make the contractors do the work. This is what I've been talking about. They offload everything onto the talent that makes the content that makes them money. Well, yeah, it's not just capitalism being the problem. It's particularly egregious capitalism, and no one is holding them to this, because they've basically managed to finagle themselves into a position where they have no legal responsibility for anything. It's unfortunate. And here's what we can hope for. We can hope, and here's what I'm going to do, just so you know. Hold on a second. I'm going to give you all a tweet, okay? I'm going to give you all a little tweet here, okay? Let me get this one real quick. If anyone wants to assist AnneAtomics, retweet this and tag in Twitch and Twitch support on Twitter. Here you go. Bam. If you want to help out, if you want to help AnneAtomics potentially get her channel back, retweet this and make sure that you say. Oh, we're back. Oh my God, we're back. Oh, we lost everybody though. All right, hold on. Let me do a pingy. Let me do a pingy. Yeah, we did it. We did it. Oh, shit. We made it. All right, let's hope that it stays up. That was on the ISP side. I'm just going to do a quick ping. We'll get everybody back in here, hopefully. We didn't even have to do a new stream. That's great. Hell yeah. You want to smoke this with me? Yes. All right, let's smoke this. Just make sure that you go with Izzy to get some more. Okay. Because, yeah, why not? Let's do this. We're going to enjoy a cigarette real quick. Hold on a second. That's just this one. That's just the preview. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good, I think. I think we're good. I think we're good. No, wait. Hold on. We're still good. We're good. We're good. Just refresh, refresh, refresh. Oh, this must be a big issue. Okay, so, okay, listen, here. Everyone, if the stream dies... Yeah, I could do a refresh. We lost a lot of viewers. Okay, if it dies again, we'll stream again on Sunday. It seems like there might be a issue. Let me check real quick on this. Hold on. Let's see. I'm just going to check their outage map real quick. Can you resend the link? Yes, I will. I'm going to send that in just a second here. Let me just do this. Here we go. What's the one? Not this website. It's the other one. I hate it when they do that. Down detector. Here we go. Let me just check real quick to see if we can expect anything else. Oh, there's a whole fuckload. There's a giant bloom over Seattle right now. Okay, so yeah, we might lose connection again. If we lose it again, we'll resume on Sunday. There's a massive bloom of outages over Seattle right now, so I'm guessing that something's up with I'm guessing something is up with Comcast.
Sharing clove sig is gross on multiple levels.
Why? Why, Homo sapiens? What the hell? No, cloves taste delicious. They're the most delicious. They're terrible for you, but they're delicious. They're terrible for you, but they are delicious. Okay, this is the link. Right here, I am posting a link in chat. Please retweet this and tag in Twitch, at Twitch and at Twitch support, and a message supporting AnneAtomics. Again, I don't ask you all to do this very frequently, but I think you can. You're not required to do this. I'm just asking if you have it in you and you're willing to give a retweet. It would help. It could help, and I would love to see AnneAtomics get her account back because she deserves it. So please. All right, cool. Well, let's see how we're doing. Did we lose everybody on Twitch? Actually, we didn't. We didn't actually lose everybody on Twitch, I don't think. So that's pretty good. Well, hopefully everything will be fine. We did lose a lot of viewers, but that's okay. It happens, okay? It happens sometimes. No problem, AnneAtomics. I would hate to see them uphold the ban. This is the least that we can do. It's the least that we can do, Anne. I guess I got to talk to you while before all the bad stuff happened, and I hope that you're able to overcome it because you don't deserve this type of attacks and whatnot. I think I'll work on that, Posadas John. It's just the version was a little grainy. Anyway, yeah, they were afraid of the DM bump. True. You have a YouTube channel? AnneAtomics, link your YouTube channel so people can go subscribe. Seriously, can you link your YouTube channel in chat? Please do that. I'm back, Nixon Plumber. That's correct. They're due to the heat wave? Wait, for real? That does make sense. That does make sense. It is very hot today again. There's a huge outage where I'm at. Yep. Okay. So, all right. Everybody. There we go. AnneAtomics. This is AnneAtomics' YouTube channel. Here you go. Go sub. Go sub. Go sub to AnneAtomics. I'm going to link it in all my chats. Here you go. Go sub to AnneAtomics if you like trans hot tub streamers. Go. Go, go, go. AnneAtomics is trying to have a living after getting wrongfully banned by Twitch. This is like an opportunity for internet praxis. This is your opportunity to do some couch activism that will actually help. Seriously. Yeah. We're getting back up to the numbers. This sounds subpoena worthy. Huh? Yeah, let's get those sub numbers up. We want the Demon Mama bump. AnneAtomics, you know what? AnneAtomics, I'm gonna reach out to Aristocracy and see if Aris can get you on. Oh, but Aris does Twitch, so she can't have you on. Fuck. Anonymous Gifter, thank you so very much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. Yeah, if we could get AnneAtomics over 1,000, that'd be amazing because that's when you can start embedding your stuff. Makes it a lot easier. Yep. If someone's banned on Twitch, are other Twitch streamers not allowed to talk to them on stream? Yep. Yep. You can't talk to anybody on stream that is banned on Twitch. You can mention them, but you cannot show them at all. It sucks. You can refill it if you want to. Thank you. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. That's not true, you enjoy myself. That's literally not true. That's just simply not true. And you would damn yourself from ever being able to get partner. That's so silly, you enjoy myself. That's so silly. You can make a custom URL? Get right on that. Hell yeah. Here's a news report on the melting cables. For real. Oh yeah, here we go. Let's watch this real quick. Can I watch this real quick? Yeah, we can. Let's do this.
Now, it's the end of June, so it's pretty warm here in Washington, D.C., but an absolutely intense heat wave continues to sweep across parts of the United States and Canada. The heat wave has sent temperatures soaring, prompting authorities to issue evacuation orders. It has scorched the entire Pacific Northwest. Temperatures in the cities of Seattle and Portland have caused power blackouts in the area. People continue to battle with the intense heat, with power companies warning of more outages. Schools and businesses were closed in many cities as the mercury hit triple digits in Fahrenheit. That's high 40s in Celsius. Some power cables even melted, causing disruption to streetcar and light rail services.
Yeah, keep in mind that everything here was built with the idea that there would never be temperatures above like 102. They never built it. It's because, okay, like cables are really sensitive to temperatures. And if you can't build cables that are, okay, you can, but it's hard and expensive to build cables that are simultaneously resistant to heat and resistant to cold. And so there's a lot of cables that are built to be resistant to cold because it gets cold here. So when the heat comes, they get damaged. And we talked about this. It also, there was a literal eruption in the road on I-5 going towards Seattle. The road popped up because it got so hot that the road expanded and contracted, and a big rift broke up in the middle of the road, and everybody had to swerve around it. I'm not kidding you. That actually happened. There's literally pictures of it all over Twitter. Wild. Yeah, and keep in mind, again, we talked about this before, but humid heat, like in Seattle, is harder for humans to deal with than dry heat, like in the desert, because human bodies are evolved to sweat. So water gets wicked up off of us, and that's what cools us down. But if you're in a humid environment, water doesn't wick up off of you very easily, does it? Because of the humidity. And that's something I wanted to talk about before we go too far into this, okay? This is a little topic I want to touch on. We've seen lots of people. Thank you so much. Have a little more. Yeah, humid hot is absolutely horrible. It is indeed. It is very difficult. But I want to say something real quick. It's really easy to doom out when we're talking about climate stuff. And I wanted to have this discussion, and you know, we have a lot of viewers back, so let's talk about it again. Real quick. Don't doom out, okay? Don't doom out about the environment, okay? First of all, yes, a lot of hardships are coming, but humans, oh my God, oh no, oh, it's dead. Oh, it's back. Okay, it's back. Refresh. We're good. It's back. It's back. Oh, the internet's going crazy. Again, if it goes down, we'll come back on Sunday. Just refresh. Okay. So don't doom out, okay? And I want to tell you why. Humans have lived through all kinds of unbelievably, seemingly impossible to survive events. Hello, Lil Monet. Great to see you. Thanks for coming by. I know. We're having there's internet outages in my area, so the stream might die. I apologize. Feel free to follow and catch my next stream if this goes out. So I want you to think about something real quick, okay? We are going to survive the heat problem. And I'm not saying that all of humanity is going to be perfect. There's a lot of hardships inevitably, but humans are capable of adapting. And so here's what I want you to do. When you start to doom out, I want you to think about how you are going to survive, because you can. And yes, there are some people who might have more trouble than others, but that doesn't mean there's not a path to survival. Disabled folks, yes, it is harder to make to make sure that people who are disabled have all the things they need to survive climate change. However, there are people who can help, and that's the thing to remember. You cannot defeat climate change, but we can. You alone cannot survive climate change, but we can. And what I mean by that is, okay, so guess what? If the heat is going to get hot every summer, all right then, let's work together to help each other change our houses to deal with the heat better. Let's be willing to work on community projects that actually help people deal with the heat, because together we will. Your time is numbered hella hard. With that mentality, yes. Adopt a survivor's mentality. Humans are the ultimate survivors. On the planet Earth, we have one thing that no other creature has, and that is the ability to intercompare, self-reflect, and record keep. We can survive almost anything. And if we can't survive, well then who cares? We were all doomed anyway. But we can. So you may as well act as though success is possible and go out of your way to help one another survive. And if you take care of each other, there will be people who will take care of you. Lil Moni with the 500 bits. Thank you so very much. That means the world to me. Thank you so much. Take some of this. Yes, Capo. We're going to talk about that in the future. You fight until you cannot anymore. You never give up early. Never. Never. Remember the only command, the only actual command that Demon Mama has ever given to you. What is? Don't die. Do not die.
No dying.
No dying. You fight until you literally cannot anymore. And that's why I say don't doom out. So guess what? So it's hot. You gotta, maybe it's hot. Maybe you live in an apartment, but maybe you've got a friend who's got a house. And you say, dude, it's getting hot lately. You want to work on a project together? Let's go in the backyard and let's dig ourselves a pond. Did you know that? You can make water sources on your property? Oh my God. You can dig a human-made pond, and that can help you stay safe in the heat. And it takes some labor, but it's doable. These are the type of things I'm talking about. There's all kinds of different things you can do like that. That's just one example. Of course, you sometimes need permission, but it's nonetheless possible. What would a pond do? Well, a couple of things. A pond would allow you to literally get cool if the weather gets hot. But you do not give up, okay? Just be conscious of creating a breeding ground for mosquitoes. Well, yes, of course, obviously.
That's why you get frogs.
There's all kinds of things we can do to do this, and there's things we can do to fight together, okay? Maybe that you don't have a whole lot of skills, but maybe your grandma needs her house to be heat-proofed. Well, guess what? Take some time and just get some boxes, cut them up, put some tin foil on them, and tape them up in your grandma's window. Bam. Frogos. True, Frogos. Is there a way to make cheap fans? That's not my expertise. I am not an engineer, but you might know of a way. You can make, we already know here in the Pacific Northwest, because we've had a very bad smoke season, we've learned how to make like $20 air purifiers with box fans. Yeah, seed it with fish. Exactly, yes, the fish will eat the mosquitoes. Yep, DIY filters, yep. Hey, thank you, Voidstorm. Appreciate that. I love little fishy ponds. And they're beautiful. Take care of your ponds, of course. They're not that hard to do. You can, like, a pond, you can do minimal maintenance on once you do it. The project is hard, but once you do it, it's not that hard. Whoops. Gravity filters, all kinds of things. Yep. Humanity's strength is not just its creativity, it's in its solidarity. It's in our ability to adapt together, to work together. We as individuals need to make massive changes, but if we do tiny actions, whenever you have a spare change, you'll be ready for the future, of course. And if we help each other, we'll magnify that. You see, working together multiplies your efforts. If you work together with other people, you can survive. Hi, Demon Mama's friend. I've never seen her on stream with anybody else. Yes, this is my partner, Fawn. This is my partner, Fawn. Fawn likes to come on and hang out from time to time. Or we can lone wolf it. If you lone wolf it, you die. Notice that wolves also live in packs. There are no such thing as lone wolves. That's a literal illusion. Yep, the pack survives together. And that doesn't mean that you stick with everybody who's abusive to you. It just means that working together is key. Work together with people who are good with you. Are these temperatures the new norm? Probably. I don't know. I'm not a climate scientist. I can only follow what climate scientists say, and what climate scientists say is that they weren't even expecting this much of a jump this quick. And that means we got to adjust our mindset, okay? You are all survivors now. You ever watched a post-apocalypse movie? Guess what? We're moving into that world. And you got to be ready for it. Take care of yourself. Get the sleep you need. Fucking think about things. Inform yourself. Use your talents to the greatest ability. Unrelated question from Jade the Unicorn. I brought breast forms a while back, but I've been scared to wear them in public. Should I wear them, and how do I get the confidence to do so? The only way to get confidence is to challenge yourself as safely but as effectively as possible. Don't be afraid. There are necessary steps in transition that you got to do. Don't be afraid of it. Just work your way up, okay? Seriously. Aw, thank you, Prime. Appreciate that. Aggressive climate change talks. You know it. I talk about climate change all the time here. I'm not a climate scientist, but what I am good at is, look, I'm good at the emotional side of stuff, okay? I'm good at telling you not to lose your mind in the panic, not to lose your mind in the fear, and instead focus on things you can do together with other people. Ashmar says, I was already a survivor. It's a Jewish thing. We're an entire several ethnic groups of survivors. That is true. It's also a queer thing. Queer people, we fucking love to survive. We've survived through the most insane shit you can possibly imagine. And solidarity, by the way. Hell yes. A lot of solidarity between Jewish culture and the history of trans people. A lot of solidarity there. A lot of solidarity. You know it, Curavera. I do this for a reason. I know what I'm talking about on this. And I don't care what we got to do to survive, but we will do it. And we will do it together. And we will do it through solidarity Regardless, we will be as united as we possibly can. Here you go. You can have the last of it. Okay? There we go. There we go. How do we counter the "we are the virus" narrative? Okay, I can actually tell you that. Actually, really good question. Amphi76 asks, how do we counter the "we are the virus" narrative? First of all, we are not the virus. Humans are not a virus. Humans are a product of nature. And climate change is largely propagated by a small group of highly powerful individuals. CEOs of oil companies, the board of directors of oil companies. These are specific people who are responsible for the vast majority of what we call climate change. It's not humanity that's the virus. It's hyper billionaires who have literally paid money to suppress the science so they can keep making money. And that is a fact. In fact, we were just posted a video of the ExxonMobil, of a leaked call with the ExxonMobil CEO admitting that they do that. Humans are not a virus. Humans are a product of nature. We are animals just like everything else. I mean, viruses are a product of nature too, yes, but you know what the sentiment is. You know what the sentiment is. Yes, viruses are a product of nature. Okay, you're missing the point big time. But also, you're missing the point big time, and also it doesn't make sense. I'm saying humans are not a virus because, first of all, we don't behave like a virus. We're animals. Oh my God, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. It's okay. It's okay. You pedants. You pedants. Yeah, they have RNA, exactly. But I watched The Matrix. The Matrix is different, okay? And guess what? In The Matrix, guess what? It didn't matter if you were a program or not. It was about agency. Matrix was about agency. Yeah, I've heard about there's a fire on the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, that's... Wow, that is insane. That's... What the fuck? That looks like fiction. This looks fictional. What the fuck?
Holy
shit. Jesus. Sorry, everybody. I left the back door open, and the hellfire is flooding out. My bad. My bad, everybody. I'll fix it later. To be fair, this isn't a product of global warming. This is a product of the companies that make global warming happen. How do we as individuals fight the oil corps? That is a very complicated question. So there are individuals. Okay, hold on. Let's talk about that. There are individuals that will be in a place to fight oil corporations. If you are a lawyer, if you work in the oil industry, if you work in alternative energy, if you are a politician, those people can fight the oil corporations. For the rest of us, we have to survive. We have to take care of our friends, our family, our communities. We have to take care of the marginalized people around us who are going to be hurt by this more. That is what the average person can do. And your own talent, you have to find out how you can apply your talents. But not everyone, not every individual is in a position to fight oil companies. But some are. Some are. And if you're one of those, fight them. But if you're not, find another way to fight. Find another way to make sure that we survive, because every person that survives into the future is another person who can help solve future problems. We are talking about a issue that is so big that it's very hard to comprehend. And I know that's why people doom out, because when you can't understand something, it sometimes causes you to shut down. But just remember, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but chat, you should critically read Desert. All right, I'll read this. I'll read this. How long is it? Oh, it's not too long. All right, I'll read this. Not right now, but in the future, I will read this. I'll put this on my list right now. Look at this. I'm even gonna put it in my notes. Thought journal. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Here we go. Bam. Don't be a monolith. Vary the Activision. Yeah. It's long for stream, but not. I can read this. Is it wrong to just throw oil companies under the bus when there's no one in the world who is going to leave the oil in the ground after we discovered it? What could we do for our standard of living? No, good faith actor, it's perfectly just because they made it worse every single step of the way. There have been alternatives. These corporations haven't just fought to get the oil out. They've fought to make it impossible for anyone to come up with alternatives. They've suppressed science. They've literally gone to wars over making sure that they could steal all the oil possible. So yes, it is perfectly fine to throw them under the bus. You do not need to feel guilty about corporations that have literally spent sometimes the same individual who's now 90 years old, but in their prime, when they were 55, they were out there suppressing climate science and beating up hippies. Well, it's funny. Unless it's an electric bus. No, see, the funny thing is if we move to buses instead of cars, oh my God, don't get me started on car culture in America. I could scream for days about car culture in America. Car culture in America is so ridiculous. It's so outrageous. It's so bad. Our entire country is fucked because every single person, it's so ridiculous. It's so bad. One bus, even if it's a gas-guzzling bus, will save so much damage to the environment. No sitting around and waiting to die. We build. We build to survive. If you feel yourself overwhelmed with the scope of climate change, focus on the smaller things. Okay? I'm serious. Modern fossil fuels and solar energy got started at the same time. Yep, doesn't surprise me. Just remember, by the way, if you ever feel bad about, like, hating oil companies, just remember that they literally had private militias in the United States. If you don't believe me, watch the documentary about Huey Long. Huey Long, the Kingfisher, the Louisiana, governor of Louisiana, notoriously corrupt, on behalf of the people, interestingly, who literally went to all but literal gunfire against Standard Oil. Shoe on head simps for him without understanding anything about what he did. That's fine. Love you. See you soon. I don't simp for Huey Long because Huey Long was a really flawed person. Echo Gecko has. Oh yeah. Oh, I wanted to watch this. You know what? We're gonna watch it. We're watching the Echo Gecko video. Fuck it. We're watching the Echo Gecko video. I wanted to watch this on stream. I wanted to watch this one on stream. Let's watch it. This is perfect.
The ancestors of the SUV were developed for practical purposes. The Jeep and Humvee originated as military vehicles, while Land Rovers were originally marketed towards British farmers working in muddy fields.
Doe says, we build to survive is kind of what the point of Desert is, talking about the relationship between collapse and attack and survival, the ways in which the coming moments as climate disasters increase provide the space to act. I agree. I seriously agree. I have lived through... Okay, before we get into this video, I just want to let you know how much I agree with that. Because as somebody, I've literally lived through two catastrophic climate change related events. The heat wave this summer and the perpetual fire season in California. It changes the way that everyone lives. And I don't know how to describe this to you, but it does. I lived in an area that had our power completely shut off by corporations for multiple weeks. We lost stretch power for 5 days completely. The Walmart didn't have power. Nothing but the hospital had power. Food was spoiling. People had to work together. It changes things. And if you recognize that things may change, but that we can work together and we can build things to help survive, that we can take action to help one another persist and care for one another and meet our needs, then we might be able to change the world. But you can't always think about it on the broadest scale. In the era of the internet and of mass media, we always hear a million stories from all over the world, and we just can't focus on the broad all the time. Sometimes we have to focus on what is nearer to us that we can do, and what changes we can implement on a permanent level when disaster does strike, because it does. One of the things that I have, for example, I'm trying to build my place such that with a privilege that I have to be able to share with the people that I care about who don't have that. So I want to have, my goal is by next summer to have a house that can be nice and cool during the summer, so that if I have friends who don't have that, they can come over to my place and stay cool. That's my goal. Stuff like that. It's understandable. Jamie Johnson says, I'm significantly worried about the fate of our world. I understand that desire. I understand that there is that there's a part that says that that we're so worried about the fate of the world. But at the end, sometimes, and this might sound a little silly, sometimes you can't worry about the fate of the world, and you just have to worry about the fate of yourself and your community and your family of choice. And that doesn't mean that you ignore everyone else. It just means you can't always do anything about the fate of the world. You are only 1 out of a billion, and one person can do a lot, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to single-handedly save the world. And you can't think about it that way because it'll make you doom out. Doe says, Doe, quoting Theory, says, with every destructive earthquake, every economic crash, and every quote-unquote terrorist attack, one desires to see a confirmation of the old chimera of the state of nature and its train of uncontrollable violent acts. When the thin dikes of civilization give way, one would like for the vile core of man that obsessed Pascal to show itself, that human nature with its evil passions, envious, brutal, blind, and despicable, which has served the holders of power as an argument, at least since Thucydides. Unfortunately, the fantasy has been disconfirmed by most of the historically known disasters. True, though! True! Everyone woke up the next morning and everything was different. There was no electricity, all the stores were closed, no one had access to media. The consequence was that everyone poured out in the streets to bear witness. Not quite a street party, but everyone out at once. It was a happy feeling to see everybody, even though we didn't know each other. Isn't that interesting? This is from a resident of Halifax after the 2003 hurricane. All I'm saying is that the idea that humans just turn into Mad Max and kill each other instantly the moment anything goes wrong is a total myth. Humans actually do care about each other. Think about it. Have you ever seen like a kid fall over, like a kid at a park, like fall over and scrape their knee, and then like 4 parents get up to go make sure? They might not even know the kid. They're just gonna be like, oh my God, are you okay? That's how humans are. Humans do that all the time. And not always. There's all kinds. Yes, of course, there are examples of bad human interactions, of course. But on the large, especially if we encourage it on a societal level, we do take care of our of our own. We take care of one another. It's programmed into our DNA? Well, yeah. All right, let's watch this video now. I want to watch this video. So I was talking about how car culture is really fucking stupid. Well, guess what? You're about to see just how stupid it is. Let's enjoy this video about, it's called Vroom Doom, the dark causes and consequences of America's SUV mania.
But over the last 40 years, SUV sales have boomed far beyond this minor demand, rising from virtually no sales half a century ago to 35% of all US car sales in 2012 and 43% by 2017. It's clear that today the vast majority of SUVs are ending up in a suburban garage, or, increasingly, stuck outside of one. This trend is dangerous, leading to booming carbon emissions and a pedestrian safety crisis. But its causes are even more sinister. Your typical suburban SUV owner generally gives two explanations for their love of SUVs.
Holds 9 with available seating. Then 2, it's a super cargo handler.
Either, I want to be able to carry more stuff, or I want to be safer on the road.
It doesn't just keep its occupants safe. It helps keep everyone safe.
That is to say, a desire for space and safety. Yet neither of these explanations holds up to scrutiny. Storage space can't be the reason. A 2005 study, which compared storage space among the top-selling SUV, station wagon, and minivan in 2000, found that the SUV had the same volume of cargo space as the station wagon, and barely half the cargo space of the minivan. The same is true today. 2019's top-selling crossovers, the Toyota RAV4 and the Honda CR-V, have a maximum storage space of 1.97 and 2.15 cubic meters, respectively, while the top-selling SUVs, the Dodge Journey and the Jeep Grand Cherokee, have 1.91 and 1.93 cubic meters of maximum storage space, respectively. Clearly,
isn't that fucking weird?
Space is not the issue here. Nor is it safety. That 2005 study also notes that SUVs are more prone to rollover and brake failure even compared to bulky minivans. While a 2004 report by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration concludes that SUV drivers are 11% more likely to die in a traffic accident than those in ordinary cars. This is not to mention the severe risk SUV drivers pose to smaller cars, bicyclists, and pedestrians, but that's another matter. The point is, there's no clear evidence that SUVs are safer for those inside them. Now, we could jump to folksy explanations. Americans are gluttons for big stuff in general, or buy massive SUVs to compensate for something else. I don't find these sufficient, being too vague or too shallow by themselves. But Dr. Josh Lauer, professor at the University of New Hampshire, makes a compelling argument in a 2005 paper, which we'll spend the rest of this video discussing.
True.
According to this short but incredibly insightful paper, the demand for SUVs does indeed stem from a demand for safety and space, just in a different way than many owners are willing to admit.
Here we go.
As all of you know, crime today is an American epidemic.
From the late 70s through the 90s, Americans developed what can mildly be described as a paranoid fixation on crime. While crime did see a steady increase early on in this period, public paranoia about it quickly blew way out of proportion. Crime began to decline dramatically in the 90s, yet by 1994, over half of Americans claimed that crime was the most important problem facing the United States in one national survey, as reported in a 2003 study which specifically highlights that this big scare was, quote, more of a network TV news scare than a scare based upon the real world of crime, unquote.
Interesting.
That study concluded that
some parallels to our current era, right? Like there was I just read a headline earlier today, or yesterday afternoon, about how the heat wave killed 63 people in Portland, and yet all the news stations are talking about a crime wave, which has killed like 10 people. A crime wave. Heat wave kills 63 people in 2 days, and nobody talks about it. But a crime wave, oh, we gotta freak out about it. Turns out it's the fixation, not actual numbers.
News media was 4 times as influential on public perception of crime than actual crime rates. American media fixation on crime is still apparent today. 14 of 2018's 40 most watched TV shows were crime or courtroom procedurals. It's difficult to overstate just how freaked out people were about crime in this period, especially as, quote, crime spilled beyond its acceptable inner-city limits and into previously safe suburban neighborhoods, unquote, creating a pervasive terror of crime in white and suburban society.
Can we honestly say that America is a land with justice for all if we do not now exert every effort to eliminate this confederation of professional criminals, this dark, evil enemy within?
The response was just as harsh. This was the era of the war on drugs, draconian minimum sentences, and mass incarceration. Additionally, the home security market grew by over 30% annually in the early 80s, alongside the introduction of mace and pepper spray as crime deterrents for civilians. The first modern gated communities were built in this period as well, a phenomenon Lauer claims, quote, was largely a response to a growing fear of crime, unquote, citing a 1997 study. The sales of SUVs also boomed in this period for the first time. Cars with four-wheel drive, high ground clearance, and enclosed rear passenger or cargo space, all built on the underbody of a pickup truck, saw sales double between 1983 and 1984 alone, and have steadily risen ever since. Lauer puts his thesis plainly, quote, the rise of the SUV can be placed within the context of American fear of crime during the 1970s and early 1980s and, more generally, within the context of heightened risk consciousness in an emerging culture of fear, unquote. He cites a French anthropologist and advertising consultant, Clotaire Rapaille, who stated that people buy SUVs primarily, quote, because they are trying to look as menacing as possible to allay their fears of crime and other violence, unquote. Car advertising executives have clearly taken this lesson to heart. Lauer cites a 1989 Range Rover review which describes the vehicle as, quote, a luxury tank, a metro war wagon, unquote, while a 1995 review of the Jeep Cherokee Sport lays it out plainly, quote, I know why many Americans own guns. It's the same reason they own four-wheel drive sport utility vehicles, unquote. SUVs provide an overwhelming feeling of safety in response to an overwhelming terror of crime and violence. Lauer points out that SUV sales started rising just as car hijackings began to gain prominence in national crime reporting, generating even more demand for fortress cars. This isn't an artifact of the 20th century either. In a recent article about the Villages, a wealthy and conservative retirement community in Central
We talked about the Villages a long time ago.
Florida, with a population exceeding 100,000 people, the author interviews 2 residents who, quote, carry 380 Berettas when they leave the Villages in case they encounter hijackers, unquote. This is not an isolated sentiment.
Oh, yeah, by the way, just so you know, my own dad, when I was younger, was so paranoid about pirates, because he was a boater. He liked to do the boat stuff. And he was so paranoid about pirates, like piracy of people like hijacking his boat, that he literally bought an AR with a modded pistol grip that fired high caliber rounds that would be able to, that in his, according to him, would be able to go under the surface and pierce the hull of a boat. And he brought that with him every time we went on the boat. This fucking pistol grip AR.
Gallup polling asks Americans if they think crime in the US is increasing or not. In every national survey since 2002, a majority and often supermajority of Americans are certain that crime is increasing, even though statistically, it has been almost uniformly dropping for the entire period. Only the target of the terror has changed.
Interesting how the crime goes down, but the obsession with crime goes up. Less actual crime, more mental paranoia about crime. Odd.
Where white suburbanites once feared black criminals from inner cities, today's retirees are terrified of Latino immigrants. To quote those two residents, quote, "Damn right it's dangerous out there. We need the wall because a lot of them are rapists and killers," unquote. A sentiment shared by a large proportion of the American population. MS-13 has replaced super predators, but the overall narrative is unchanged. Lauer notes that vigilante fantasies began to dominate popular culture around the same time. In this case, the SUV becomes a Batmobile, allowing its owners to take the chaos of the urban jungle into their own hands. But it's more complicated than that.
Nope. No, Lady Kalgana, unfortunately, I wish.
Two other trends also emerged in the early 80s. Reaganite tax cuts and neoliberal reforms, combined with austerity in social services funding, caused income inequality to skyrocket while generating an ideology of personal responsibility, something we've discussed here before. The latter is especially critical. Increasing suburbanization, rising gun sales, the home security market boom, and the growth in SUV popularity all composed what one researcher termed, quote, "the individualization of social risk," unquote. In response to collective problems, Americans are looking for individual solutions. Trying to escape from crises or fortify themselves off from them, rather than seeking collective solutions or addressing the root problem. The 80s
What did I just talk about? You can't survive climate change, but we can. Thank you, Gecko, for echoing this sentiment a long time ago.
The rise of a sort of fatalism about society, which the SUV represents in a very real and material way. In practical terms, Lauer points out that the safety of the SUV is less about avoiding car accidents and more about surviving them, often at the expense of other drivers. But this is true for broader social problems as well, such as climate change. SUVs have notoriously terrible fuel economy in a time when most people are aware of the dangers of greenhouse gases. Buying an SUV therefore represents a fatalism about global warming. There's nothing we can do to stop it, so might as well burn all the gasoline we want and get the biggest, baddest war wagon for the inevitable Mad Max world we're all headed towards.
Keeping you comfortably in command.
We can't avoid the crisis. We can only survive it. It's no coincidence that the original Mad Max, which centers around post-apocalyptic warriors duking it out in heavily armored cars, was released in 1979. In this case, the SUV is less
Lil Moni, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I hope you have a wonderful night, and thank you for being here. Thanks for coming by. Thank you so much for the bits. Means the world to me.
Mobile and more like Immortan Joe's Gigahorse, preparing the owner for the life of a warlord in the anarchic wastes of a future America. As income inequality and class divisions have exploded since the 70s, it has led to increased social stratification and separation between rich and poor. America's fastest growing grocery chains today are Whole Foods on one hand and Dollar Tree and Aldi on the other, stores which serve the two extremes of the socioeconomic spectrum. Private schools charging tens of thousands of dollars a year grow in popularity as public ones become dilapidated. The wealthy live either in urban towers with dormant and sophisticated security systems, or isolated and homogeneous gated communities. In fact, the Villages, that mother of all gated communities in Florida, was first developed in the 1980s. Rapai, that French anthropologist we mentioned earlier, observed this himself. Quote, the United States is in some ways becoming a medieval society, in which people live and work in the modern equivalent of castles, and try to shield themselves while traveling between them. They do this by riding in sport utility vehicles, which look armored, and by trying to appear as intimidating as possible, unquote. The sheer bulk of SUVs has an added advantage in a society increasingly defined by steep class divisions. Lauer quotes Howard Koch, a wealthy movie producer, about why he likes SUVs. Quote, "I sit on top of the crowd and look down," unquote. This spatial domination, in addition to declaring the owner's literally higher position in society, has a disastrous downside. The height limits the visibility
This is
of
something
the
that I
people
talk about a
below
lot.
compared to traditional cars, leading to a recent spike in pedestrian deaths. It helps that SUVs are significantly more expensive than sedans and other cars, while their terrible fuel economy makes running them all the more costly, securing their position as a status good. Finally, Lauer comments on those ubiquitous commercials of SUVs cruising through desolate, remote landscapes. In a world gone mad, the SUV represents the ability to get away from others, to escape to a remote landscape and experience happy, individualistic isolation, far from the problems of society. It also plays into the pastoral pretensions of America's elite, something laid bare in the popular press. A 1988 Newsweek article proclaims that, quote, "The Range Rover now reigns as essential equipment for every would-be American squire," unquote. Yet this is just another case of the individualization of social risk. Why bother confronting, and maybe fixing, society's problems if you can just hop in your SUV and escape those problems instead? This is the appeal of the SUV to America's increasingly wealthy and isolated elite.
Oh, we're watching a
by
video
one researcher, Lauer cites,
that
quote,
was relevant to
"As the
something we were talking
distance,
about a little bit
physical and financial, between rich and poor grows,
Me lord?
so does the appeal of the SUV. Chevy Suburbans and Ford Expeditions amply protect their occupants from the outside world while holding the allure of vacations in beautiful and remote places where lesser cars cannot tread," unquote. Lauer ultimately concludes that the SUV satisfies a demand for what he calls, quote, "euphemistic safety and euphemistic space," unquote. A desire for safety and space from a society perceived as undergoing a gradual collapse. For some, this arises from a paranoid fear of crime and violence, a phenomenon the government is apparently unwilling or unable to control, and so something the individual has to take into their own hands, hence euphemistic safety. For others, the SUV is a component of the devolution of America into a stratified, unequal society dominated by a de facto aristocracy. A state of affairs even self-proclaimed neoliberal publications have admitted exists. Today's elite are increasingly withdrawing from public life, isolating themselves socially and in many cases literally fortifying themselves. Hence, euphemistic space. SUVs are fundamentally a technological solution to a social problem. In response to social crises, they provide an individual feeling of safety and satisfy an individual demand for space. They represent withdrawal from society, isolation and fortification, rather than engagement with others. The collapse of the social contract and the end of any hope of working together to solve our problems. It's a depressing, cynical, paranoid, and antisocial worldview, one which Rapai himself described as, quote, "irrational and reptilian," unquote. But we need to understand why it's come to dominate if we are to ever imagine a better world instead.
Interesting. Pretty good, huh? Again, Echo Gecko is the channel. I've been a big fan of Echo Gecko for quite a while. I know Vosh shouted them out a while ago. They're a great, great channel. Just fantastic. Now we have one last thing to react to. Thankfully, it's pretty good and long, so we'll have plenty of time to enjoy it together. Are you all ready? I wanted to react really badly to Natalie Wynn of ContraPoints fame talking with Noam Chomsky. Yeah, I'm excited. So who's excited for that? I'm really interested to hear what they have to say because they talk about the future of the left. And I don't know about you, but I plan to be part of the future of the left. So maybe this is a super important thing for us to listen to. Is this new? Yeah, this came out a couple days ago. This came out on the 28th. So like 4 days ago or so. When do I get to talk to Noam? I don't know. I hope so. I should probably shoot him an email and see if he'd want to talk with me. That'd be super cool. Noam Chomsky refuses to debate Sam Cedar? Maybe. Who knows? Let's watch it together, shall we? Let's watch it. Wait, for real? Noam Chomsky is gonna talk to aristocracy? Holy moly, that's awesome. I should reach out to her. I really should.
Welcome to the Stoa. It's good to see everyone in the room today. Big event today. And if you're watching this on YouTube, I imagine some people might be discovering the Stoa for the first time. I don't really know how to describe the Stoa really. Sort of this underground philosophical community that has sort of a zero fucks marketing vibe about it. We've been called the Burning Man of the internet, which I quite like. We launched around when COVID first came online, and we hosted well over 1,000 events since. And one thing that we've been known for is having conversations that simply you won't find anywhere else. And one of those conversations is happening today. We have our friend Noam Chomsky returning to the Stoa, and he's also returning with the one and only Natalie Wynn, aka ContraPoints.
Wow.
They're going to have a conversation on the future of the left. So we'll begin in a moment, but if everyone except Noam and Natalie can just turn off their camera. And I'll tag Natalie in a moment, and she'll be softly leading the conversation with Noam. And they'll be in conversation for about 40 minutes. Then Natalie will take me back in, and then we'll have about 20 minutes for Q&A, 60 minutes in total. Hopefully we'll get about 1 or 2 questions in. So Noam, Natalie, welcome back to the Stoa. And Natalie, I'll take you in. Oh, you're in mute.
Pro streamer ContraPoints. Oh, it's not just me. Literally the biggest, one of the biggest YouTube channels on BreadTube on the internet. Fucking mic issues. It's not just me.
Are we good?
Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me back, and Professor Chomsky, it's nice to meet you. So our topic is the future of the left. So
True.
I guess,
but she does do video game streams, so.
For the last year, I feel like I have been in a lot of arguments with other leftists about the 2020 election, and especially with people I know who are in their 20s. Their awakening to politics was Bernie Sanders and the Sanders movement, and a lot of them were very deeply frustrated by the fact that Biden was the Democratic nominee, so to the extent that they didn't want to vote for him. And I was always arguing, oh no, we have to vote against Trump, #1 priority. But now that Biden has won, I guess there's part of me that has this nagging guilt. Like, I was the one saying, oh, no, we got to do Biden. I promise I'm not going to check out and go to brunch if Biden wins. But now I find that I am a little bit more complacent without this malignant charlatan, tweeting from the White House every day. So I guess so to me, the future of the left for the near future is like how to influence from the outside. For those of us who are not politics.
Natalie has a beautiful voice. I love it. Yeah.
Politicians, like how to influence the Democratic Party in a left-wing direction. Like, can this be done? I guess I feel like I want to be able to tell these very passionate, like 22-year-olds that, like, yes, like it's good that Biden's in office and we have some chance to influence an administration like this. Professor Chomsky, do you think that that's do you think that there's significant ways of doing that?
Oh, definitely. In fact, it's already been done. Should just make one comment about the election since you brought it up. In November 2020, there were two choices. One choice was to vote against Trump. The other choice was to help Trump win. Abstaining meant help Trump win. Helping Trump win meant consigning ourselves to 4 years in which the environment would probably be destroyed. We might reach tipping points from which there would be no escape, plus lots more. So basically there was no choice. The only choice was to vote against Trump. Okay, that in our system, that means cast your vote for Biden. Okay, well, barely, just barely, Trump was defeated. Just a couple of tens of thousands of votes, it might have changed. Of course, he lost by 7 million votes, but in our radically defective democracy, votes have a secondary role. So anyhow, yes, Biden's now in. How to influence Biden? Same way it's been done so far. Biden's programs are effective in many ways, but in some respects, they're the best that we have seen.
Just so you all know, he's 92. Noam, I know everybody's asking. Noam is 92 years old, and he's still going on YouTube and doing stuff like this. What a pog champ. Sorry, even if you agree or disagree, pog champ shit. That's some pog shit.
For a long time. His climate program, that's the most important thing, is because survival depends on it. It's not what I would like to see, but it's better than anything else that's been proposed. And that didn't get there by magic. That got there by hard work, by Sunrise Movement sitting in on congressional offices, getting support from AOC, who picked up Ed Markey in the Senate, supported them so they weren't kicked out. A moderately decent climate program was proposed. Now there's a much better one. It's actually by now a congressional resolution. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ed Markey have introduced a resolution which is right on target. It's a detailed, careful proposal, feasible for what must be done and can be done to avert disaster. It's pretty much the same as the International Energy Association and some of the most prominent and significant people who've worked on the details of how to deal with this, like my colleague Bob Pollan is the lead on this. So it's a very good resolution. Can it get from being a resolution to being legislation? Well, that depends on people like you. It got as far as it did because of quite a lot of activist pressure. If there's more activist pressure, it can move on. And the same is true on every other issue. So what we call the left, remember, is left by US standards. So Bernie Sanders, we regard as the left. You read the liberal press in the United States, the most liberal columnists, say Paul Krugman in the New York Times, they'll say his policies are very good, but they're probably too radical for the American people. I suppose you go across the ocean and read the world's leading business newspaper, by no means left, Financial Times. Their associate editor, leading columnist, recently had a column in which she said, sort of as a quip, but not entirely, that if Bernie Sanders was running on the Conservative Party program in Germany, Christian Democrats, the Conservative Party, the right-wing party, he could be a candidate there because his programs are already accepted by the right wing in Germany. Now, what are his main programs? Universal medical care, free college tuition. Yeah, they have that everywhere. Germany has it, France has it, Brazil has it.
Yeah, I don't know how true that is.
It's not a big deal. That's it's a conservative position. It's in the United States, it's far to the left. Well, it hasn't always been this way. You go back to, I should say that I can't help these days thinking about my own childhood, early 1930s. Rather similar today in many ways.
1930s.
One way it was similar, and this has to do with the left programs. One way it was similar, that there was vast inequality, just like today. Labor movement had been crushed. There was a lot of anger, resentment, concern. Things were boiling over. There were two ways. This was happening all over the world. There were two ways out. One way out was fascism. That was
that's really cool. Opioid crisis.
Germany. Another way out was social democracy. That was picked in the United States. The New Deal was basically what's now called social democracy. At that point, it wasn't. The United States was actually, in many ways, in the lead in developing social democratic programs, which were picked up and extended in Europe after the Second World War.
And they've been slowly and surely dismantled over time.
It's kind of where we are now. We're not facing fascism in the 1930s sense, but something unpleasantly like it, at least in symptoms. We have the option of social democracy, something like the New Deal. Going back to Biden, his programs have a kind of New Deal flavor. The jobs program could have been a New Deal program. CARES program, to a certain extent, could have been.
Fast forward now to
environmental
the infrastructure.
Programs, of course, weren't considered in the 30s, but they're the kind of programs that could have been part of the New Deal. So there's some similarity. Very much like the 30s, he's running into an iron wall of opposition. Total. The Republican Party won't permit any of it. The Supreme Court is very reactionary, struck down all of Roosevelt's initiatives until something happened. The labor movement revived. It had been virtually destroyed, mostly by violence, even worse than today. Began to revive, CIO organizing.
See, I wonder, sometimes on certain subjects, there are things that I don't know that I agree with Noam Chomsky with. And one of his is that he does fixate on the labor movements a lot. But I don't know. We live in a very, very different time with regard to that. Like, contract work is like everything these days. And that, you don't just... Organizing contractors is not the same as organizing workplaces. It's not quite the same, but I don't know. Let's hear what he has to say.
Labor actions, a lot of political groups, lots of popular organization, got to the point where labor was actually getting as far as sit-down strikes. It's around the mid-30s. That sends real fear into the mainstream establishment. Sit-down strike is just one step before saying, we don't need you. We can run this thing by ourselves, get lost. Okay? At that point, I'm simplifying, but it's kind of what happened. At that point, the reactionary court shifted, began to permit New Deal measures. The business world reluctantly began to accommodate to the Wagner Act, labor organizing, New Deal measures, and so on. And you got the rudiments of a social democratic framework, which lasted pretty much until the reversal in the late 70s and the early 80s, the business offensive, which has for 40 years been working hard to roll back all the progress. That's the neoliberal period. Well, we're back to something similar. So what's the future of the left? Depends again on what people like you will do, just as it in the mid-30s, early 30s, depended on what your counterparts did at the time. They became engaged, committed, worked on it. It changed.
Yeah, there's sometimes this sense of self-defeating pessimism, I guess, that a lot of people have, that things are so bad, they've never been this bad. But it's not true, is it? It's better now than it was. I mean,
it's far better than it was in the 30s.
Or in the 60s.
Depression in the 30s was far worse than what we see today.
Thank you, Joyce. I appreciate that.
Not only
Thank you
that,
so
but
much.
the country's made a lot of progress since. We shouldn't overlook that. The activism of the 1960s, its aftermath, really civilized the country in many ways. The things that we take that were considered normal at that time are unspeakable today. I mean, the 1960s. Right,
I mean, I don't disagree with you, Spade, but the problem is that everything is contract work
right now. There's a housing
corporations
crisis,
aren't going to change that.
Serious housing crisis. What should happen is what happened in the 1930s. Federal government got involved in affordable public housing, but in a manner which went right through the 1960s and would be considered absolutely intolerable today. It had to be segregated. Public housing funded by the federal government had to block African Americans. That went on right through the 1960s. That wouldn't happen today. We've come forward in that respect, not by magic, by plenty of hard, difficult, dangerous work that pushed us beyond that. And the same is true in many other respects. Women's rights barely existed in the 1960s.
No, see? Dying is not inevitable, see? Being killed is inevitable. You will be killed by something, whether it be old age or disease or, I don't know, something else. But dying? No dying. You don't get to die. You keep fighting until something kills you. That's how it goes.
No, a lot has changed. Same in other things. So we're in a much better situation now than we were in the 30s, and the conditions are nowhere near as awful as they were then. At that time, fascism meant real fascism. That meant brown shirts marching through the streets, meant concentration camps, meant powerful state run by a totalitarian party, which was so powerful it even controlled the business world. We have almost the opposite, the business world mostly controlling the government. I mean, there are similarities, but we shouldn't overdo it. And the main similarity is that popular activism and engagement can make the difference.
I do agree. I don't disagree with the idea here that he's presenting, that like it does require people getting involved, like people becoming motivated enough to take part in the world, to de-alienate themselves is like super fucking important. This is why I build why my channel is so socially focused. I want people to connect with each other. I want people to build networks, to do things. Datura dude with the $5, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Datura dude, and you're very welcome. The thing is, like, I don't know that I agree with all of Chomsky's observations. I don't know that like other socialist thinkers would agree with him either. like, I think there are some things that are very different. Like, for example, the New Deal wasn't on the cusp of a climate change. Wasn't on the cusp of irrevocable climate change. That wasn't even in the books. We are now. We're looking at climate disaster. So I think that might change the equation a little bit with regard to what types of actions we should consider. So I worry about some of that. I think sometimes he puts a lot of stock in electoralism that shouldn't necessarily be put there. And I think he also oversells the accomplishments of social democracy. While there have undeniably been wins, many of those were won in spite of, not because of, social democrats. Like, you know that most of the people who won, like, it's funny, he says here that, like, oh yeah, like social democracy, this, that, and the other thing. But at the same time, the people, the real shakers and movers of the Civil Rights Act were revolutionaries. They were not social democrats. So, yeah. He's actually making a good point. Being controlled by corporations is better than a dictatorship. That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true, just so you know. What if being controlled by 3 different corporations, all of which function like a dictatorship? There would be no difference. I don't think that you can just simply say that, like, oh, corporate control is better than a dictatorship. Well, they can functionally do the same thing. Now, I would say that right now, yes, we are not in a dictatorship. That is better. But we're not very far away from that. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Proto-fascism, for which we see the symptoms, and a move towards authentic social democracy, maybe beyond.
Yeah, I think sometimes it seems to me that it's easier to make progress in the kind of like what's called identity politics areas of feminism, gay rights, trans rights, because so much work can be done just through consciousness raising. I mean, I guess I don't really like to claim the valor of an activist when I'm really more of an entertainer with a conscience, but I feel that as someone who has, you know, I have a YouTube channel like that millions of people watch, you can really kind of shift things just by talking, because you can, you know, put the idea in people's head of accepting groups of people who haven't been previously accepted, and that alone, it goes a significant way towards changing the situation. I guess what seems more difficult to me is the move towards social democracy.
We aren't that far away from a dictatorship. That's a little hyperbolic. Tell that to the people. Tell that to the Weimar Republic. Tell that to the Weimar Republic. Massive wide on. Tell that to the people who were living in a republic, and then 10 years later were living under Hitler. Come on, don't be stupid.
Where you have, I guess it feels harder to break through the power of corporate money and politics, and it seems less, to me anyway, like it's possible through sheer, like, you know, consciousness raising or activism. Like it's possible to, I think to a lot of people, it seems like there's this, I don't know, like unbreakable wall of money and politics that it's hard to get through with these, like, you know, with anything so sort of spiritual, idealistic, I guess, as like.
You can't be serious with that? No, I'm 100% serious. Are you kidding me? The parallels between America right now and the Weimar Republic are ridiculous. Reactionary as fuck? What? What are you talking about? Are you a troll? What are you talking about?
As activism, consciousness raising, you know, protest movements.
It was the same in the 1930s. Yeah. There was an unbreakable wall of money and politics and corporate power, but it was broken. And it's been broken many times since. The reasons we've moved, it's not just consciousness raising. Consciousness raising leads to action. There are changes. The expansion of civil rights is not anywhere near as far as it should be, but it's real. It's dramatically different. Same with women's rights, same with gay rights. Same with even inroads in control of the corporate sector. So, for example, now.
I slightly disagree. We aren't super far off, but we have enough checks and balances that keep the U.S. from dipping that far. But in 2 severe election cycles, that could change. What checks and balances? Like, what checks and balances? Like, I don't even. Our checks and balances aren't functioning. They're not functioning right now. Like, you realize that, like, that the Weimar Republic had plenty of checks and balances. It's just they just get ignored. The checks and balances actually have to have institutional backing. Like there has to actually be power behind it. Just saying on paper that you have a check and a balance. Yeah, but we'll talk about this after. We've seen this happen like so many times. I don't know. It's the fact that the entire judicial system upheld during this election in an absolute landslide, that doesn't prove anything. We have 30% of the country that still believes that this country isn't valid. That in and of itself is a failure. Yes, they're gentlemen's agreements. We just talked about this earlier. You're not going to be a dictatorship. It's bad for business. Yeah, we won't be branded a dictatorship. It will be corporation. It'll be a corporate oligarchy that is branded as liberal social democracy. And I think that if you have a choice between 3 corporations, all of which are internally dictatorships, even if your country isn't branded as a dictatorship, yeah, we'll be not a exactly. Yeah, we'll be not a dictatorship in the same way Russia and China aren't. Yeah, exactly. It's the southern strategy, but just for corporations. You just go, oh yeah, it's not a dictatorship. It's a merit-based leadership program. Bam.
Well, there are the beginnings of worker-owned enterprises, which are
exactly. Yeah, you can't have it. It won't be a dictatorship if you never call it a dictatorship, right?
Flourishing collectives. So that's all real. It's not just consciousness raising. So yes, we have to, it begins with changing people's beliefs and understanding, but then it turns into action. So let's go back to the most critical issue, that resolution I mentioned in Congress, the AOC Markey resolution. Well, that can be pushed to legislation, just as the New Deal measures were pushed to legislation.
If I remember correctly, the checks and balances of the Weimar Republic were better than our own constitution. Some mechanism allowed for a faction to dissolve the government and call for re-election at any time. They ended up doing that multiple times per year, and the Nazis just kept voting. Yeah, it's called the People's Federation. Yeah, exactly. I agree that the removal of a president will never happen, but there are parts of the government that hold certain aspects of our country in line. One single person won't be able to, but if McConnell agreed with Trump and passed this stuff through more regularly, it could have become a dictatorship. They're eroding voting rights in our country. There are huge swaths of America that literally will not be able to vote after this. There are literal segregation laws going into effect in red states right now. In red states, they are banning they're censoring the teaching of racial history. I don't think I think a lot of people don't actually appreciate some of the bullshit, some of the insane shit that we've been dealing with since Trump left.
Right now, Supreme Court.
Maybe I'm failing. Maybe I'm failing to communicate
block it, just as the court blocked all the New Deal measures through the early 30s. But something changed. Popular power changed, and the court reluctantly.
I didn't say that. A commenter said that.
Reluctantly went along. Even the threat, Roosevelt's threat to pack the court, add justices, that alone change the decisions of the court markedly. They could see the writing on the wall. Can't get away with it anymore. Okay, that's how things change. You're always going to be engaged in class war against a bitter enemy. The business classes are basically vulgar Marxist, deeply committed to unremitting class war. But there's a limit to what they can get away with, because they don't actually have the power when it finally comes to push and shove. Power is in the hands of the population if they exercise it. Okay, but then you have to.
But exercising it is increasingly hard as humans are shunted off into tiny bubbles of consumerism and alienation. We live in a gig economy where countless people don't ever talk to their coworkers. They don't even know who their coworkers are. They get instructions from an app. They never organize because they don't know who anyone they work with is. And this is something that is very different that Noam Chomsky, I feel, is failing to consider here.
Exercise it. That means persuasion, education, organization, action, and persistent activism, and it leads to changes.
I think maybe
I don't know.
I think maybe an obstacle for a lot of people in terms of consciousness of our collective power is that it's sometimes difficult to see the long-term, power of these incremental changes. So I think that especially when I have conversations with undergraduates and people that age, it's like
I don't know any of my neighbors.
You start with a very philosophical
Actually, I know one of my neighbors.
approach to politics, and so that tends to produce like a kind of utopian thing. Oh, what should society look like? And then anything that's not producing that is seen as some kind of like morally corrupting compromise. And I guess this is. I find I'm often in this argument with people where
good night, Spade.
It's like they're using their philosophical
are you getting mad or
conception.
something?
So like you say we don't have there's not really a socialist politician of any significant influence in the United States. We call the New Deal, basically we call that socialism now. So I think some people become cynical that well, this isn't real socialism, so it's not worth doing, and like they're sort of holding out for, I don't know, some kind of revolutionary moment when suddenly everything is going to be good. But I don't know. I don't particularly think that's how it works.
That's how the world works.
Yeah.
Remember, there is one difference today and in the 1930s. There were, at the time, in the 1930s, left political parties, which had a long tradition, had activists working in them. They weren't overwhelmed by illusions about instant gratification. They knew it's hard, long-term work, which will suffer regression. You make progress, you keep working. If things go bad, you work harder, but it's not going to be something you're going to get by snapping your fingers. So let's take a lot of young people's, you know better than I do, but I can see it, attitudes towards the Sanders campaign.
I don't think third
widely
parties are a
described as a
valid way
failure.
of.
It was a smashing success.
I don't think third parties are valid in the United
success.
States, modern United States.
Sanders broke with over a century of American political history. A century
No, I don't
in
think they
which
ever will be.
Electability was pretty much determined simply by funding. This goes back to the late 19th century.
Yep, not until we fix voting.
Ask Mark Hanna, the great campaign organizer of the late 19th century, was asked once, what do you need to run a successful campaign? And he said, two things. The first one is money, and I've forgotten what the second one is. Well, that's the way American political history has been. Sanders broke with that. no corporate funding, no wealthy funding, media totally against him. He not only practically won, he probably would have won if it hadn't been for Democratic Party machinations, but also has a very influential position.
But he didn't.
Right now, his position in Congress is quite influential. He plays a big role. Other people came in on the Sanders wave, like Ocasio-Cortez and others, and are having a big effect.
Yeah, I'll say for my own part,
A lot of apples in chat says they back then they could actually speak to the working class. The left has lost this language. We need to become fluent in this dialect again. The dialect doesn't exist. The American working class looks nothing like it did 100 years ago. We need to learn how we can learn from the past, but we need to move beyond it. We need solutions that match the workforce now, that meet the working class now. You can't just go out there and be like, my brothers and sisters, all of my fellow steel workers, let us rise up and pick up the hammers of our work. No, you can't do that. That doesn't make any sense. Nobody talks like that anymore. Nobody understands labor like that anymore. It's not that. We need a new dialect. We need to connect with people in new ways. We need to acknowledge the challenges of now and not keep dwelling forever on the past. Study the past, yes. Study history, please. For the love of God, study it. But don't dwell on it. We live in a totally different world than we did. And there are some parallels. But they're not the same.
That's not failure. That's tremendous success. Okay, now you go on and build from there.
What's this?
I mean, the Sanders campaign transformed my own imagination of what is possible. I guess previously I had thought, socialism is a permanent dirty word in this country. It's just not a pragmatic possibility. But I do think that just the visibility of this and the fact that he was able to build a movement, it does kind of changes people's capacity to imagine what's possible in the future.
No, I agree with you.
So I think that's pretty significant.
Go back 50 years, 1960s. One of the great moments of popular activism in the 1960s of the left, SDS, was when, must have been around 1968 or 69, the president of SDS, Paul Potter, gave a presidential address. It was a great guy, I should say, a wonderful guy. And in the presidential address of the SDS, the most left-wing organization, he, after a long build-up, he said, it's come time to name the system. And he said the word capitalism, and there was a silence. Wow, somebody actually said the word. Okay, that's what it was like in the 1960s. You couldn't, it's not socialism. You couldn't say the word capitalism.
Yeah, that's very different. Yeah.
Prime038 says, to the current point, Bernie may be getting stonewalled, but he's getting ideas out there, planting the seeds, and as proof that this is taking hold, AOC and the squad hold a lot of power comparative to their actual size. Bernie may have lost the battle, but his fight has shown a lot of people that winning the war is possible. Winning the war is possible. But they're getting stonewalled via traditional manners. Yes, getting the ideas out there is 100% accurate. I agree. Get the words out there. But the idea that Bernie or AOC is going to be the one to put those ideas into practice is ridiculous. They're not going to. They're being the entire Democratic Party can't even get corporate Democratic things through. The system is jammed. Now, I agree that it's valuable for him to get the ideas out there, but how do we actually get those ideas into place before everybody dies? By doing things. We have to go put the politics into action. You can't just sit there and think about electoralism all the time. If the situation was hopeless, their propaganda would be unnecessary. We have those, though, Capo. We have those. Things like trans rights. Even though those are kind of obvious. Yes, of course I'm talking praxis. People need to get out there and connect in the real world. They need to build things. They need to do things. They need to fix problems. And they need to fix them in a way that is counter, that is insulated. These things have to be structured so that they do not replicate the problems of capitalism when possible. But the reality is that on an electoral level, our government is stuck. Our country is pulling apart like this. Red states are going full-on segregation of trans people. They're disenfranchising people of color. And blue states are trying to do this social democrat thing. And what's actually happening is on a federal level, it's a complete lockdown. And Bernie isn't convincing anybody in the representatives or in the Senate to switch over to being a leftist. Those people are ingrained. What his power is getting the word out to us so we can recognize and stop being vote cucked. I've always said this. I've always maintained this. Vote, but voting should be your lowest level of political engagement. The U.S. system is built for... Good Faith Actor says, the U.S. system is built for gridlock. It's a feature of the system, not a bug. Not a bug. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the Congress is fucking frozen. Don't be electoralism cucked. Don't be an electoralist. Being anti-electoralism does not mean not voting. Being anti-electoralism, and I've said this so many times, I've done this segment before a million times, being anti-electoralism means recognizing that voting is not going to fix the problem. That voting might be a strategic choice that could help alleviate pressure, but won't. When it comes to, Eddie says, when it comes to our politics, I'm pretty much black-pilled. 2022, the Dems are going to get creamed in the midterms. There'll be 2 years of Dems saying, well, we don't have the House and Senate. I feel like the only way to enact change, well, I don't agree with you. I do not think that that's the correct answer. But I think that there are other options. I think there are more creative solutions than just waiting for votes. Prime says, my point is that there were talking points were moot 10 years ago. Politics works very slowly, sadly. I agree we need on-the-ground action, and that will push it faster, but my point is not to black people into feeling doing praxis is worthless. I was a progressive Democrat out of high school, but if I knew that true progressives like Bernie were out there, then I would have pushed harder then. Maybe you would have. I don't think that politics works very slowly. It doesn't work slowly when Republicans do it. Republicans fucking tear the shit out of any progress that we made. You know that Republicans, like, Donald Trump walked into office and banned trans people from the military like that. Are you fucking kidding me? They just don't care. They don't care.
Okay, you've come a long way. It's true that it's an interesting fact about the United States that it's
hey, good luck, Ziggy.
The only country I know of outside of total totalitarian dictatorships where socialism is considered a four-letter word. Yeah. Every other country, socialism is, you say you're a socialist, like saying you're a Democrat. It's nothing, no? Yeah, so you're a socialist, so what? Well, that's a breakthrough.
85D2D Derek says, I've been reading a book called The Upswing that argues that our human networks of social solidarity have broken down since the 70s and that any social movement must be built on a foundation of genuine human connection. Why do you think I stress connecting with other people so much? It's important. We need to rebuild that. We need to de-alienate ourselves.
The 1960s, you couldn't say the word capitalism. Now you can. And you can even say the word socialism. Social democracy, and not just say it, but implement some of the policies.
I agree, Elkin Osale.
Okay, those are changes. That's how things happen. And it's not just the words. It's
no, not de-alienate.
And they're right on the table.
It's okay to be an alien.
Like, take the climate issue is by far the most important one. But there's very serious problems in this country. There's tens of millions of people who don't have food on the table. There are people who are being thrown out in the streets because there's no affordable housing. Well, there are programs that could deal with those things. Actually, Biden's programs have a kind of New Deal flavor. If they could get through, it would be, they'd make a big dent in these problems.
If they're not getting through, they are not getting through. This is one of the areas where I most disagree with Noam Chomsky, is because he keeps saying if they get through. We know they're not getting through. They are not getting through. It's not happening. The Republicans are dead set against it. How the hell are you going to get that through when the Republicans they literally won't even agree to do an investigation of a violent insurrection into the Capitol? And guess what? What happens? What happens if the Dems lose the midterms? Do you know how fucked that's going to put us in? If they lose the midterms, after all of that, we need to recognize that politics is more than just voting. It's more than just following that. Yes, vote, please, of course. Do the best that you can, but don't fixate your time and energy on fucking random-ass politicians unless you can identify that there is a super huge opportunity. There are more interesting and more valuable political things that you can do.
A lot of people would be a lot better off. Wouldn't
the
be
filibuster's not going anywhere.
We're not going to have a revolution tomorrow.
Yeah.
It would be a major change in people's lives. It would set the stage for going on. Now, what's happening with those programs? Well, 100% Republican opposition. We see it in Washington every time we open our eyes. Just a couple of days ago, Biden was criticized sharply, even in the liberal press, for making a terrible mistake. What was the mistake? He stood up and said, I'll accept the very limited stimulus program that the Republicans have permitted, but I'm going to continue to press for the broader one. Terrible mistake. Everyone came down on him hard. Of course, McConnell and the rest of the Republicans denounced him for backing off on a promise, but even the liberal press condemned him. How can you say a thing like that? How can you be minimally decent? Okay, well, you have to create an environment in which he's not blamed for that, but he's supported for it. Yes, he should press to try to get the rest of the program through. The Republicans have a red line. They made it very clear. The red line is you cannot do anything which in any way harms the ultra wealth and corporate power. They made that very explicit. The red line is you can't touch to pay for these things. You can't touch the Trump tax scam, which was a huge giveaway. The one legislative program under Trump was a huge giveaway to the very rich and the corporate sector. The tax bill of 2017 harmed everyone else. And you can't touch that. That was made explicit. I'm not reading anything into what they said. That's the red line. Well, should we accept that? Of course not.
What do you think about, it seems that a significant obstacle to, what to do about the Republican Party, I guess part of the future of the left is the future of the right. It seems like the future of the right is Trumpism. And that, I don't know, the way I see that, it's like there's 40% of this country that has kind of checked out of public rationality itself. Insofar as they're not really doing like reasoning in any conventional sense. Like when you have something like QAnon and the kind of free associative paranoia of Satanist cabals, of pedophiles running, it's like, there's like, it undercuts the ability to communicate with people, what you're even trying to say, because there's like a attack on.
Welcome, SP Jupiter.
What, the normal concept of what reality is.
Thank you so much, Ash.
And
appreciate
so,
that.
I suppose, some of these people simply have to be ignored, I guess, because when you can't, obviously not everyone's, you're never going to have everyone agree, but I guess when you have like an obstructionist Republican Party, like, I don't know. It's just kind of alarming to me how many people are still supporting this despite.
You work on it.
Yeah.
So, for example, what you say is true. It's about 40% of the population. However, if you look a little bit more closely, it's age related. If you look at younger Republicans, it's by no means that extreme. Not great, but they're more open to discussion and
viable, yeah,
thinking about these issues.
No, they're not. No, they are not. That's not true. Young Republicans are like John Doyle. Young Republicans are like Steven Crowder. No, they're not. They really are not. Young Republicans are arguably the most extreme of all of them now. And I would agree there are less young Republicans, obviously, but still, that is not true. This is another area where I think Noam's analysis is off. I think I think that he's sort of out of the loop on that.
Well, that's where you work.
TPUSA, PragerU,
not fixed.
PragerU is targeting children with far-right stuff.
Obama. Okay, their genes haven't changed. Their picture of the world.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. I got to address this. Prime says, I feel you. I feel your struggle and your fears and stand in solidarity and practice with you and everyone else here. But you have to remember, as soon as Biden was put into office, that trans ban was lifted. It sucks that Dems move it slow, but they set it back to neutral when they take office. You and me are fighting the same case the same way. I promise you that. But you have to remember that your audience aren't all as strong as Hardy to you. All I'm saying is try to ease up on the dourness until you have something positive to complement it with. Prime, I really like you, but shut the fuck up. With all due respect, shut the fuck up. I don't mean to be mean. I don't mean to crack down on you. But what the fuck are you talking about? You want me just to sit here and fucking suck Noam Chomsky's dick? Is that what you want? You mad because I have some criticisms for the old man? Is that the problem here? I have critiques of Noam Chomsky's worldview. Noam Chomsky is, I think, incorrect on certain things. And I think it's important that we push back on these certain things. I spend all of my time on this stream fueling people up to be positive. I just think that Noam is wrong on certain things. So no, I'm not going to suck Noam Chomsky's dick just because he's an old man. This is a video that is posted on the internet from a guy who loves to debate. Jesus. Whew. I get it. I understand. We're on the same side, but I feel like you're projecting a little bit here, Prime. What? What are you talking about, YOLO boing and stuff? What are you even talking about? Yeah, exactly. Blego Pie says Noam has been taking criticism longer than most of chat's been alive. He can handle it. Also, I've been super chill. My critiques have been super fucking chill. The fuck? I swear to God. It's not about to pop off. I'm about to go to bed. Jesus.
And what's possible has changed. There's one of the many reasons why
no, you're not, bitch.
The Republicans are dead set against allowing any progressive legislation to go through is that if it does, it's going to peel off a large part of their voting base. If the Democrats succeed in putting through programs that alleviate the conditions, which are very harsh for much of the population, there goes the voting base. They have a very strong reason to make the country ungovernable.
Four Buddy says, in other news, I get Chomsky's point, but I think our circumstances have changed where more urgency is necessary. I agree.
Not just trying, of course, the main goal just is coming back into power, but one way to ensure that is to make sure that none of the legislation and actions that would improve people's lives ever get through. Okay? Got to work on it. Got to make people understand that.
This is the thing. See, Noam, I understand that he's like trying not to be dooming, but he'll say things like, yes, the Republicans have us on a permanent gridlock. None of the things that Biden promised are ever going to get through. Well, we just have to work on it. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean by just work on it, Fivehead? Like, it's not that simple. It really isn't. We need some fucking, we need the energy. We need people to have a sense of urgency here.
And that can happen. If you want to think about the 1930s again, you had the same kind
you can always
of
appeal.
ultra-right groups. They were, in fact,
your ban.
1932 33 came pretty close to a coup to overthrow the government. It was broken up by the great Smedley Butler, Marine commander, who intervened and blocked the coup. That was a real coup attempt, not January 6th. There were anti-Semitic and fascist groups were all over the place, not just in the United States, but in England and elsewhere. In fact, take Germany. Bear in mind that Germany in the 19...
Vorbuddy says he has a valid perspective and the wisdom to look back and see more of the forest than the trees, but that's still with his personal lens. And if the environment he lived through is accelerating, it's okay to not be at peace with the pace we're currently working at. Yeah, but also keep in mind, just remember, keep in mind that Noam Chomsky is, at the end of the day, a comfortable intellectual who has tenure, who will never face hardship for the rest of his life. He is not going to face hardship for the rest of his life. So I appreciate him. I think I'm a huge fan of Noam Chomsky. I really love it. We fucking watched, we did one of the movies we watched for Mod Night was Noam Chomsky's Manufacturing Consent. The problem, though, is that I do think there are certain aspects in which Noam's analysis just isn't in step with the things that we're dealing with right now. Thank you, Voidstorm. I appreciate that. I do my best.
The 1920s was the absolute peak of Western civilization. The sciences.
This is a fucking bad January 6th take. They were 30 seconds shy of successfully assassinating Pence and preventing the certification of the election. The rest of the dominoes would have fallen effortlessly from there to Trump's second and permanent term. It was absolutely a coup attempt. Yes, we talked about this morning. I think he's wrong about that as well. He doesn't realize that there were literally multiple anti-Semitic groups organizing this event. And the New York Times documentary does indicate that he's not correct on this. I just think he's wrong about certain things. I just think he's incorrect about certain things.
In the arts, literature was regarded as a model of democracy. That was Germany. Had a huge labor movement. One of the reasons the Nazis were able to come in is that the left was split. The Stalinist line at the time, followed religiously by the KPD, the Communist Party, was that the Social Democrats, counterpart to the Bidenites, were worse than Hitler. They were social fascists. Trotsky, who was trying to urge the two parts of the left, the Social Democrats and the Communists, trying to urge them to unite, was bitterly condemned by the
Yes, I agree, poor buddy. Thank you.
As one of the worst figures in history, because he was willing to cooperate with the social fascists who were worse than the Nazis. Okay? I think you can find counterparts to that in the left today.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so don't let the left be split. Don't let the coalition get broken up in that way, right? I guess it reminds me of what I saw happening in 2016, where when you had like Trumpism first showing up, and before Trump was even running on the internet, I guess I was kind of tracking what to me was like this disturbing like emergence of like proto-fascist like leanings of, you know, anti-Semitism and like race science and this kind of thing. And they were able to recruit basically by targeting dissatisfaction with, you know, what what some people would say as like extreme leftist activism, right? So they would.
Thank you, Jordan Network. I appreciate that.
Resentment of feminism,
Anti-doomer doomer
That's
speeches.
the point where they could get in.
Look, I always say on my show, I always try to avoid ending on a doomer note because I don't believe I'm not a doomer. Voidstorm, if you want to know more about it, I do highly recommend the New York Times documentary that just released about it. There's a link. You can find it easily. Just search New York Times Capitol Insurrection. It just came out like 2 days ago, and it's really good. It's a 40-minute watch. It's very technical. It's not very ideological. So I think you'd enjoy it. It was actually very good. Thank you very much, Jordan Network. Really appreciate that.
And bring people over to their side, or white people sort of not understanding the point of Black Lives Matter. That's the point. You can bring people over by appealing to that. So to me, I guess as a persuasive challenge, it was all about like, how do we stop? Again, and it is mostly young people, like you say. That's when people tend to be more pliable about their beliefs, and you can kind of people who are sort of starting to flirt with right-wing ideology. You can intervene at that moment. I guess that's to me sort of what I've tended to want to focus on is to notice how the far right's rhetoric is targeting the kind of conflict between like leftists and liberals and centrists, and is able to use that to get power.
Well, that's their job.
Yeah.
Their job is to try to cause conflict and
I will
antagonisms inside the left, obviously. The job of the left is to do the same to them. Strip off those parts of the far right which are, in fact, which have real grievances, which can be addressed, dealt with, and bring them around to understand that there are ways to deal with these issues. Bring them around to understand that destruction of the environment is not a joke.
This is another area where I just... What do you mean? How do you bring around far right people? I grew up in a far right cult. Out of the number of people who left my cult is like minuscule in comparison to those who are still there. I apologize. I meant no disrespect. Noam is my hero, yes, but I hold you just as high regards. I have no issue with you critiquing him. Your critiques are valid and understandable. I think we should be a little more proud of ourselves with pushing the left to get Biden elected. Bernie or bust was a serious threat, not as big as Trump, but Noam is right when he said they might as well have been on Trump's side. It's good to see our wins in perspective, of course, but look, Biden wasn't a win. Okay. I want to talk about this because this is something that... Let me show you something. Okay, you know what? We're going to do a little segment here. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. That's right. Hold on a second. Let me just get a little image up here, okay, real quick. All right? Okay. Hold on just a second. This looks right. This looks good. Here we go. This is a cool art. Okay, ready? I'm going to put this up. We're going to put this into full screen mode right before we do this. All right. What you see before you is the image of an unkindled linking the fire. We're going to talk about Dark Souls. You all know I love Dark Souls. You know I fucking love Dark Souls. And I want to tell you about a piece of Dark Souls lore that is very relevant here. Okay? In Dark Souls, there is a process called linking the fire, which is basically when a bunch of very, very powerful individuals who have absorbed many, many souls, get together, and they basically burn their souls on a giant pyre, and it reinvigorates life in the world. And or at least it reinvigorates the semblance of life. But what you'll notice in Dark Souls is that all over the place, there are thousands of mindless undead known as hollows. Okay? And every time the fire is linked, in Dark Souls 1, you're relinking the fire like the first time that it hasn't been linked by a literal god. But by Dark Souls 3, and actually, by Dark Souls 3, you wake up in a world that is thousands of years after the first Dark Souls. And the fire has been linked an incomprehensible amount of times. There's literally a pile of corpses of firekeepers who have to die in order to relink the fire. The ritual involves killing the firekeeper. There's a pile, a mountain of them have died to relink the fire, and the world is turning to ash. Okay? The fire can only... Nobody tells you this, but what is discovered throughout the course of the game is that the fire can only be linked so many times before the entire world is turned to ash. Every single time you relink the fire, it consumes more powerful souls, and it restarts everything, but there's more hollows. There's more mindless undead. There's less living things each time. Each time the fire is linked, it gets weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. And linking the fire is a lot like capitalism. Okay? Capitalism thrives on these massive boom and bust cycles that suck wealth upwards every single time. Every single time the fire is relinked. Every time we save capitalism, we come back and there's a little bit of a period of life and bloom, and then it starts to decay again, and it must be linked again. A new crisis must come to kill off a bunch of poor people so that the wealth can continue to siphon up to the gods. And I think that something that's happening here is that I think Noam Chomsky... Hold on, I'm about to tell you. I think Noam Chomsky thinks that we can link the fire more times. And I think a lot of people are realizing that we are approaching the end of the age of fire. That the fire... If we keep linking the fire, there will be nothing but ash left. And you might reawaken after linking the fire, and there's like 5 hollows and just ash as far as the eye can see. We're not ending on a doomer note. We're not ending on a doomer note. I think Noam and a lot of reformist types, they believe that we have enough energy that as long as people just get up the power to link the fire again, we'll be able to proceed. And eventually capitalism will just disappear as if by magic. But I don't think that's the case. I look at the world around and I see with an impending climate crisis, we don't have the souls to keep relinking the fire. Maybe we'll relink it again, but how long will that next relinking go? Every time you relink the fire, the time before you have to relink it again gets shorter and shorter. You have less time to gather up the souls necessary. And there are some people, I think, who wish to just let the fire go out. To just say, fuck it, we're doomed. and then they doom out. They're like the Crestfallen Knight or whatever his name is. The guy who's like, we're not fit to lick their boots. There's that type of people. And those people just wish to extinguish the fire. And there are others who aim to usurp the flame. Wait, why do you assume that the Age of Dark is bad? I don't. I don't. And neither do the devs of the neither seem to do the devs of the Dark Souls games. The Age of Dark, remember, the Age of Dark is not the extinguishing of the flame. The Age of Dark is the usurpation of the flame. Instead of extinguishing the fire, instead of relinking the fire, instead, cure the dark sign once and for all. The dark sign, which sucks the life out of everything. Now, that is very hard. How you do that is not so easy as in Dark Souls. In Dark Souls, you just need to complete a quest. But in the real world, in my opinion, the reformist position is the type of people who wish to relink the fire, to buy us a little bit more time. No, the Age of Dark is not when you let the fire die. The Age of Dark is, well, okay, some people think that's the case. But if you look into the lore, the Age of Dark is not truly the extinguishing of the fire. Rather, it's the usurpation of flame and the ushering in of the Age of Mankind. Solaire? Well, listen. Solaire that's in the first game. Solaire is not in the second one. So, I don't know. What I'm trying to say here is that, by using a video game analogy, is that sometimes I think that a lot of reformists, well, I mean, we don't. I mean, letting the fire die is neither bad nor good. Our political system isn't this fire. I understand your analogy, but this seems more like Cold War fear. The more anti-fascist we go, the longer our file will last, blah, blah. I don't care about Dark Souls. I care about our world. My point of this is that I don't think we need like one grand linking of the fire, but building up the fire in each of us, the confidence to carry on. You're mixing the metaphors in a different direction than I'm going. In Dark Souls, linking the fire is literally consuming the life force of thousands and thousands of people in order to perpetuate the system. Linking the fire is, in Dark Souls, the act of, it is basically disaster capitalism. It's when basically these giant beings kill tons of other beings and gather up all their souls, and then they go burn it up, and it restores life through because of the and the reason why it's always humans that have to do it, because humans were branded with the dark sign by the gods. I unironically think Dark Souls is about the transition from the age of monarchy to the age of capitalism and what that actually means. But yes, it's not, the fire is not, building up the fire in each of us is part of this, like that is not what I'm talking about here. You're just going a different direction with it. What I'm saying is that I don't blame people for concluding that linking the fire is just an inevitable delay. And we might have to. We might have to. We might have to just relink the fire again. We might have no choice. I mean, I would argue that voting in Biden was one such thing. I think that voting Biden in was a form of linking the fire. It was saying, okay, we're going to put aside all our things. We're going to bring in this guy because it prevents a worse thing. It prevents the extinguishing of fire. The Age of Dark wasn't considered bad necessarily, just a time of uncertainty. Well, hold on a second. The Age of Dark, now it depends on if you extinguish the flame. If you just let the flame go out and not usurp the fire. We're getting into the lore here. But there were two types of Age of Dark, by the way. There is an Age of Dark that was gained by usurping the flame and redistributing the power of the first flame among the undead. That is the Age of Man, as motivated by the people in Londor. But letting the flame die is what is going to happen no matter what. The flame will die. that is a neutral ending. Maybe humans will die out. Maybe climate change is going to kill all humans. That is the extinguishing the fire ending. It's saying, all right, humans are done for. That is one ending. It is neutral. It is not necessarily a bad thing. It just means humans won't be around to observe it. But I don't think that that is necessarily the correct answer. I agree. Adam from Twitch chat says Biden will do less to physically stop us than Trump. That's what we won. Yes, we won a delay. We kicked the can down the road successfully. But if you want to fix the problem, we can't just keep kicking the can. We can't just only focus on relinking the fire. The can gets heavier with each kick. Yup. As a human, I think humanity going extinct is a bad ending. I agree. But to the Earth, whatever. Good night, Tim Cooney. Thanks for coming by. We wouldn't be the first species to fall. Yeah, of course. Well, yeah, thank you, Hannibal. I appreciate that. The thing is, I think there is a good analogy here. The problem, though, is that I obviously it's just an analogy. It's not going to answer everything. But I think it's a valuable analogy. I think that Noam in this position represents somebody who sees linking the fire as an inevitability. And he believes that if we keep linking the fire, we'll buy ourselves enough time to figure out some solution that will save the planet. But I don't know that that's true. We might have to. It might be that in the name of usurping the flame, in the name of changing the world permanently and rightfully, we might have to link the flame. There might not be anything else to do. But I think that we should at least look into the other options and make preparations. I mean, if we want to keep the analogy going, the people of Londor survived through multiple linkings of the fire and set up a plan to usurp the flame. And some of them linked the flame, by the way. Some of them did. They actually did it because they needed to buy more time. But I just don't see that kicking the can down the road as the only answer. And I think that there is validity in pointing out that that Noam Chomsky's analysis is lacking in some regards. No. No. Oh my God. This is so frustrating. Prime says, I'd rather relink the fire in our world's context and elect a boring Democrat and carry on. We've already done that. Then just black pill and see relinking the fire as a losing state. I don't believe our species will die out. We've made it this far, and we have made huge social progress in the last 100 years as compared to the last 1,000. Your last segment is that we are stronger together, so let's link together and overcome this. No, you're missing the point. That is, you're literally buying into. You're not getting the analogy. That's like saying that is the liberal position. The liberal position is let's link the fire together. We'll keep capitalism going because capitalism does all the right things. We already did it, okay? You're saying we shouldn't preserve capitalism and extinguish it while we can? No. What I'm saying is that we shouldn't just resign ourselves to pouring all of our efforts into relinking the fire. We should be working at every moment between every linking of the fire. Every time we are bought, the fire is relinked and we are given a breath of life and we're not hollow. Until the moment we're hollow, we should be looking for a way to escape this cycle. This is a cycle that is killing all of us. It is draining us of all of our life force. It is draining the world of its life force. We have to not just, you can't just, there might be a time where we have to go, all right, everybody, let's vote for Biden because if we don't, we're all going to die or it's going to be horrible or whatever. But we shouldn't be, if you put all of your effort towards relinking the fire, instead of figuring out how to usurp the fire, how to change the cycle forever. If you don't spend your time doing that, you're doing the job of the gods who are the villains in Dark Souls. Sure, whatever, Prime. I think I'll tell you what's going on here. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but you're projecting your own feelings onto this analogy. Yes, thank you, Exia Ross. It's like knowing you have a shitty car, you still need the car, you might have to do a repair here and there, but you shouldn't be dumping all of your savings into the busted car. You should recognize that your busted car could shit the bed any moment. So your efforts should be put into solving the problem permanently. We have to think outside of kicking the can. If we don't, we'll be trapped in the cycle forever, doomed to become hollows. There you go. There you've had it. Okay, I've had enough. Okay, everybody. All right. I've seen enough of this conversation. The future of the left is apparently just doing exactly what we've done forever and never critiquing people ever. Thank you, Exia Ross. I appreciate that. I don't have any smokes, so no smoking. I've smoked enough today. People don't listen to the games they play. They don't listen to the things I say sometimes. No, you don't put the fire out. You need to usurp it and restore that. People haven't played Dark Souls. Go play fucking Dark Souls. It's like one of the most influential game series of this entire fucking era. Trundalisk, what just happened? I made an analogy because people were arguing with me a fuckload, and it got me irritated. And so now I'm irritated. Playing the game won't help with the lore. Yes, it will. All I hear about Dark Souls is how frustrating it is? Nah. The aesthetic boring and oppressive. Listen, I can forgive you for that, I guess. Just go look, just seriously. They're good. That's why I was hoping you would listen and listen to the example, but it's fine. Whatever. It's all good. It's all good. We're all good. It's all good. It's not a frustrating game, like, I don't know. It takes a lot of learning. I used to be bad at Dark Souls. I'm much better at it now. You just have to learn it. Anybody can learn it. It's fine. All right, everybody. Well, I'm super, super hungry. And today we have already done almost 6.5 hours of streaming. So we are going to raid out. We're going to raid out into... Oh, we're going to raid back into Doe. Okay? All right, we're going to go raid into Doe. And on Sunday, we are doing an all-American gaming. All fucking American gaming night. So if you want to see the best of American games on Sunday, you better be there. 4th of July, baby. We're going to show America what American really is. Okay? Send it to me later, 85-2D Derek. There we go. We're sending you all out. Everybody, go watch Doe. Doe is watching some cool-ass shit. Doe's streams are awesome. Head on over, and I'll see you all on motherfucking Sunday. There you go. I'll show you. It's going to be a surprise. Bye, everybody. Gaming, gaming, gaming. Yeah, we're going to be gaming. You know we're going to be gaming. All right? And it'll be for the 4th of July. Good night, everybody. And thank you for your support. Bye for now.